Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Iron Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had Universal Copying Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Izuku rocked back and forth, squealing in excitement. He had just turned 4 and as a present he had been taken to the quirk doctor to confirm that he was going to develop a quirk. He made sure to stand as still as possible as a metal box was pointed at his foot, but that just meant that now that he did not have to be still, he was even more fidgety. After too long, the doctor finally walked in the room and sat down. A black and blue picture appeared on a screen next to him. Mrs. Midoriya, I am glad to inform you that your son indeed has a quirk, the doctor spoke, flinching at the noticeable rise in pitch from the boy's squealing. That's wonderful news, doctor. Do you know what his quirk is? Inko asked. The doctor pressed a key and the X-ray switched to 3 images of genes, titled father, mother, and child. There were no apparent similarities between any of the 3. I'm afraid not. Normally the quirk genes would show similarities to either parent or a splice of the 2, but rarely mutations can produce completely new quirk genes with little to no heritage from the parent's quirks. The doctor informed, Izuku is one of these cases. He might still show some similarities to either of yours or Mr. Midoriya's quirks, but that is unlikely. Izuku looked to Inko with a bright smile. Mummy, does this mean I can be a hero one day? Inko looked down to Izuku, mirroring his smile. Of course, my little small mite. They got back to the car and Inko strapped Izuku in behind Hisashi, who had been waiting in the car. So, how did it go? Hisashi asked. Izuku has a quirk, but we don't know what it is, Inko replied, clicking her seatbelt. Well, whatever it is, I know he'll be the world's greatest hero. Hisashi started driving away from the hospital. Speaking of world, I got accepted for that overseas position. So you're going to be seeing less of me, but we will be better off financially. Izuku just understood that his father would be missing for some time and began to tear up. Father can't leave. I need father. Daddy, please stay. I want you to help me become a hero. We will still be able to talk to each other, Izuku. And I'll be first in line at your debut. I'll be your #1 fan. Izuku decided to put on his headphones and listen to the hero news to calm down. The villain has been sighted at Bespin Park. Nearby heroes are making their way to the scene. Perfect. There will be heroes at the park. Mommy, can we go to Bespin Park, please? The park sounds like a good place. You try and see if you can use your quirk. Why not? Inko hummed. But I'll need to go home first. When they got close to the park, they heard sirens and screaming. The flashing of police lights came into view. Sorry, Izuku. There's a villain fight at Bespin Park, Hisashi said. Let's go to another one. This may be our only chance. Before Izuku could think, he had unlocked his belt and left the car. All for One hovered above Toshinori. Such a shame you haven't chosen a successor yet, All Might. He raised his arm. How does it feel to know that One for All will end with you? Cower in F-. Izuku. All for One heard Hisashi over the sound of the sirens. All for One looked over to see a young boy running towards the scene. I've changed my mind. What better a way to break that infuriating smile than killing the innocent? He moved his arm to face towards Izuku. Rivet stab. Black and red tendrils extended from his arm and shot towards Izuku. No! Toshinori yelled, jumping in front of the tendrils, managing to stop some with his body. The rest continued towards Izuku and stabbed through him. Red exploded out of All Might and Izuku. Izuku woke up to a bright light and the sound of repetitive beeping. When his eyes adjusted, he realized he was in a hospital. He noticed a nurse was in the room and asked, "What happened?" The nurse looked up from his clipboard and sighed. "Kid, you're extremely lucky. Wait here, I'll get your parents." He walked out of the room. A few seconds later, the door flew open and Inko ran in, followed by Hisashi. Inko ran up and hugged Izuku. Izuku, they said you should have already been dead. They don't know how you survived. Clearly it's because he's destined to be the world's strongest hero. Hisashi started before Inko glared back at him and he stopped. Katsuki walked in and ran up to Izuku. Izuku, What happened? Izuku paused for a second, trying to remember. Got stabbed? Whoa, can I see? Izuku nodded and opened his gown a bit to show his chest, revealing several scars. Awesome. Hey, Izuku, did you get your quirk yet? Katsuki asked. Not yet, Kaken, Izuku responded, a bit embarrassed. How do you activate yours? Katsuki thought for some time, looking at his fingers. I imagine flexing muscles beyond my fingers, that makes my sparks, then the sparks ignite my sweat. Izuku held out his hand and tried to image flexing muscles that didn't exist. It's not working. How about mine? Inko asked. Simply imagine pulling something towards you that you can't reach and wave your hand like this. She gestured, repeatedly closing her hand a bit. Izuku tried and nothing happened again. Guess that leaves me, Hisashi said. Breathe in, how much you do decides how much fire you make. Then breathe out while trying to make your breath hotter. Wait, don't try to create fire indoors. Inko protested. The nurse walked back in. Izuku will be free to go once we confirm his vitals. Then checked the heart rate monitor. After some time they were allowed to leave. When Izuku walked outside, he took a deep breath in and slowly breathed out whilst trying to make it hotter and hotter. After 1 second of breathing, green fire came out of his mouth. I did it. I have Daddy's quirk. He yelled. Hell yeah, Izuku. Katsuki yelled. Fire and explosions. You will be a great sidekick for me. Inko thought, could such a little difference as the color of the flames make his quirk gene look so much different to his father's? Hisashi laughed at the boy's antics. It had been 47 days since Izuku first breathed fire. He had been training each day and could now produce fire at the same level as his father. Strangely, the skin around his neck started dying, a condition which was exasperated the more he breathed fire. Katsuki had invited Izuku and 3 other friends to woods near their houses to spar later that day. He was so excited that he packed first thing. He heard a knock at the front door and looked out of his window, seeing a limousine. He walked through the hallway and heard, the All Might Agency would like to compensate a portion of your son's medical expenses. And I would like to use my quirk on your son to ensure he is fine. Izuku peeked into the lounge room and saw a man with yellow-streaked green hair. Not good. Sir Night Eye? He asked. Mirai looked to Izuku. Izuku, I would like to use my quirk on you. Why, sir? Izuku said, both excited and nervous. He held out his hand for Mirai. Mirai was about to touch Izuku. Don't touch me. Izuku jumped back, looking scared and confused. Izuku? Inko asked, concern in her tone. What's wrong? I don't know. Izuku stammered. He's dangerous. His quirk could ruin everything. If you don't want me to use my quirk on you, we can skip that part. Mirai assured. Izuku didn't seem to be any less afraid. I will only look 1 month into the future, to make sure you have completely healed. I can work with that. Izuku's fear subsided and he reached his hand out. Okay. Mirai touched Izuku's hand and activated his quirk. After some time he pulled his hand back and said, Your son will be fine, Mrs. Midoriya. Now we just need to complete the paperwork and I'll be off. Yes, sir, Inko replied. Half an hour later they had finished. Is that all, sir? Inko asked. One last thing, Mirai said. Tell me a joke. I am sorry? Inko asked. The hero business is tiring and I find humor makes up for it. Why did the chicken cross the road? Izuku asked. I don't know. Why did the chicken cross the road? Mirai responded. To block traffic, Izuku smirked. Mirai smirked and walked to the door. Thank you, Izuku. Goodbye, Mrs. Midoriya. He opened the door and walked to the limousine. He took out his phone and dialed a number. This is Sir Night Eye. I would like to schedule emergency services to go to the following location in 61 days. Later that day, Izuku met up with Katsuki and their 3 other friends and they headed to the woods. Halfway along, they got to a log over a river. Are you sure we should cross that, Kaken? Izuku asked. It looks too dangerous. What? Are you scared, Deku? Katsuki asked. Just what I'd expect from a Deku. Kaken, that's mean. Whatever. Katsuki started walking across the log before slipping and falling down. As their friends called out to Katsuki, Izuku climbed down to the river, trudged through the water and held out his hand for Katsuki. Are you okay, Kaken? I was worried you may have hit your head or something. Don't look down on me. I'm not weak. I'm not like you. Be but Kaken. Let's go, Katsuki said, getting up and climbing the bank of the river. They got to a clearing big enough to practice their quirks. Katsuki and Izuku dried off and found their own section in the clearing. Izuku took a deep breath in and breathed out as much fire as high as she could. Did you see that, Kaken? Was that the best you could do? You really are a Deku, Katsuki laughed. With such a useless quirk you couldn't even be my sidekick. Useless? Sidekick? My quirk isn't useless, Kaken. And I'm strong enough to become a pro hero. Then prove it. What? Katsuki walked towards Izuku. Let's spar. I'll show you the strongest quirk you've ever seen. Izuku breathed in and took a fighting stance. Okay. Katsuki ran forward, hands glowing. Izuku breathed out fire as Katsuki threw out a right hook, knocking away the attack and making Katsuki shield his eyes. Izuku took advantage by uppercutting, then right-hooking a bleeding Katsuki into the grass. I win. Wrong, Katsuki whispered, pointing his left hand at Izuku and blasting Izuku. Ah! Izuku fell to the ground, covered in burns and bleeding. Get up. Izuku tried to move. You lose. Need to regain strength. Izuku's physical pain was overcome by hunger. He got up. I need to eat. He sniffed the air. He smelled something new, something delicious. He looked to the source and saw a fresh red puddle next to Katsuki. He walked to the puddle. Katsuki took a stance until he noticed Izuku wasn't walking towards him. What are you doing, Deku? Izuku knelt down to the puddle and stuck his hand in it before bringing his hand to his mouth and liking it. He then took a scoop of blood and drank it. What the hell? What is wrong with you? I'm ready for round 2. Don't come near me. Don't call me that. You're a freak. You're out of the Bakugo agency. Kaken? Izuku's eyes began to water and he ran home. Izuku slammed open his door. Izu dash. Inko's eyes widened as she saw Izuku covered in blood, burns, sweat and tears. What happened, Sudi? Kaken was mean to Emi. What did Katsuki do? He called me weak and useless, and then he made me S-bar him, and then he said I couldn't call him Kaken and C called me a F-freak, and then K kicked me out of the group. Inko was livid. She picked up her phone and dialed Mitsuki. Mitsuki. It's Inko. We need to talk. That evening, Mitsuki and Katsuki arrived at the Midoriya's household. Izuku was in the shower, washing himself. Inko sat in front of the Bakugas, a serious expression on her face. Mitsuki, your son has been bullying my own. Katsuki, you little sheet. What the F did you do to Izuku? Mitsuki questioned. Nothing, he didn't deserve, you old hag. Katsuki replied. Inko stood. Izuku said you called him weak, useless, and a freak. Forced him to spar you. Disallowed him to call you by your nickname and kicked him out of the group. And then there's this. She pulled out her phone and opened the photo app, presenting the device to Mitsuki. Inko's fury had a rival. Inko's son had been attacked by the boy she thought of as a nephew, and for Mitsuki the reverse had happened. Katsuki, Bakugo. There is no possible effing reason that could justify what you have done to Izuku. He drank blood. He's a monster. Mitsuki slapped Bakugo. I don't care if he blew up our house. He is my nephew. He is a pure kid who doesn't do anything without reason. A reason for drinking blood. You're right. No wonder you like him, you're just as insane. The door to the room opened and Izuku walked in. Ichai Kaken dash. I told you not to dash, Katsuki yelled before getting slapped. Gur dash. Inko noticed something strange about Izuku. Where are your injuries? The Bakugas then also noticed that Izuku's skin looked perfectly fine. What the hell? Is this some trick to show I didn't beat you? Katsuki demanded. No. Izuku waved his hands in front of his face. Inko walked over. Your neck looks better as well? She thought, another aspect of is Quirk? Izuku, why did you drink blood? Izuku blushed. I was hungry. It smelt good, it tasted good. Inko explained. The doctor said his quirk was quite different from Hisashi's and my own. Maybe that difference is a healing aspect powered by consuming blood. This is getting interesting. See, I told you he had a reason, idiot. Mitsuki yelled at Katsuki. Just because his queer dash, Katsuki could finish before being slapped again. Enough. Mitsuki forced Katsuki into a bow. We are deeply sorry for what happened and promise it won't happen again. Whatever, Katsuki groaned. Apology accepted, Inko said. Are you okay, Izuku? Yes, Izuku muttered. As long as I get the chance to show I'm better. Izuku's life got worse from that point. Word had spread fast at Izuku's daycare that his quirk made him drink blood. It didn't take long for Izuku's reputation to get worse. A quarter of the kids would bully him, including Katsuki, and the rest would avoid him. To make up for his free time during recess, he took up a hobby of quirk analysis. He would observe the kids using their quirks, usually on him, and figure out ways to utilize them. Sadly, the kids would rarely listen to his advice, so he often could not see if his theories would work. He had managed to double his firepower since his spar with Katsuki, but his neck was back to its condition before that day. Izuku had also tried different ways to breathe fire. He found out that cupping his hands around his mouth allowed for a more accurate shot. Izuku was about to head out to train when Inko came home carrying something interesting. A pumpkin? Mummy, are we having pumpkin for dinner? Izuku asked. No, Inko answered. I thought this would be fun. Sit on a chair in the kitchen, please. Okay, Izuku happily did as he was told and waiting patiently on a seat. Inko placed the pumpkin on a chopping board and pulled out a knife from a holder. She cut off the stem and pulled out the insides. Izuku, can you make a face for me? Silly, happy, angry, your choice. She smiled. A face. Izuku tilted his head in confusion. I'm going to carve it into this pumpkin. Okay. Izuku thought for a second before deciding to make a silly face. He kept his head tilted, stuck out his tongue and half-closed one eye. Bleg. Very nice. Inko stabbed the knife into the pumpkin and sliced along its surface. She then pulled the knife out and repeated. As Mirai typed away on his computer, a notification sounded on his phone. What did I have scheduled for today? He unlocked his phone and checked. He pressed a button on his desk and spoke. All Might, this is Sir Knight. I need to request a hero go to the location I'm sending to you now. Inko put down the knife and looked between it and Izuku a couple of times. She then smiled and turned the pumpkin to face Izuku. What do you think? Looks just like you, right? Izuku could not see a resemblance. That's me. Oh, of course not. It needs one more thing to be you. She went to a cupboard and pulled out a candle. It needs your soul. And my soul? Your quirk, it needs your quirk to bring it to life. She held the candle in front of Izuku. Just a little flame, please. Izuku breathed a little fire onto the candle, just enough to ignite it. Inko then walked to the door and turned off the light. She walked back to the pumpkin and placed the candle inside, making it glow green. Finally, she placed the stem back. This is Jack. Jack? There's a story about a man called Jack. This decoration, called a jack-o'-lantern, is based off of that. And because this one contains your soul, he will be your friend. Lantern. Izuku's face lit up. Hello, Jack. I'll leave you two to talk. Inko walked out of the room. Do you want to be my friend? I will always be your friend. Wait, why does it feel like you can understand me? I can understand you. Is it because you're made of my quirk? I am your quirk. You can't talk, can you? I cannot. Can you communicate another way? Emotions. Can you change the flame in any way? Change the fire? Make the fire bigger for yes. Smaller for no. I'll try. The fire grew a bit bigger and brighter. I can use this. Are you actually answering me? The fire grew even bigger, the flame like the inner walls of the pumpkin. Are you my quirk? The flame was now bigger than the pumpkin. Can I call you Jack? The flame was now big enough for Izuku to feel the heat, even with his minor fire resistance. Will you be my friend? The flame continued to grow. Do you promise? Forever. The flame was now touching the ceiling. Will I ever breathe a flame that powerful? The flame reached across the ceiling. Wait, this too much. Can you make the flame small again? The flame grew bigger, reaching the curtains and igniting them. Wait, just stop. Izuku looked around, panicked. Mom! Inko heard Izuku's yelling and ran to the kitchen. What is dash? She noticed the kitchen was on fire. Izuku! She ran to him and picked him up. The flames continued to grow and reached down the walls, blocking off the doors and windows. Need to stay. Inko quickly grabbed the fire extinguisher and carefully unlocked it, making sure she didn't drop Izuku. The flames reached the floor and started growing inwards. I'm sorry. As Inko pointed the extinguisher at the doorway, she heard sirens outside. Emergency services? How are they here? Inko, distracted, didn't notice the flames reach her. She's gasped, accidentally dropping the extinguisher. The front door of the apartment smashed in as Sir Night-Eye threw a high-density seal at it. This way to the kitchen. Try being a hero. Izuku pushed away from Inko, dropping to the floor. Izuku! Inko tried to grab him again before flames got in the way. Izuku ran to the extinguisher, trying to pick it up. It was too heavy. He was surrounded by fire. Foam burst through the door of the kitchen, revealing firefighters next to Sir Night-Eye. The flames in between Izuku and the firefighters grew to block their view. Focus on saving the boy. Sir Night-Eye ordered. The flames touched Izuku and climbed up his body. He screamed. The foamy water from the fire hose hit the wall of fire, cutting through it and revealing another. Izuku could see one thing as the moisture evaporated from his eyes. A pumpkin. What? I'm sorry. You need this. Goes. Izuku woke up. He looked around and realized he was in another hospital. What happened? He thought for a second, then screamed. A nurse burst through the door. Midoriya, calm down. You're all right now. Be calm. Izuku calmed down. Can I see my mummy, please? Of course. She walked out the door and then Inko came through the door. Izuku. She ran to him. Are you okay? She looked at his skin. I told them about feeding you blood. That if they fed you a bag, your chances should improve. Incorrect. Mummy, Izuku asked, will Jack hurt me again? That hurt? Of course not, sweetie, Inko comforted. The pro-heroes think that was a villain playing a prank on you. That villain? Pro-hero? Izuku asked, a bit more enthusiasm in his voice. Yes, Inko smiled. Sir Night-Eye saved us. He lied. What about our house? Izuku asked, worried. The kitchen needs to be rebuilt, Inko answered, but soon after Sir Night-Eye got there, the green fire disappeared, leaving only the secondary flames which the firefighters quickly put out. Izuku nodded. As he did, he noticed new scarring on his hands. He held them up to inspect them. They had to graft your skin. There are scars on your hands, chest, and a couple around your eyes. Do they look bad? That's for you to decide. Izuku looked around the hospital room and noticed his All Might figure sitting on a side table next to him. He reached out for it but didn't have the strength to get up. He strained to try and extend his reach, and suddenly the All Might figure wobbled and moved towards his hand. Thank you, Mummy. Inko's eyes widened. Izuku, I didn't use my quirk. What is your quirk, Izuku? 10 years passed since that day. Izuku's neck continued to worsen. Additionally, the problem was now occurring on his hands as well. Consuming blood may have been a temporary fix, but it did not help his social situation. When Katsuki found out what had happened to Izuku's kitchen, people stopped calling his quirk useless and started calling it dangerous and uncontrollable. Inko had increased the childproofing of their apartment and had removed some of it on each of Izuku's birthdays. There was still some childproofing left. Izuku had found that minor telekinesis was useful for calming his nerves, a kind of silent fidget. Minor telekinesis was not dangerous like the ability he had decided to call Lantern. These two facts had allowed him to increase its power to be at least 4 times as powerful as Inko's quirk in terms of range of size he could affect and how much pull he could create. He couldn't think of a name for his minor telekinesis that felt as right as Lantern, and whilst he could use them at the same time, doing so accelerated the side effects. Izuku sat in his chair at Aldra Junior High, waiting for his class to start. He threw a pencil towards the ground and pulled it back before it hit the ground. His teacher walked into the room, carrying a stack of paper. All right, students, as third-year students, it's time to start thinking about your futures and what you want to do with your lives. But why bother with career aptitude tests? I know you all want to be heroes, so you're all going to apply for high schools that will align with your quirks regardless. The students starting cheering and using their quirks, with the exception of Katsuki and Izuku. You've all got very impressive quirks, but no power usage in school. Hey, teach, don't lump me in with these losers, Katsuki objected. They'd be lucky to become sidekicks for some D-lister. The other students started yelling at him. Oh, I'll take you all on, let's go. Bakugo, you're eventually going for UA University, right? The teacher asked. You've got the test results, maybe you'll get in. The other students looked at Katsuki in shock. The national school? Doesn't that school have less than a 1% acceptance rate? It'll be impossible to get in. That's why it's the only possible choice for me. The best for the best. Katsuki announced, jumping onto his desk. I aced all the mock tests. I'm the only one from this school who's going to get in. Oh yeah, Midoriya. You said you were going for UA too, right? The teacher asked. Why would you say that? Izuku thought. He threw another pencil at the ground and pulled it back. Before Izuku caught the pencil, an explosion hit his desk. Deku! Katsuki yelled. You're worse than these rejects. At least their shitty quirks don't have dangerous and creepy drawbacks. UA is only for the best. They'd take one look at your quirk and burn your forms. When class was over, Izuku made sure the pencil was the only thing he lost. He picked up his 13th hero analysis notebook. At least I got to see that fight earlier today. I'd better write down what I can before I forget. Another boring queer. The notebook was ripped out of Izuku's hand. Bakugo stood in front of him, holding it. We're not done here, Deku. His friends walked up behind him. One of them looked at the notebook. Hero analysis for the future, no. Don't tell me you're taking notes on how to be a hero. Yeah, real funny guys, Izuku said, slumping in his chair. Just give it back. Bakugo punched the notebook, exploding it. He then threw it out the window. Most high-ranked heroes show potential early on. People look at them and just know they are going to be great. People are going to talk about me like that when I'm the only student from this school to go to UA. That's not ego talking, I just know I'm good. He put his hand on Izuku's shoulder, smoke rising out of his palm. A word of advice. Don't apply or else. Katsuki and his friends began to walk out of the classroom. You know, if you really want to be a hero that badly, there might be another way. Just take a swan dive of the roof and pray you get a decent quirk in your next life. Of course, you might just survive that too. Izuku walked through the underpass of the bridge to his home. When he was about to exit the other side, he heard a guttural growl. He turned around and saw a flowing dark green mass. A villain? I didn't know he was in town, the sludge villain said. But luckily, you'll make a perfect skin suit for me. The villain jumped over Izuku and fell all around him, preventing escape. The sludge villain started stuffing itself down Izuku's throat, suffocating him. Not now. Izuku felt his throat heat up before he thought of using lantern. Green flames bellowed out of his mouth, more than he had ever breathed before. The force of the flames pushed out the sludge. Izuku gasped for air. He felt his throat get worse. Neat trick. But fire isn't enough to stop me. The sludge villain laughed. The manhole cover the sludge villain entered through shot up and hit the roof of the tunnel. Have no fear, Toshinori announced, climbing out of the sewer. Because I am here. The sludge villain shot out its arms towards Toshinori, who dodged and shot forward. He pulled back his fist. Texas smash. He punched the sludge villain off of Izuku. Izuku fell onto the ground with a thud. Thank you, All Might. Toshinori laughed. My apologies for taking so long. The sewers were pretty difficult to navigate. He bent down and started scooping up the sludge villain. Thank you, young man. You were a great help. No problem, Izuku said. He also bent down and began scooping up the villain. Should I ask for an autograph? As Toshinori was halfway done, he noticed the notebook on the floor. Hero analysis for the future? He flipped through the book until he found an empty page, which he then signed. Here you go, young man. Oh, thanks, Izuku said, putting his notebook back into his bag. Once they had finished cleaning up, Toshinori put the 2 bottles they had filled in his pockets, turned away from Izuku and began crouching. Now, stay out of trouble, see you around. He's useful. All Might can't leave yet. I still have so much to ask him. Now stand back. I'm taking off. He jumped. Thanks for your continued support. Why do I feel so heavy? Surely the sludge villain wasn't this heavy? He looked down and saw Izuku hanging onto his leg. Hey, what do you think you're doing? I have too many questions, All Might. I don't have time. Get off. I can't. If I let go I'll die. Oh right. He grabbed Izuku. Hang on. He coughed and blood seeped out of his mouth. They landed on a roof. Now I have to go. Wait, not yet. 1 second. No. I'm out of time. I have to know. Can I become a hero even with a dangerous, uncontrollable, weak, gross quirk? My quirk has many aspects, and they're all negative. Toshinori stopped and turned around. Pain stabbed through his body and he began to emit steam. Damn it, not now. People think I can't be a hero, that the only notable thing I could even do would be endanger others. He looked up and saw Toshinori's skeletal form. Wait, what? Who are you? You're not All Might, you're an imposter. I am All Me. Blood came out of Toshinori's mouth. When I use my quirk, I beat myself up like guys at the pool. Toshinori sat down. I need to not talk about this to anybody. He lifted his shirt. Pretty gross, right? I got this from a fight just over 10 years ago. My respiratory system was destroyed and I lost my stomach. Right now I can only be a hero for about an hour a day. If I push it, maybe 2. 3 or more and my time will just decrease. This is what I look like the rest of the time. 10 years ago? That's about the time when I saw All Might in person. When he dash. I made up for my time limit by finding a successor to my mantle. He's still too young to even go to a hero university, but he has a difficult-to-use quirk that he has already mastered, so he was granted a license early. Do you mean Lemillion? Yes. Look, kid, I smile to hide the fear inside. This job isn't easy. So, to answer your question, if your quirk really is too dangerous to use, then you might as well be quirkless in a fight. Even the pro heroes with the best quirks are always risking their lives. The hard truth is that some villains just can't be beaten without real powers. So, unless you can find a way to control your power, my answer is no, I don't honestly think you can be a hero without a quirk. I see. Izuku looked thoughtful. You should know. Did you think the one responsible for your injury could ever be a hero? He needs to know I did it. All for one? No. He could never be a hero. We should leave. I see, thank you, All Might. Izuku tried the door of the roof, discovering it was unlocked. He opened it and walked in. Toshinori noticed a crowd at Tatooine Shopping District, and looking through the crowd, he saw the sludge villain. Death arms over the shouts of the crowd, he seemed to be unable to do anything. Thunderous footsteps sounded as Utakayama ran to the scene, stopping when the road got too narrow. Shinji Nishio was unable to help due to the fire, so he just helped civilians and Backdraft was putting out the fires. The people in the crowd were questioning each other about where was All Might and if anybody is going to do anything. Izuku continued to walk home before he heard an explosion. He turned and rushed towards the sound. Looking through the crowd, he saw the sludge villain. The guy who attacked me? If All Might dropped the bottle, that means it's my fault. I guess I just can't stop being a problem for All Might. It's all my fault, I'm sorry, so sorry. Izuku noticed the boy in the sludge. It was Katsuki. He ran forward and threw his bag at the sludge villain, hitting it in the eye. Hey kids, stop. Death Arms yelled. Izuku breathed fire around Katsuki, making sure not to hit him with the flames. This isn't working. He switched abilities and used telekinesis on the villain's eyes, ripping them out of the sludge. Give those back. The sludge demanded. It shot its fist towards Izuku, which was stopped by All Might's fist. I really am pathetic, All Might said. I told you what it takes to make a hero, and I couldn't even live up to those standards. He ripped his hand out of the sludge. Pros are always risking their lives. That's the true test of a hero. He pulled his arm back. Detroit smash. He punched parted the clouds. Holy crap, he changed the weather. Death Arms said. When the dust settled, the other pros came in to help Katsuki. Death Arms and Kamui Woods reprimanded Izuku about being reckless and using his quirk. Toshinori quickly escaped the paparazzi. Knowing that Mirio was better for finding people, as he had recently unlocked Float, he sent Mirio everything he knew. Once Mirio received the location, he jumped into the air and flew to the shopping district. He then continued in the direction opposite of the direction All Might was headed. Izuku stood on the roof where he talked to Toshinori. He took a deep breath and removed his shoes. We shouldn't do this. We don't know what will happen. Izuku felt second thoughts enter his mind. Why am I having second thoughts now? All Might said it himself. He could never forgive me. My quirk can't be used for hero work and I'm just a burden for everybody. Izuku noticed a white figure flying through the sky. Wait, is that? We need to do this. This is perfect. Izuku no longer felt doubt. He was finally sure of something. He needed to jump. He took a step. Although he is far away. Izuku took another look at Mirio. He felt that maybe Mirio could save him. He needed to make sure he couldn't. He turned around and took a breath. As Mirio flew, he noticed a black figure on a building. He closed in before he saw green flames erupt from in front of the figure as it tipped backwards, off the side of a building. He shot his hands back and flicked, shooting forwards towards the figure. Power! He yelled. He activated permeation so that he didn't need to avoid the buildings. When he got to the ally Izuku was falling down, he shot down and caught Izuku's leg just before he hit the ground, but the flames Izuku was bellowing shot his head back with an audible crack. No. Mirio thought in shock. He laid Izuku's body down and crouched beside it, head bowed. He pulled out his phone and called Toshinori. Toshinori, I found him. I was too late. Inko sat on a chair in her dining room for several hours, just staring at nothing. A puddle of tears sat below her. All the work she had done to keep Izuku safe, but she still couldn't save him. She couldn't be there to see him make his dreams a reality. She was going to have to go to her own son's funeral. How could she even think? There was a knock on her door. She slowly turned towards the door. Inko? A voice from the other side of the door asked. It's Mitsuki, can I come in? Am I Mitsuki? Inko looked back. Sure. The door opened and Mitsuki walked into the apartment. Are you okay? Inko didn't respond. Alright, bad question. Mitsuki sat opposite Inko. Look, I can't claim to know what you could possibly be feeling right now. But I can let you know I have and will always be there for you. If you need help, food, somewhere to stay, anything, just ask. I know Izuku wouldn't want to see you like this. Just give me some time, Inko managed. I might take you up on that offer of a place to stay, but first I would need to pack. Let me do that for you. Don't throw his stuff out. I want to keep it. Of course, Mitsuki started walking to his room. When I'm done, there'll be a perfect replica of both your rooms in my apartment. Thank you. Mitsuki winked. Katsuki ran around the block another time. Was it really my fault? Of course it was my fault. I told him to jump. IFNG pushed him. How the F can I claim to be the future #1 hero when IFING killed him? F. He stopped outside his apartment building. He fell to his knees, panting. F. Tears fell from his eyes. No, he was your biggest supporter, Katsuki. You will be the #1 FING hero. For him. For Izuku. Izuku woke up and realized it was dark and cold. Where am I? Am I dead? Could I not even die, right? Izuku tried to move and realized he was inside a metal box. He tried to push against the walls, but was unable to escape the box. How do I get out of here? Can somebody help me? Since you asked. Izuku felt himself begin to fall. He gasped but no air went into his mouth. After a couple seconds of feeling like he was falling, he felt his body surrounded by dirt and then he felt his body shoot upwards before the feeling of his surroundings went away again. He saw a couple flashes of dim light before he saw a building suddenly appear below him and fall away from him. Or rather, he was flying away from it. At the top of his arc, he suddenly stopped, floating in mid-air and able to breathe again. He looked around. He was floating atop a city in the middle of the night. How am I flying? How am I alive? Wait, I died, and when I woke I could fly and move through objects? Am I a ghost? Exactly. Ghost, that felt right in the same way Lantern felt right. He felt colder than before and looking down, realized he was naked. Where the hell are my clothes? Alright, priority 1, find clothes. Alright. But, you're going to have to use your new powers. I'm not going to do it for you. How do I get down? He pushed the air up, sending him down a bit. That could work. He started to swim down through the air. He landed on the roof of the building, uprighting himself. He stopped levitating when he touched a foot to the ground. So I can no longer fly or go through objects. He looked over the ledge of the roof, seeing balconies on the next building over. How do I turn my powers back on? He took a step off the ledge and began floating again. He floated over to a balcony. Looking back, he saw the first building was a morgue. What about the other ability? Well, I can't breathe whilst I go through objects, so... He took a deep breath. Alright, when I came out of that morgue, I felt falling and then dirt before shooting up, so maybe if I turn off my power whilst inside a solid object, I will shoot up. But this balcony slab is too thin to fit my body in, so... He pushed his foot into the floor, which then went through. He then breathed out, deactivating the ability and shooting him up, hitting the balcony above. Right, need to turn it on and off repeatedly. He did the same thing, this time pushing through the balcony above and then turning his power off to shoot up again. He repeated until he shot out of the top balcony and landed on the roof. He stood up and, dusting himself off, realized the sores from his throat and hands were now all over him. These abilities have a far worse downside than my old ones. Wait, do I have my old ones? He took a deep breath and breathed out fire. Despite not trying to produce a big blast, the flame was almost as big as the one he had produced when the sludge villain was suffocating him. Why are my abilities so much stronger? He felt pain shoot through his throat. Damn it! My body wasn't ready for a sudden power boost. He began to feel hungry. Wait, if I can still get hurt and hungry, I'm not really dead, am I? Is this part of my quirk? Can I not die? Is my quirk gaining the abilities of undead when I die? Wait, aren't these abilities like Lemillion's? Wasn't he there when I died? Do I copy the quirks of those I die near? Is it just a coincidence that most of the powers I have are that of a ghost? He felt a cold breeze. I'm still naked. Back to priority, he ran across the rooftop of the building, sent his toes through the roof, shot off and activated flight to soar to the next building. He jumped from building to building for a couple minutes before he jumped off a building and realized there were none beyond. Looking forward, he saw an ocean and rubbish pile. He swam down to the ground, landing in front of a sign. Tacoba Municipal Beach Park, he read. He searched through the pile for an hour before he found enough clothes to create a complete outfit. He then found an old mattress and fell asleep on it. Toshinori sat with Mirio. They had spent the last day discussing therapy options for Mirio, which he had declined, and today they were called by Nao Mesa for some reason. The door opened and Nao Mesa entered the room. Thank you two for agreeing to this. He placed a folder on the desk in front of the two heroes and pulled out a file. This normally wouldn't be the type of case I would tell heroes about, especially high-ranked such as yourselves, but I thought you two would like to know about this. Of course, sir. Mirio said in his usual, upbeat tone. Happy to help. This case is about the boy, Midoriya Izuku. He placed the file on the table, facing the heroes. His body went missing. Wait, what? How? Toshinori asked. That's the thing. We don't know. Security footage shows no external access to his mortuary cabinet. This could only be the work of a quirk. And we only know of so many villains who would want a body and could have a quirk capable. All for one. Toshinori frowned. You think AFO is responsible? Mirio asked, his tone now sour. Wasn't he defeated? Didn't All Might kill him? We can never rule out that he has a way of surviving, Nao Mesa confirmed. He's already lived hundreds of years. If he is still alive, Mirio said. His tone shifted back to upbeat. I will defeat him and get justice for Midoriya. We're counting on you, Naomasa said, and I'm sure Midoriya is too. It took several days, but Izuku was able to move enough of the rubbish to create a makeshift home. He had found that his telekinesis had also been empowered and he tested could be used together. He found that his telekinesis could be used alongside his ghost powers without making the side effects worse, so he considered it part of Ghost. Lantern couldn't, so be used with them without worsening the already bad side effects of each. After half a week of using his powers, Izuku's body was in terrible shape, his skin was falling apart, he could barely talk, his muscles ached, making moving slow, and at one point he swore he heard something pop. Izuku walked through a back alley near the beach, searching through bins for anything of worth. Then he smelt what his body had been begging for. But he crept through the alley until he saw a puddle of fresh blood and the body of a woman. He walked over to the body, knelt down and checked for a pulse, finding one that was fading fast. You can't help her until you help yourself. Feeling his hunger grow, he drank handful after handful of blood. Once he was satiated, he began to apply chest compressions to the woman's body. Then he heard a noise behind him, a soft giggle. He turned around and saw the woman he was performing CPR on. What the hell? The woman laughed. You look cute in all that blood. She stepped closer. Would you like to be cuter? Izuku stood up and made sure not to break eye contact with the woman. Do you know what happened here? I found this woman earlier and decided to make her prettier. And now I'm going to do the same to you. She pulled a knife from behind her back. Izuku took a fighting stance. What should I do? Should I fight? Should I run? The woman began to melt into a gray ooze. Standing in her place was a blonde girl who couldn't be much older than Izuku. But the more surprising thing was, she was naked. Where are your clothes? The girl looked down and blushed. She looked back up and grinned. My quirk doesn't affect my clothes. But once I drink your blood, I'll be fine to get mine again. She rushed forward. Now, please hold still. She can take the form of others. And it's from blood. She is perfect. Sorry about this. Izuku took a deep breath and tried to breathe fire, but none came out. Wait, what? He blocked the knife aimed for his chest with his left arm. F dash. He tried to reach out and pull the knife out of the girl's hand, but it didn't budge. Why isn't my quirk working? Is this part of her quirk? Does that mean she can actually kill me? As she came in with another lunge, he dropped his arms out of the way and the blade went through his chest, puncturing his heart. Oh, you just let that happen? Do you have a thing for blood too? My quirk makes me need to drink it, if that's what you mean. Izuku coughed up blood. But I've been stabbed before, so this is nothing new. He laughed, then lost consciousness. Izuku woke up. He looked around and saw himself lying like a cat nearby. He stood up and checked his body. His skin was no longer covered in sores, but now he had a new scar on his chest. He tried to walk quietly away from the other him. You're alive? He heard his own voice ask. He sighed. I told you I've been stabbed before. Oh, that's so cool. The other him got up and twirled Izuku around. They were now facing each other. Whoa, the other him said in bewilderment. Is something wrong? Why, you said you also drink blood, alright? The other him blushed and turned away. Aya. Then how about we make a deal? I drink your blood, you drink mine, alright? You need access to blood. This girl is perfect for you. Okay. Great. The other Izuku pulled out a knife and stabbed himself in the arm. Here, the other him presented his arm to Izuku. Alright. Izuku pulled the wound to his mouth and drank. The other him squealed. Suddenly, gray ooze seeped over the real Izuku and when he slipped off, he looked like the girl had. What? They both asked. Why you have my quirk? The fake Izuku asked. I guess. Izuku responded. I shouldn't reveal my other powers. I can't trust this person yet. I don't even know if that blonde girl is their real form. What should I call it then? My quirk is called Jack and my other powers are called Lantern and Ghost. I have shown them a blood-related quirk, resurrection, transformation, and healing. That sounds like a vampire. Once again, vampire felt as right as Lantern and Ghost had. But I have their power, which is way too specific for us both to have it. My power is called Vampire. I can copy blood-related quirks. I don't know how it's activated. In addition to your power, I can heal if I drink blood. The other him started to melt and turned back into the blonde girl. Wow. We are like the perfect couple. She seemed to think for a second. In fact, we should date. W8-. Fine, we'll get married then, she giggled. But seriously, think about it. Our quirks are perfect for us to be together and we're both super cute. Izuku wanted to object, but it was hard for a 14-year-old to disagree with a cute, naked girl who might stab him at any point if he disappointed her. Okay, Himiko, she said. My name is Himiko. Oh, Himiko, alright. My name is Izuku. I shouldn't reveal my real name. Me. Great, Izumi, we've been here for way too long. A patrol is sure to come by soon. Come with me. Wait just a second. You should put something on. She looked up to him and grinned. How about some blood instead? Yeah, okay, that works. He lent her his arm. She stabbed it and drank her fill, turning back into him. She led him through back alleys until they got to a pile of high school clothes. Where did these come from? Relax, Izumi, the female uniforms are mine. She handed him a male uniform. There was some blood on it. Put that on. Okay, could you turn around please? No. Izuku turned around and changed, trying to ignore the fact that he was in her body. When he turned back she was halfway through changing and checking out his body. Why? After she had finished he asked, So, do you have somewhere for us to stay, Himiko? No, Adif. I have a makeshift home in a rubbish pile. That'll have to do. Eventually they got to the beach. What a shame, this place looks like it would be so beautiful if it weren't covered in garbage. She looked to Izuku. You need to build some muscle if you're to survive out here. So, you're going to clean this beach? He looked at the pile. You're joking, right? No. She folded her arms. I expect our wedding venue to be spotless by the time we're 18. The next day, Izuku found his way to his house. He waited outside the balcony for hours, but there was no sign of Inko. He went through the door and opened it to collect his clothes. Walking through the house, he found it completely empty as if nobody had ever lived there. I'm sorry, Mum. Izuku's schedule changed from that point on. In the mornings he would clean rubbish, and in the afternoon he would teach Himiko book knowledge and she would teach him street knowledge. He would also make sure she wasn't needlessly killing people and was properly fed with food and blood. Sometimes he decided they deserved it, so he let her indulge a bit. In the night, whilst she was sleeping, he would use his stronger powers to remove bigger rubbish. This schedule resulted in him learning to power nap instead of sleeping. After only 8 months, Izuku managed to clean the entire beach and Himiko rewarded him. A week later, Izuku took Himiko around the back alleys. So, Izu, what have you got planned for our date? Himiko asked. Himiko, I've been thinking about what you've said about heroes. I think you might be right on some level. There are some things I disagree with, but I think the system needs an overhaul. We could be amazing heroes, but we don't get the chance with our quirks. Right? Imagine how cool we would be as a hero duo. The vampires would be so powerful. But no, how dare our quirks need blood? That's why I've doing some sleuthing and I've found a certain person of interest who could help us. He turned a corner and looked at a man standing over a fresh corpse. Himiko's face lit up even more than it had been. This is going to be the best date ever. Hello, Stain. Before he could blink, a knife flew past Izuku's head, planting itself in the wall behind him. I mean you no harm, Izuku assured. My girlfriend and I are fans of yours. We wow dash. Please let us join you. Himiko cheered excitedly. What she said, Izuku said. Kaizome looked to them and raised an eyebrow. This must be a joke. Why would I let you join? How can I trust you? What can you give me? Why shouldn't I kill you right now? You don't kill innocent children. Then again, I wouldn't call us innocent. We can give you undying loyalty. As for trust, my name is Izumi. And I'm Toga Himiko. Himiko stated. We have blood quirks just like you. Show me, Kaizome said. Himiko pulled out a knife, grabbed Izuku's arm, stabbed it and drank his blood, turning into him. And I can copy blood quirks, Izuku said. I have hers and I can regenerate when I drink blood. I do not know how I copy them. I can work with that, Kaizomi said. What about your skill? Your physical and mental abilities beyond your quirks? I am very athletic, Himiko said. Izuku can tell you about that. I am also athletic, but not as much as her. I am also quite strong, Izuku said. I am rather good at quirk analysis. That could be helpful for your. Izuku glanced at the corpse. Business. We are also smarter than we look. We have kept up with the regular curriculum and know our way around surviving by ourselves. Fine, prove yourselves, Kaizomi said, pulling a piece of paper out of one of his pockets. This man is my next target, no shot. He handed the paper to Himiko. I want the two of you to take him out. Do this and I will take the two of you in as sidekicks. Quirk shield, Himiko said. He can create a solid wall which deflects any attack. Izuku thought, our best attack would be an ambush attack. No shot was just about finished with his route when he heard a soft scream. Finally, something to do. He walked in the direction of the noise, eventually coming on the scene of a young bleeding girl. This is going to get me heaps of points. He looked around the scene, but couldn't see anybody else. He walked up to the body and checked for a pulse. They're alive. He heard a footstep behind him. He turned around and saw the girl standing there. What dash? He felt a knife stab into him from behind. Sheet. He turned back and saw the bloody girl smiling at him. Right as the standing girl was about to stab, he created a shield between them. She hit it and bounced back, slamming into a wall. Her knife fell out of her hand. Now, for you, he looked back at the girl who stabbed him. She had gotten up. He pointed the shield towards her. You're under arrest. Izuku didn't know what to do. I can't get through No Shot's shield. Himiko's down. I don't even have my knife. Wait, what about Himiko's knife? I can't reach it, and there's no way No Shot will let me get near it, but if nobody witnesses this dash, Izuku focused his telekinesis on the tip of the knife and it slowly turned to face its tip towards him. He then pulled and it shot into No Shot. No Shot fell to a knee. He looked back, seeing that the second girl was still unconscious before. Feeling both knives begin to move and slice along his flesh. He screamed before falling unconscious from blood loss. Izuku finished the job. He then walked over to the real Himiko. He put a handful of blood under her nose. Her nose twitched and she woke up. Aizu, is it over? Yeah, Izuku looked back to No Shot. He pulled out a burner phone, a number Kaizomi gave him. We did it. Good. Kaizomi's voice came through. Welcome to the team. Izuku's and Himiko's schedule turned to training with Kaizomi and studying with each other when Kaizomi was out killing or gathering supplies. After a couple months, they had learned enough for Kaizomi to allow them to join him on his missions. After the third month, Kaizomi had a special job for Izuku. Izuku and Kaizomi were standing in a dark alley, waiting in front of a door. Who are we waiting for, sensei? Izuku asked. A potential business partner, Kaizomi said. I picked you for this job because he can use your skills. The door opened and an old-looking man with a missing tooth and a burning cigarette stood in the doorway. Welcome, Stain, the man said. Jiren, Kaizomi greeted. So, this is your mastermind? Kajiro asked. Yes sir, Izuku said, bowing. Izumi, you and Himiko have essentially the same powers, and she is better with them. Your specialty is quirk analysis. Kaizomi looked to Izuku. From now on, you are to work with Jiren as an info broker. You can still train with Himiko, but for my missions, you will just provide information on worthy targets and the hero's abilities. Yes, sir, Izuku said. Izuku now spent a good portion of his time researching heroes in the areas Kaizomi was lurking in or being paid to analyze the quirks of other people of interest, making a lot of money in the process. But while bad heroes were being taken care of, there were still plenty of villains who needed to be dealt with, and he was uniquely capable. He had secrets powers and access to private knowledge. Izuku bought black hair dye, a bulletproof vest and a black motorbike helmet, hoodie, pants, steel cap boots and gloves. He painted lines on each with glow-in-the-dark green paint. He filled the pockets with knives and ball bearings for weapons. One had a burner phone and one was left empty for him to put a notebook in. He put a hole in the visor of the helmet and inserted a voice modulator and night vision goggles and padding in the boots. Then he designed a bomb, which could be detonated or disarmed via pressing a button on his left glove or by a heart rate monitor strapped to his right arm. He hid the bomb under a black disc which he put on the chest of the hoodie. Finally, he used the paint to create the sigil of a ghost on the disc. When he had finished, he looked at the time. 7 p.m. I'll be hard to see in the dark, and the paint will make me scarier. He looked through his notes to find a good villain to target first. Knife? The user can turn their fingers into knives which can detach and be controlled by the user. That will do. He placed the relevant notebook in his suit and climbed to the roof. He pushed his toes through the boot and into the roof. He then deactivated the power and his foot shot back into the boot as his body propelled forward towards the location he had suggested they fight the hero. 5 villains were gathered near the patrol route for their target. Their leader had recently bought information from Jiren and they believed they were ready to strike. They went over the plan one last time and took their positions. The hero, who had unbreakable bones, walked close. Why is it so dark? One of the villains, who had night vision, stood up and yelled, E-dash. A green streak fell onto him and crushed him beneath. Izuku threw ball bearings at the leader's feet. What the hell? Several voices asked. Who the hell is this? The leader asked. Whatever, just kill them too. He threw a knife but it never seemed to hit. Turn on the lights. One of the villains, with a floodlight quirk, lit up the alleyway. An ambush? The hero asked, getting into a fighting position, but having trouble seeing through the floodlight. Izuku threw a knife at the floodlight villain. The floodlight went out. They heard a body hit the ground. That must be the other guy, the leader thought. He shot 3 knives towards Izuku, who shot out of the way, the knives following. Izuku jumped over something and the knives planted into it. They heard another body hit the ground. Izuku continued shooting around. Anybody left, kill the green beach. The final villain shot water at Izuku. Izuku stopped. Really? Izuku asked. Just leave. What's happening? The hero asked. That's it. The leader shot out his final 6 knives. He shot 3 at the hero and 3 at Izuku. Izuku jumped over the leader and all the knives, even the ones not locked on him, redirected and shot towards the leader. The leader tried to move and tripped on the ball bearings at his feet. The knives planted themselves into him. Is it over? Yes, it is. Izuku walked over to the hero. My name is Flatline, a vigilante. I should bring you in. But you saved me and I can't fight in the dark anyway. Just let the people know of their new protector. All right. News spread of the new vigilante, Flatline. Heroes kept getting caught in dangerous situations that nullified their quirks, and the vigilante would show up and save them. People couldn't guess his quirk, but some had assumed it was some form of danger sense or super speed which was allowing him to get to the scenes quickly. 3 months later, Izuku had given a villain who could control magnetism details on present Nick's quirk. This is going to be a tough one. Several hours later, he donned his suit and flew to the location. Hisashi had received an anonymous call to come to a warehouse. Being the spontaneous type, he decided to go alone. He entered the warehouse and looked around. Hello. He asked nobody in particular. I was asked to be here? Heroes? Civilians? Villains? Anybody? Metal boxes began to move around him, blocking the exit. Villains it is. Come out so we can fight properly. I know about your quirk, present Mike, a voice said. Yeah. Hisashi yelled with his quirk in the direction of the voice. Boxes flew out of the path of the shockwave, but nobody was there. I'm not going to let you know where I am. Boxes began to float and flew towards Hisashi. Yeah. The boxes fell apart. Suddenly, boxes surrounded Hisashi. He turned off his direction controller and looked up. Yeah. The boxes flew away. You got any other tricks? How about this? The boxes reshaped into large, thin blades. They shot towards Hisashi. The blades suddenly shot upwards and stabbed into the ceiling. What? Green streaks shot down from the ceiling and stood next to Hisashi. Present Mike, I'm Flatline, Izuku nodded. Happy to meet you, little listener, Hisashi said. Any ideas? He has unlimited ammo. We need to get him out of hiding. Can you do a wide, sweeping attack? Alright, Hisashi turned his direction device back on. Cover your ears. He began turning. Yeah. The surrounding metal shattered, revealing a man who was trying to cover his ears. Goddammit, that hurts. The man complained. But thanks for making my job easier, the metal fragments began to float around them. Bring my clothes to me, please, Izuku said to Hisashi. What? Hisashi asked. Izuku disarmed his bomb, then fell through his clothes and the floor. He shot out of the ground and punched the villain in the face. The F-? Hisashi asked, shocked. F-? The villain yelled. The metal shot towards Izuku, but went right through him as he fell through the floor again. Where the hell are you? Izuku shot up from underneath him and knocked him into the roof. The villain fell to the ground. Clothes, please, Izuku asked. Alright, Hisashi picked up the pile of clothes and brought it to Izuku. When Izuku finished putting on his suit, he turned to Hisashi. Pleasure to meet you, Present Mike. Next time, please bring backup. Will do, little listener, Hisashi put a thumb up. The villain woke up. Izuku felt his skin get pierced as the knives in his pocket stabbed into him, then moving vertically through his flesh. Sheet. Little listener? Hisashi quickly searched his pockets for medical supplies as he looked to the villain. Yeah. This is fine. Don't worry, Present Mike, Izuku said, fading. He pulled out one of the knives and threw it into the villain's head, finally killing him. Izuku woke up to sirens sounding around him. He couldn't see Present Mike, but he could hear him over the sirens. Alright, time to get out. Izuku flew up to the ceiling and escaped. They're in here. Present Mike, whose eyes were flowing with tears, led the paramedics into the warehouse. The villain was there, but the vigilante was missing. What? So, Flatline is a teenaged boy with black hair? Nizu asked. And he seemingly has permeation and can survive bleeding out? Why yes sir, Present Mike said. Very interesting. I can't wait to see him in UA. Izuku woke up and checked the date, the 26th of February. Alright, let's do this. Finally, something interesting. Izuku got dressed in a green hoodie and pants. He walked downstairs and said to Kajiro, Jiren, I'm going to be out today, gathering intel. You're going to the UA entrance exam, aren't you? Kajiro asked. Whatever, unless you're sure they will get in, your notes probably will just be on civilians, so don't worry about giving them to me. Have fun. Will do. Izuku opened the front door and left Kajiro's building. He climbed to the roof and jumped towards UA. He got to UA at 9:10 a.m. He noticed buses taking examinees deeper into the UA grounds and followed after, making sure to keep distance. They got to the exam grounds 10 minutes later. Izuku jumped to the top of one of the sections and waited. Most of the examinees he saw were not of interest. One examinee seemed to be able to produce body parts of different animals on his body. He also seemed to stay away from other examinees. Not for us, but familiar. One girl spent a lot of her time talking to other examinees, seemingly interested in their powers. She could produce some form of energy from her limbs, allowing her to jump high and easily break objects. I wonder if she strengthened her quirk. Could she fly? That's interesting. Izuku's interest in her quirk increased. I should talk to her about it. Nijire thought she did well in the exam. She destroyed about 21-point, 15 2-point, and 10 3-point robots. She even managed to help other examinees. All while finding time to ask some people about their quirks. Sadly, they didn't humor her interest. She had just left the UA grounds when a person wearing a green hoodie jumped off the outer wall of UA and landed next to her. She rushed over to him. Whoa, why were you up there? Does it have to do with your quirk? Why aren't you wearing a uniform? Why are you so young? Izuku blushed seeing how close she was. I was up there to watch the exams. And my quirk grants me FFL-. He readjusted himself. That reminds me. I noticed how you could generate energy from your limbs, and I was wondering if your quirk got strong enough. Could you fly? Fly? Yeah, I've thought about flying, and I technically can already. But my quirk costs my stamina, so I just use it to jump higher for now. The drawback is not the worst, and it's a good quirk. Well, with a quirk like that, you're sure to be a great hero. What name should I remember? Pro Hero Nijayo-chan. Noted. Alright, nice to meet you. Bye. Izuku walked off. I could go to the recommendation exam. But Lemillion and Present Mike will be there, and I'd rather not get noticed. Izuku finished his work and met up with Himiko to study. Alright, what are we learning today? Himiko walked up to Izuku. Aizu. Let's do someth. Her expression turned serious. Why were you with another girl? What? I can smell her perfume on you. Himiko pulled out a knife. Oh. I was at the UA entrance exam. There was a girl with an interesting quirk, so I asked her about it. You'd better be telling the truth. She put her knife away. Well, to make it up to me, how about we do something other than studying? What would you suggest? Let's kill somebody. We could just see a movie. Not every date has to be gory. Himiko pouted. But Aizu, I want blood. If we go to the movies, I'll let you drink mine. Fine, but I'm taking my fill of blood. Half an hour later and they had finished getting ready. Since most of their dates ended in blood, they didn't have any special outfits for something like this, so they wore their school uniforms. You ready? Izuku asked. Yeah. Let's go. They got back in the afternoon and Kaizome was waiting for them. I see you skipped your study session. I hope you're ready for training. Yeah, I'm ready, Izuku said. Of course. Himiko said enthusiastically. Good. Kaizome announced, for today's training, Himiko and I will fight you, Izumi. Of course, Izuku said. He pulled out a knife. Let's get this over. Kaizome threw a knife towards Izuku and he quickly dodged, making sure to dodge away from the direction both his assailants were in. Himiko chased after, aiming for his limbs. Izuku held his arms behind his back so she couldn't stab them. Whilst distracted by Himiko, a knife suddenly plunged into Izuku's back. Izuku swung around and tried to stab Kaizome. Himiko stabbed him. This is so not fair. He felt his muscles stop. Damn it. He fell to the ground. Checkmate, Kaizome announced. That was fun. Himiko cheered. I will take him back to Jiren, Kaizome said. But I wanted to finish our date, Himiko complained. Gonna be hard to do that if I can't move, Izuku pointed out. You don't need to move for me to drink your blood, Himiko said. Fine, but make it quick, Kaizome instructed. Yay! Himiko cheered. Kaizome brought Izuku to a random alleyway. What are we doing here? Izuku asked. I'm sure you know about that new vigilante, Flatline. Oh no. Oh yes. I've noticed a pattern between the two of you. Would you happen to know who they are? What do I say? Should I say I do? Should I say I don't? So you know something? Aichi's brother. What? Really? Your brother? Why yes. I have a vampire quirk, he has a ghost quirk. He's more powerful, so I just keep out of his business. Honestly, you should too. Do you have any other siblings you've kept from me? Damn it. I also have Lantern. Yes. Is he going to stab me? Should I let him? I could breathe fire or scream, but I would destroy my throat and be totally defenseless while also blowing my cover. Just let him stab you. Alright, go home now. Really? I still can't move. I don't care. When Izuku got back to Kajiro's building, he heard somebody in his room. He grabbed a knife and cracked open the door. A knife flew towards his eye. He jumped back. Who's in there? Aizu, Himiko's voice said from the other side of the door. You promised me blood. Damn it, Himiko. Izuku walked into his room. Himiko was sitting on his bed. He walked to his bed and played down around her, leaving his arm for her. Go ahead. Yay. Several months later, Izuku didn't have any heroes or villains to deal with, so he decided to spend the night patrolling. He jumped from roof to roof, searching for anybody in need of help. He heard a scream. Jumping down, he saw a man holding a gun to a couple. I'd suggest you drop the gun. Izuku threw ball bearings to the mugger's feet. Back off, kid. The mugger pointed the gun to Izuku. You don't want to get shot. No, you don't want me to get shot. The mugger pulled the trigger. The bullet went through Izuku's clothes, but there was no blood. That was a mistake. Izuku used his telekinesis on the mugger's gun, pulling it out of his hand. What the hell? The mugger stepped back, slipping on the ball bearings. Ah. Are you okay? Izuku asked the couple. Why, yes, sir, thank you, one of the couple said. The two rushed off. Now, for you, Izuku looked at the mugger. Caltrops landed on the ground around Izuku. Huh. He looked around, not seeing anybody. Suddenly he felt fear, raw innate fear. What the F dash? What is happening? His heartbeat rose and he started sweating. What is happening? He felt his throat dry out and close up. He began hyperventilating. I need to get out of here. He tried to move his foot through the ground, but it wouldn't go through his shoe. My Quirk? He pulled out a knife. Where are you? He heard a footstep behind him and quickly threw a knife. It was knocked out of the way by a white metallic scarf that was now flying towards him. He leapt out of the way, landing on the caltrops. Sheet! He felt more pain than he ever had before. Don't run, a voice hidden by the shadows said. You're already hurt enough. Come quietly, Flatline. Wait, my Quirk isn't working. Is this Eraserhead? What do I do? Should I use it? He flicked open the detonator. His finger refused to press the button. Damn it. Shota noticed the detonator. He jumped back, flinching for a second. We need to get out of here. Now, Izuku noticed his fear and pain subside. Green sparks flew around him as he began to fall through the floor. Shota looked back at Izuku. If I use my Quirk on him whilst he's in the floor, he might explode, or worse, turn into a fusion bomb. Before he fully left his clothes, Izuku shot out of the ground, faster than he had moved before. Shota pressed his earpiece. This is Eraserhead. I made contact with Flatline. They escaped, injured. He looked back at the scene. Where did that mugger go? Izuku smashed into the ground. He felt his vision fading, his blood flowing out of him and his flesh falling off. I need blood. The body of the mugger smashed into the ground next to him. You have got to be kidding me. You're welcome. Mirio sat in 1A, waiting for Shota to begin the lesson. Sadly, Tamaki didn't want to talk, and if he started a conversation with Nijire, it wouldn't end even when Shota got there. He heard static from the speaker. Mirio Togata to the principal's office. Nizu's voice said. That's Mirio Togata to the principal's office. Thank you. Mirio, what did you do? Nijire asked. No idea, Mirio said, grinning. Tamaki groaned. When Mirio got to Nizu's office, Shota was in there with Nizu on his head. So this is where you were, teach, Mirio said. Please take a seat, Shota said. This is important. Mirio sat down opposite Shota. What's going on? Aizawa, please repeat what you told me, Nizu said. Shota explained. I recently fought Flatline. It seems their Quirk is more interesting than we thought, more similar to your Quirk than we thought. What do you mean? Mirio asked. Shota continued. First, unlike you, he seems to have telekinesis. As for being like you, Flatline can phase through objects and can shoot out of surfaces at will. He can fly. And when I fought them, they generated green sparks, like a lesser form of your yellow lightning. He looked into Mirio's eyes. Mirio, are you related to Flatline? Nizu looked at Mirio with an expression that read, you know what that means, right? Mirio was no longer smiling. He has a Quirk like mine? Did I accidentally give him one for all? I'm sorry, I don't know who Flatline is. Shota sighed. Then, it seems they might have some type of copy Quirk. A copy Quirk? Could they have copied one for all? If they have my Quirk, I will bring them in. Mirio stood and bowed. No, you are still first year, Shota said. Even if you have a license, I forbid you from engaging with. They are too dangerous. Why, sensei, Mirio said. But I need to know if they actually have one for all. Let's go back to class, Shota finished. Izuku sat on his bed. Well, I'm going to need to replace parts of my costume. Whilst I'm at it, I should add methods of fighting Quirkless. And then there's those sparks. When did I get those? Are they like Lemillion's lightning? Is Lemillion's lightning not from creating friction through his Quirk? This year, the UA entrance exam had little in terms of interesting hero hopefuls. Izuku was not too disappointed, but for some reason he felt like a part of him was. Hundreds of examinees and not one with a decent quirk. Izuku got back to Kajiro's building. "Jarn, I'm back. Anything of interest?" Kajiro asked. "Not really. There were no particularly flashy quirks, and it didn't look like anybody put in the work to overcome that. I wouldn't be surprised if Eraserhead kicked out more of his class than usual this year. Speaking of Eraserhead, I should finish my costume upgrades. Do I have anything else to do today?" "No. No commissions yet." "All right. Good, then I have time." When night came, Izuku donned his black hoodie and pants and grabbed a briefcase hidden in a secret compartment in his wardrobe next to his weapons, Flatline costume, and notebooks. He opened his window and climbed to the roof and then flew to a known weapons smuggling location. Izuku walked up to a group of smugglers. "Sup, losers? Got anything for sale?" The smugglers stopped and glared at him. One of them grinned. "Don't worry guys, that's just Izumi." "Just? I thought I was a high-value buyer. At least for my age. Don't think so highly of yourself. You've barely spent 1 million yen, and most of that was a pair of night vision goggles. Well, I think I'll be spending a bit more this time. What are you after?" "I could do with a gun. Something effective but easy to carry around. I also want to look at your grenade stock." "What does an info broker need with grenades? My past with Stain is catching up to me. I've had a few run-in with heroes and there's only so much a disguise quirk can do. Alright, if you want a balance between effectiveness and ease of carry, you're after pistols. The more effective ones get pricey, but you wouldn't be here if you couldn't afford it. I'd personally suggest a pair of machine pistols." "How much?" 1 million each. 10,000 per magazine. DMN. No discount for a returning customer? For shame. Give me 10 magazines. What type of grenade were you after? Smoke. Something to keep me hidden. And a belt to hold them. Alright, those will be 100,000 each. A grenade belt can hold 6 and will go for 5,000. I'm guessing you want it to be black. Yes. I'll take a belt and 6 grenades. He opened the briefcase, revealing stacks of money. "Pleasure doing business with you." The man opened a couple crates and collected the various items Izuku had bought. "Remember, don't tell anybody where you got these." Of course, Izuku took the items from the man who was collecting his money from the briefcase. "I want to keep my dealers." Izuku left, and when he got back to Kajiro's building, he put the weapons and briefcase in the hidden compartment. 3 months later, Izuku stood on rafters above an unconscious hero surrounded by several villains. He threw down a grenade, producing a smoke cloud around them. He then threw knives where the shadows and the smoke were, making all but 2 fall down. One was the hero, who he didn't throw a knife at. The other shadow slowly walked out. "I've been waiting for this," the shadow said. A woman walked out of the smoke, her skin shone like crystal. She looked up at Izuku, grinned and pointed a gun at him before pulling the trigger. The bullet went through Izuku, drawing no blood. "So, you really can ignore bullets. I assumed you just wore body armor." "I'm a ghost. Why should I be affected by physical matter?" Izuku jumped down. "If you just have a hardening quirk, I'd suggest you run." "No thanks. Say cheese." She pulled a large cylinder out of her belt and threw it at the hero on the ground. Izuku quickly kicked the cylinder away, which then exploded. He looked back and the woman was escaping. She looked back and threw another grenade. Izuku threw a knife at the grenade, knocking it back and exploding near the woman, knocking her over. "I can't have you killing this hero." "My apologies." He breathed in and yelled, "Yeah." The woman slammed into the wall behind her, cracking it. Cracks formed on her body before she shattered. Izuku coughed into his hand. He looked at his hand, which was red. "Blood. I'm not going to be able to talk until I can get somebody else's. Goddammit, this hurts." Shota was patrolling nearby when he heard the yell. "Hisashi? He shouldn't be near here." Could it be Flatline? He ran towards the direction of the yell. Izuku looked to the hero's body. He walked over and checked the pulse. Damn it, his pulse is faint. He started performing chest compressions on the hero. "I hope he doesn't need rescue breaths. I can barely breathe myself." The hero coughed and opened his eyes a little. Time to get out of here." Izuku stood and jumped back up to the rafters. He then climbed to the roof. He felt his fear rise and his throat felt like it was tearing apart. He slowly reached for one of his guns. "Don't," Shota said. He shot his scarf towards Izuku. Izuku jumped to the side and pointed his gun towards Shota. "You're shaking. You're too scared to hit your target." Izuku coughed up blood. "You're injured, I can get you help." Izuku reached for a second grenade. Is he going to try and blow himself up again? Izuku held the grenade above his head and pulled the pin. Shota jumped back as Izuku was engulfed in smoke. "Damn it, a smoke grenade, he's obscuring my vision." When the smoke cleared, only Izuku's costume remained. "I'm going to need backup next time." Izuku crouched on the rafters. He had fallen through the roof so he wouldn't have to worry about Shota using his quirk when Izuku left the smoke cloud. "I've got to find another way out. And I really need blood." 1 month later, Izuku stood looking over the city. There were no commissions, so he was patrolling. He jumped to another roof and saw some blood on the ground. He turned back and jumped down. There was a man on the ground, bleeding out. "Villain attack, where are they?" He looked around, not seeing anybody. "This feels familiar." A knife zoomed by him. He managed to let the knife move through his body. This is Sensei's level of skill. He looked at where the knife came from and threw a grenade in the direction. The assailant didn't seem fazed by a grenade thrown in their direction. "I know you're there. Come out now." "I was unsure at first. But I've become more and more sure of who you are, Izumi." Kaizome walked around a corner. "If you're so sure I'm my brother, why not aim to kill?" That was clearly a warning shot. "Because I want to test you. I've known you for several years now. I know you can be a good hero, but if you aren't willing to show the true extent of your power, you're not worth it. Then you're not going to like this. This is a bluff, isn't it? He's trying to get me to show my blood powers so he can confirm I'm Izumi." Kaizome threw another knife at Izuku. Izuku tried to go through the knife, but it stuck into him instead. "What the hell? My quirk's not working? Is Eraserhead here? What the hell are you doing?" Izuku quickly grabbed a grenade and pulled the pin on himself. As he did so, Kaizome unsheathed a sword and shot forward, slicing into the smoke cloud. Izuku bent so that Kaizome's knife height matched his bulletproof vest, the sword deflecting off it. Kaizome jumped past Izuku and readjusted to look back at the cloud. He threw a knife into the cloud. It clinked and fell to the side. A gun came out of the cloud, pointing at Kaizome. Kaizome didn't want to give Izuku time to fire, so he threw his sword to knock the gun away. He dashed after the gun and pointed it towards Izuku, who was pointing his other gun back towards Kaizome. "Looks like we have a standoff. But are you willing to pull the trigger? I've killed people I didn't think deserved it." "Have you?" "There's only one person I don't believe deserves it." Kaizome pulled the trigger. The spray of bullets hit Izuku, who pulled his own trigger, but they barely grazed Kaizome as Izuku was too busy being shot to aim. "You failed the test. You're no longer working with me." Kaizome raised a sword above Izuku and brought it down on him. Izuku woke up some time later and went back to Kajiro's building. In his room was Himiko, who was staring out the window. "Izuku, Stain said he fired you." "Why?" "He thinks I'm Flatline." "Are you?" "We're related. He has a ghost quirk, like my vampire quirk." "Do you want some blood?" She looked at him with wet eyes. "I feel like you're the one who wants blood. How about we trade?" Himiko smiled. "Okay." 4 months later, Kajiro called Izuku into his office. "You wanted to see me, sir? Is this another commission?" Kajiro looked to Izuku. "I've gotten an interesting offer from a high-value client." "Who's the target?" "It's All Might." "Another client asking for quirk analysis on All Might? It's going to take a lot of money for me to tell them about his injury." "No, they haven't asked for weaknesses. They want to fight All Might without any quirk analysis? There's no way they know about his weakness. Right? They want us to send them as many villains as possible. They've ordered me to find a wide variety." "They're going for numbers?" "Even so, they would need high-ranking villains." "I would agree, but they seem to not be after the villains to take on All Might. They claim to have a secret weapon and want the villains to distract the, as they said it, NPCs. They want to build a gang to distract heroes?" That's the thing. Apparently, they've gained knowledge that All Might will be working at UA next year. They want to get him whilst he's teaching a class. So they want to attack students? I need to help them. Correct. It's not my favorite plan, but this is the best business I've had in a while, so I want you to help with the paperwork. Can do. That's a start. Alright, here's a list of applications to choose from. He handed a stack of paper to Izuku. Izuku went back to his desk and started going through the paper. There were several enhancement quirks, some elemental quirks, and a bunch of animal-related quirks. He quickly skimmed a client with a chameleon quirk before deeming it underpowered enough to accept the application. Wait, that's an interesting quirk. Izuku suddenly felt interest in the villain. Actually, maybe he'd be a good assassin. Maybe I'll go after his group. Izuku stood above a large gang of villains. He pulled out 2 handfuls of knife, spin jumped down and threw the knives all around. Some knives missed as the villains were not standing. They then stood and Izuku pulled back on the knives, hitting the villains he missed and regaining the knives that hit. About half the villains were taken out, 10 remained, including the chameleon villain. The remaining villains took fighting stances and the chameleon villain turned translucent. He threw the knives back. 8 of the villains dodged. Izuku threw down a smoke grenade and pulled out both his machine pistols. He held down the triggers and spun. He then jumped out of the smoke. A blue beam hit him, sending him into a wall. He fell to the ground. He looked at the remaining 2 villains. I got him, said one of the villains. His shirt had a hole around his abdomen. Let's get out of here, said the chameleon villain, turning opaque. Izuku saw a knife sticking out of a villain behind the chameleon villain. He pulled on it and it shot towards him, slicing the chameleon villain's foot on the way to his hand. Ah! The chameleon villain fell to one knee. Izuku threw the knife into his chest. Help me! Not going to happen, said the laser villain. That guy is still deadly even like that. You're on your own. He ran away. The chameleon villain looked back at Izuku. He pulled out a knife of his own and threw it at Izuku. If I'm going to die, I'm taking you with me. I was about to say the same thing. Or rather, if I'm about to die, I might as well choose what I get out of it. Izuku flipped the safety cap on his detonator. See you in hell. He pressed the button. Izuku woke up and got back to Kajiro's building. Izuku, where have you been? It's been over a week. Anyway, it seems one of the groups we selected for the big job was attacked. The bodies were pretty unidentifiable, but we're certain it's them. We need to select about 20 more applicants. It's hard enough to get into UA, but I don't even know where they're going to attack. My best option would be joining, but they're not going to let Flatline join, and it would be best if I keep Izumi's reputation. Wait, what about Lantern? May I make a suggestion? I have a brother. They're not going to let Flatline join. And no, I have another brother, Lantern. He's a pretty new villain. He can breathe fire. But his throat's not exactly able to take many blasts, so he makes up for it with skill on the same level as Flatline and I. If he enters an application, he's in. Izuku woke up and checked the date. The 26th of February. Time for another entrance exam. He got dressed in his green hoodie and pants and went downstairs. Alright, I'm off to you, Jiren. Alright, see you later, Kajiro said. As Izuku walked towards UA, he noticed a brown-haired girl trip on a rock. Izuku pulled on her clothes to upright her. Are you okay? She looked back, surprised. Oh, yeah. Thanks. Sorry, I guess I'm just nervous. Well, what's your quirk? Maybe I could give you some tips. Ah, zero gravity. I can make things levitate. Interesting quirk. We should keep an eye on her. Well, if you make something float, it doesn't just have to be to destroy the thing you've made float. You could use it as a projectile. You could take out a lot of robots if you threw other robots at them. Ah, alright, I'll consider that. After 18 years of showing extras why he's the best, he was finally here. UA, the university for the best of the best, the only place worthy to show the world the next top hero. The written exam was way too easy. Clearly they only care about quirks, considering how it should be impossible for anybody to fail that exam. Well, if they want powerful quirks, I'll show them the greatest. He grinned. I've already gotten in. He took his seat in a lecture hall and waited for the briefing to begin. It was pretty straightforward, a battle scenario in an urban setting. There were 4 types of villains ranking for 0 to 4 points, and some uptight extra interrupted to ask about something that Hisashi was just about to explain. Finally, he was allowed to head to the buses which will take the examinees to the exam. Izuku activated his camouflage and grabbed onto the back of one of the buses. When they got to the physical exam location, he jumped up the walls and waited. "All right, let's start," he heard Hisashi yell from the observation tower. "Get moving." Izuku jumped down the other side of the wall. He noticed clothing fluttering around as if it had just been taken off. Watching nearby, he saw that some robots were deactivating seemingly randomly. "Is that like my camouflage? I think it's better, despite it not working on clothes." Izuku jumped around the faux city a bit, mostly seeing a lot of the usual quirks. At one point he witnessed a swarm of birds flying around the city, taking out robots. Now that is new. Agreed. Izuku jumped to the next faux city. The most interesting thing he saw was a black-haired boy who seemed to just be avoiding the robots. I guess he doesn't have a quirk that can do anything here. Shame. Maybe if he were stronger. Izuku then saw a group of ghosts who seemed to be malfunctioning. Looking closer, there seemed to be purple dots on the robots. In the next city, he saw a boy short-circuiting robots when he touched them. He then saw a brown-haired boy covered in hair running through the streets, tearing apart robots. That's interesting. Izuku jumped to the next city. He heard an explosion. Oh no. Running towards the sound, he was confirmed. Katsuki's here. Guess I'll go to the next city. In the next city, he saw a blue-haired boy running around, kicking robots. Izuku heard a loud crash. Running to the location, he saw the girl he had talked to throwing robots at other robots. She'll make a great hero. He then noticed she seemed under the weather. That must be the downside of her quirk. Izuku ran around the current city for several more minutes. He then noticed a blue beam that looked eerily similar to the one that hit himself. Wait, what? He looked to the source of the beam and saw a blonde boy who seemed to be looking at. "See, can he see me?" The blonde boy ran off. That was weird. Then Izuku heard a rumbling. I guess it's time for that. Katsuki blasted forward until he saw a group of robots. He threw a right hook at one and continued to the next. Too easy. After 2 hours of destroying robots, the ground began to rumble. Katsuki looked towards where the rumbling was coming from, and the extras were running from. A huge robot loomed over the buildings. That. Katsuki ran away from the carnage. Izuku noticed people running away from where the rumbling was coming from. He looked back at the 0-point robot. I wonder if anybody's going to fight it. The giant robot punched the ground, creating a massive cloud of dust and debris. Wish I had some popcorn. Less than 2 minutes remaining. Hisashi yelled. Ow! Izuku heard the voice of the girl from earlier. He looked towards the sound and noticed her stuck underneath rubble, right in front of the 0-pointer. F-. Izuku turned off his camouflage and ran to the girl. Is your quirk not working? I overused it, and I think I twisted my ankle. Damn it. A huge shadow grew over them. Cover your ears. It's going to get loud. What? I'm going to need an extra push. You got it. Green sparks formed around Izuku. Izuku's legs fell through the floor, his shoes flying off. He then shot up, pulling on the rubble above Achiko. Get clear, he yelled. Achiko hobbled forward until she was just past the shadow. Izuku flew above the 0-pointer and looked down on it. He breathed in. I'm going to regret this. Yeah, he screamed. The robot's joints tore apart. Wait, is that Flatline? Shota asked. Izuku's neck was shredded, blood flowing out of it. He was starting to lose consciousness. You're going to thank me for this. Izuku began to fall. W8, why am I fouling? Where's my flight? Achiko tried to race forward, but was unable to due to her leg. Somebody help him. Izuku slammed into the ground. The fragments of robot fell on top of Izuku. No! Achiko yelled. She hobbled over to the pile. Somebody help. She started floating smaller pieces off the pile. There's somebody under here? And that's time. Hisashi said, using the speaker instead of yelling. Not again. He tried to leave his booth. Wait, Nizu said. He'll be all right. Chio walked up to the crying figure of Achiko. What's wrong, dear? Please, Achiko looked back. There's a boy under here? What? Chio grabbed her phone and called Nizu. Yes. Nizu asked through the phone. How did you let the zero-pointer land on an examinee? Chio yelled. What the hell have you done? I assure you, recovery girl, that boy is completely fine. That is no ordinary boy, that's Flatline. Oh. Chio looked back at the pile. Wait, what is Flatline doing here? Who knows? Chio sighed. She canceled the call. Please step away from the debris, dear. He'll be fine. His quirk allows him to survive something like that. When Izuku woke up, he immediately noticed his discomfort. Metal was poking into him from all over. I guess there's only one way out. He fell through the debris and shot back up to the top. He noticed it was nighttime, so he decided to fly home before noticing a glow at the base of the pile. Looking closer, there was a torch hanging from a post recently planted into the ground, pointing down onto a fresh pile of UA sports uniform. Really? He put on the uniform, it was a couple sizes too big. Suddenly, Izuku felt his fear increase. Oh no. Izuku knelt down and scooped a handful of dirt, making sure to hide his hand as much as possible. Flatline, Shota said. You have got to be kidding me. I've got a proposition. I kinda have no choice but to listen. We are going to stay here until one incapacitates the other. If you win, I stop pursuing you. If I win, you come with me. This seems unfair. I have no gear. You have quirks, don't you? Shota pulled a paring knife out of his pocket. Here. He threw the knife at Izuku's feet. Izuku picked up the knife. Whatever, let's do this. Shota shot his scarf at Izuku. Izuku quickly sliced the scarf with his knife, creating a big enough tear to rip the scarf off. The two took fighting stances. Izuku lunged forward, aiming to stab Shota's chest. Shota dodged and kicked Izuku in the knee. Izuku dropped his knife, which Shota caught. Shota stabbed Izuku in the arm. Izuku punched Shota in the stomach. Shota flinched and Izuku threw the handful of dirt into Shota's face. Izuku then ran for the closest intact building. When Shota regained his sight, he noticed footprints and blood drops headed for a building and followed, climbing to the second story and entering the building from there. Izuku entered a fake office space full of cubicles. Izuku felt his fears subside and switched to caution. You need to get out of here. Eraserhead is an actual threat. Izuku activated his camouflage. I should test this. He grabbed a pen and let go of it. It floated up. I thought so. Izuku touched as many small objects as he could find, making them all float. He felt sickness in his stomach. Izuku pulled on them all, pulling them into a single mass that would have been too big to make float otherwise. He heard a footstep above him. He looked to the stairway and readied himself. Shota snuck down the stairs. He looked around the office but didn't see Izuku. He then noticed a floating clump of office supplies which shot towards him, the supplies spreading apart. He jumped back but still got hit by some supplies. A stapler suddenly flew towards him. Shota dodged and, looking back, managed to see a translucent Izuku behind him. He activated his quirk, Izuku turning visible. Izuku threw the stapler at Shota, who didn't manage to dodge. Izuku uppercut Shota and followed with a right hook. Shota fell to the ground. Izuku picked up a pencil and drove it into Shota's leg. Surrender! Not yet. Shota pulled the pencil out and kicked Izuku's legs, knocking him down. Shota climbed onto Izuku and pulled his legs back, keeping his gaze on Izuku. Izuku grabbed the pencil. Shota held Izuku's arm down. With his other arm, Izuku punched Shota in his stab wound. F-. Shota flinched. Izuku took the opportunity to free his arm, stab Shota again and then SCK on the pencil. Shota suddenly stopped moving and fell off Izuku. What did you do? Pressure points. Izuku got up, keeping out of Shota's view as he transformed. That's bullshit. Izuku walked out of the building. Did you win? Izuku heard Nizu's voice. Flatline won. Izuku replied, turning to where he heard the voice. So, he's not coming to UA? Nizu walked under a nearby streetlight, revealing himself. He said he'll consider it. Good. Nizu walked back into the dark. When Izuku's transformation wore off, he flew home. Where have you been? Kajiro asked. And why are you wearing a UA uniform? I was with Himiko? Nice try, Himiko said, walking downstairs. I've been waiting for hours. Fine, UA wasn't too happy about me being there, Izuku lied. They decided to interrogate me. And gave you a uniform? Kajiro asked. They gave it to me as compensation when they determined I wasn't Flatline. Kajiro sighed. Did they stab you? Just a mild intimidation tactic. They figured I could heal from it. Himiko walked up to Izuku and stared just below his eyeline. Your throat's gotten worse. She looked back to his eyes. Do you need some blood? I could do with some blood. Well, too bad. Himiko left Kajiro's building. Katsuki was waiting too long for his acceptance letter. When it finally came, he opened it straight away. All Might appeared on the screen, but Katsuki didn't care. He's been falling off trying to get Lemillion to take over. He probably needs the money. Young Katsuki Bakugo, you managed to receive an astounding 84 villain points. Yeah. You hear that? Astounding. There was also rescue points awarded for heroism. Sadly, you received 0 rescue points. Rescue points? Teach. Whatever, just some point system to let the weak quirks have a chance. With a total of 84 points, you, young Katsuki Bakugo, have received second place. Achiko couldn't sleep that night. She kept thinking that she had killed somebody. Her quirk to make things float resulted in somebody else, somebody so willing to help her, to get crushed. How could she even think she could be a hero? A couple days later, her father walked into her roof with an envelope. Achiko, your letter from UA is here. I'll leave it here for you. He placed it by her door. When he left, she looked at it, got up, picked it up and walked back to her bed. She opened the letter and a disc fell out. I am here. As a projection. Toshinori declared as his face appeared above the disc. All Might? Achiko asked. Why is he speaking for UA? Has his time as a hero really decreased that much? Young Achiko Uraraka, you got 35 villain points. That's already enough to pass. But if that's not enough, your heroic spirit was astounding, and what would a hero school be if they didn't acknowledge true heroism? Achiko Uraraka, you received 50 rescue points. That's a total of 85 points, putting you in first place. I got first place? She wiped a tear from her eye. Does that mean I really can be a hero? Now No, the exam was hard on you. Hound Dog has asked me to make sure you know that his therapy services are always available. Achiko got to the 1A dorms and began unpacking her boxes. With the use of her quirk, she furnished her room in record time. She waited in the common room, hoping to see that dull-looking boy again, but he never came. A couple girls tried to talk to her, but she couldn't focus enough to respond to them. Eventually the time came for them to head to their class to get ready for orientation. He must be in a different class. 35 examinees were accepted, and there's 19 in the class. Yeah, right. Get your feet off your desk. A blue-haired boy commanded a blonde-haired boy as Achiko was entering the classroom. It's the first day and you're already disrespecting school property, you cretin. What, did your old school put a stick up your butt? The blonde-haired boy asked. Let's start over. I'm Tenya Ida from the semi-private academy. Semi-huh? So you must think you're better than me. I'm going to have fun destroying you. You would threaten me? Your own classmate? Are you sure you're in the right university? Best to avoid them, Achiko thought. She sat down in her seat. Welcome to UA's hero course. Everybody take your seats. A voice said from outside the classroom. Hello, I'm Shota Aizawa, your teacher. A yellow sleeping bag stood up and unzipped itself, revealing a tired-looking man. Right, let's get to it. Put these on and head outside. He pulled a sports uniform out of his sleeping bag. Why did he have a sports uniform in his sleeping bag? A quirk assessment test? The class asked when they got outside. Here at UA, we're not tethered to tradition, Shota said. That means I get to run this class however I see fit. You've been taking standardized tests all your lives. But you've never been able to use your quirks in physical exams before. The country's trying to pretend we're all equal by not letting those with the most power excel. It's not rational. I guess he has a pretty flashy quirk then. I wonder who he is. Uraraka, You managed to get the most points in the entrance exam. Ochako felt the blonde-haired boy from before glare in her direction. What was your furthest softball throw in high school? 65 meters, Ochako responded. Right? Try doing it with your quirk. He tossed her a softball. Anything goes, just stay in the circle. Ochako walked into the circle. I guess the best thing to do would be. She used her quirk on the ball and pushed and threw it almost perfectly straight up. Shota looked at his device until it pinged. He turned it around and it showed an infinity symbol. Infinity? The class gasped. I want to go. Thank looks like fun, a pink-skinned girl declared. So, this looks fun, huh? Shota asked. You have 3 years here to become a hero. You think it's all going to be fun and playtime? Idiots. Today you'll compete in 8 physical tests to gauge your potential. Whoever comes in last will be deemed to have none and be immediately expelled. You can't send one of us home. We just got here. That isn't fair. Ochako objected. Oh, and you think natural disasters are? Or villains? Or catastrophic accidents that wipe out whole cities? No, the world is full of unfairness. It's a hero's job to try and combat that unfairness. Unfairness, right? Ochako thought about the entrance exam again. It's my job to combat the unfairness. Her face grew determined. If you want to be a pro, you're going to have to push yourself to the brink. For the next 3 years, UA will throw one terrible hardship after another at you. So, go beyond, plus ultra. In the 50-meter dash, Ochako got 6.52 seconds, 7th place. In the grip strength test, she got 49 kilograms, 8th place. In the standing long jump, she cleared the sandbox. In the repeated sidesteps, she got 6th. In the distance run, she almost got 6th place again until her stomach gave up and she got 8th. In the seated toe touch, she bent all the way to her toes. In the sits-up, she got 43, getting her another 6th place. In the end, she placed 6th overall. I can be a hero. I'll be a hero. Minor Mineta, Shota said. You got last place. As of this moment. The small purple-haired boy started shaking with fear. You are first on the chopping block. Wait, what? Minoru asked. I'm not going home? No, that was just a logical deception to make sure you all give it your all. And we're already down 1 student. A logical deception? The class yelled in unison. Obviously it was a ruse, a black-haired girl said. I assumed you all knew. Shota continued. But, Mineta, you have until the sports festival to prove your worth, or you will be expelled immediately. Our first task will decide your future, Shota told 1A. You all need to pick a class representative. Most of the students began chanting that they should be picked. Silence, everybody please. Tenya yelled. The class representative's duty is to lead others. That's not just something anybody can do. You must first have the trust of everybody in the classroom. Therefore, the most logical way to fulfill this position is democratically. We will hold an election to choose our leader. After the vote, Momo and Tenya both got 2 votes each. It seems there was an unforeseen problem with the method. Should we hold a follow-up election with just Yayarozu and I as options? Why don't we just flip a coin? Momo suggested. Tenya sighed. Fine. He pulled a coin out of his pocket. Heads, I win. Tails, you win. He flipped the coin and it landed heads. All right, Tenya Ida is class representative and Momo Yayarozu is his vice representative. Halfway through lunch, an alarm sounded throughout UA. Warning, the alarm said. Level 3 security breach. Please exit the building in an orderly fashion. What's a level 3 security breach? Tenya asked the boy next to him. It means that somebody's managed to get past the school's barrier, the boy answered. This hasn't happened in my 3 years here. Izuku sneezed. We should get going. The third year got up and ran. The students rushed to get out and were piling up in the skybridge. Ow! Ochako yelped. This is a total mob. Everybody was quick to react. As I'd expect from UA students, Tenya responded. Who in the world could have trespassed onto UA grounds? He pushed to the window and looked to the entrance, seeing reporters. It's the press that was outside. I was afraid it was some kind of attack on the school. There's no need to worry, everybody. He was pushed into the window. Where are the teachers? Why aren't they taking control? Am I the only one here that realized everything's fine? There's no need to be panicking. He heard Achiko yelp. Uraraka! Tenya, what do we do? Achiko held her hand out. What would Tensei do? How would he handle this? He shuffled towards Achiko. I have any idea. He held his hand out. Touch my hand. Make me float above everybody else. Achiko held her hand out and slapped Tenya's. He jumped up. I need a place where I'll get everybody's attention. He noticed the exit sign above the door at the front of the crowd. He pulled up his pants. Engine boost, go. His engines ignited and he spun forward. He slammed into the wall above the sign. Listen up, everything is okay. It's just the media outside. There's nothing to worry about. Everything's fine. We're UA students. We need to remain calm and prove that we're the best of the best. How were ordinary members of the press able to bypass our security system? Nizu asked. Somebody else must have been behind this. Some villain actually managed to infiltrate our school. But was this simply a display of power or a declaration of war? Izuku sat in his office chair, looking through his requests to determine if any were worth a visit by Flatline. Kajiro walked into his office. Izuku, give this to your brother, Lantern. He threw an envelope onto Izuku's desk. Apparently the league is ready. Also, you should take note of that, no matter what happens, the world is about to change. Kajiro walked out of the room. Izuku looked at the envelope. Change the world? I guess I'm the person in the best situation to decide that outcome. What a weight on my shoulders. He picked up the envelope and walked into his room, locking the door. He peeled open the envelope and read the letter. Lantern, you have been chosen by the League of Villains to help bring down the symbol of peace. You are to come to Abafar Alley on Wednesday, and if any heroes show up, the League will not hesitate to kill all new recruits. Enclosed is an initial payment of 100,000 yen. You will receive more after the League's victory. Izuku breathed fire onto the letter and envelope, throwing the ashes out his window. Abafar Alley in 2 days. Izuku looked through his Flatline gear. I can't take the helmet. I can keep the pants and hoodie inside out until I'm ready to switch to Flatline. That means I can take my weapons, speaking of which, I should stock up. That just leaves my boots. I'll need to get a new pair. So that's a pair of boots, pants and a hoodie. 6 smoke grenades, 10 magazines, 2 bags of ball bearings and virtually infinite throwing knives. You own 10 throwing knives. On Wednesday, Izuku donned his Flatline outfit inside out and snuck to Abafar Alley. There were several other villains already there. From the designs of their costumes, they seemed to have fire-based quirks. Some of them looked towards him and then went back to minding their own business. After half an hour of waiting, purple fog appeared. Thank you for coming, recruits, the fog said. This group has been assigned the conflagration zone to match your quirks. I hope you are all ready. The fog engulfed the group, and when it cleared, they were surrounded by fire. Izuku backed up until he could see all the villains in front of him. He pulled out his machine pistols and fired upon the villains, taking them all out before they had time to think. 2 magazines and 1 group of villains down. He walked through his clothes, turned them the right way around and put them back on. He then loaded new magazines, activated his camouflage. Onto the next. He flew out of the conflagration zone and looked to the nearby zones. To his left was what looked like a giant pool with a boat and a water slide holding ice. To his left was a mountain. How big is this building? Let's see, I'll probably be less effective in water, so I'll go to the mountain. Class 1A stood at the top of the stairs of the UFA. Achiko was fangirling over Ainen. Listen up, I'm sure you're all aware I have a powerful quirk, Ainen said. It's called Black Hole. I can use it to SCK up anything and turn it into dust. My quirk can easily be used to kill. Some of you also have powers that can be dangerous. Thanks to Aizawa's fitness test, you all have a strong idea of your quirk's potential. Carry that lesson over to this class. Today, you're going to learn how you can use your quirks to save people's lives. You won't be using your powers to fight enemies or each other, only to help. After all, that's what being a hero is all about. Ensuring the safety of others. Shota spoke, right? Now that that's over, the lights of the USJ flashed and purple fog appeared in the center. Stay together and don't move. 13. Protect the students. Wait, has the training started already? Ijiro asked. I thought we were rescuing people. Stay back. Shota demanded. This is real. Those are villains. The only real heroes here are Eraserhead and 13, Kurogyri said, perplexing. According to the schedule we stole, All Might should be here as well. So you scumbags used the press as a cover and snuck onto campus, Shota said. Where is he? I went through the trouble of bringing so many friends who are eager to meet him, Tamura complained. They want All Might, the great symbol of peace. I can't believe he's not here. Maybe if I kill a few students he'll come out to play. 13. Why aren't the alarms going off? Momo asked. Good question, Ainin responded. I'm not sure. Is the entire campus under attack? Shoto asked. Or is this their only target? Either way, if the alarm sensors aren't being triggered, then one of these villains must have a quirk that's masking their presence here. They carefully chose an isolated facility at a time when a class was being taught. They're fools for trespassing here, but they've thought this out. Whatever their plan, they must have a concrete objective in mind. But what is it? 13. Get them out of here and alert the main campus, Shota commanded. Actually, if they've got the ability to block our sensors, then they might be jamming our regular communications too. Kaminari, try using your quirk to contact the school. Yes, Sensei. Kaminari activated his headset. Shota ran down the stairs, deactivated the quirks of the first villains to retaliate and then shot out his scarf, wrapping them up and slamming them into each other. Izuku stood above the mountain. There was a large group of villains, all wielding weapons and looking around, waiting. So this group has more physical quirks? Just shooting them might not be enough, and with there being a lot of them, my initial strike should be as effective as possible. Maybe a trap? He pulled out a bag of ball bearings and 2 smoke grenades. He threw them down and the ball bearings scattered as the grenades exploded, obscuring the ball. What the hell was that? One of the villains asked. Where did this smoke come from? 5 of the villains ran into the smoke, falling over. As they fell, Izuku took the opportunity to throw knives into their heads. What the F dash? We're under attack. A villain threw their metal bat into the smoke. It flew out the other side and slammed into another villain. Damn it! Izuku jumped down, behind the villains while still camouflaged and pulled out his pistols, shooting at the villains, taking out 8. The bullets bounced off. They have guns. Izuku touched the bodies, making them float and threw them at the remaining 2. Arg! Izuku ran and stabbed the neck of the 2 villains before they could get up. Suddenly the ground shifted and a villain came out of it behind Izuku. An Earth-based quirk? Game over, kid, the villain said, electricity discharged from his hand. Multiple quirks? Izuku backflipped above the villain, grabbed his head and pulled on the knives, making them all stab into the villain. That was for calling me kid. Izuku collected his knives and flew to the next zone, a landslide. 1A began running back to the entrance of the USJ. Kurogyri appeared in front of them. There is no escape for you. Demon, I blinked and the guy who seems like the most trouble got away. Shota thought. It's a pleasure to meet you, Kurogyri continued. We are the League of Villains. I know it's impolite, but we decided to invite ourselves into this haven of justice to say hello. And besides, isn't this a nice place for All Might, the symbol of peace, to finally take his last breath? He's clearly been on the decline regardless, but we would like to be the ones to receive the renown. I believe he was supposed to be here today and yet I see no sign of him. There must have been some sort of change in plans we could not have foreseen. Well, in the end I suppose it doesn't matter. I still have a role to play. Ainin uncapped one of her fingers. Suddenly, Katsuki and Ijiro ran forward, attempting to punch Kurogyri. An explosion sounded around them. Did you think we were just going to stand around and let you tear this place to shreds? Ijiro asked. You live up to your school's reputation, Kurogyri said. But you should be more careful, children. Otherwise, somebody might get hurt. You too, get out of the way right now. Ainin yelled. I'll scatter you across this facility, Kurogyri announced. To meet my comrades. And your deaths. Crap, what is this? Ajiro asked. Mashiro appeared in the conflagration zone and Denki, Kyuka and Momo appeared in the mountain zone. When they did, all they saw was the remain of one-sided fights ending with very bloodied villains. What the F dash? They all asked. I got a signal. Denki announced. Niza got a call from Denki. Why is a student calling me? I hope it's important. He answered. This is Denki Kaminari from Class 1. The USJ is under attack. I repeat, the USJ is under attack. What? He looked to Toshinori. All might get to the USJ now. I'll collect the other teachers. Why, yes, sir. Toshinori bulked up and ran out of the student lounge. When Izuku got to the landslide, he noticed more purple smoke. Damn it. I hope I'm not too late. He flew to above the smoke. Out of the smoke fell a man with half red and half white hair. He looked to the villains and suddenly ice shot out from under him, freezing all the villains. I guess I'm not needed. But I sense another presence here. It's familiar. Izuku continued on. The next zone had destroyed buildings. He got close and heard, die. Oh, Kaken's here. He should have it covered. Or not my problem. He looked past the buildings and saw the entrance of the USJ. There he saw some students, Ainin and Kurojuri. Damn it, I don't know if I can affect that smoke villain. 13's Quirk might be useful for it, and the other zones still have students without teachers. Looking past it, he saw a large glass dome. How am I going to get in there without losing my clothes? I guess I can smash the glass. He flew over, threw a knife into the glass and then punched through it. Inside it was raining and he saw a large black monster slamming villains into buildings. That's effective but slow. Too bad the rain will make my guns less effective, knives it is. But the darkness will make it harder to retrieve them. I'll just keep 2 on me for later. That's 8 knives. He flew inside and seeing a pair of villains, threw 2 knives at them, killing them. 6 he noticed 4 villains sneaking up on the 2 students. He threw a knife at each. 2 he then heard a footstep behind him. He turned and saw 2 villains about to attack him. I must be too visible covered in water. And the next zone is that lake, damn it. He threw his final 2 knives. I hope I helped enough. He noticed 1 more villain getting close to the students. I guess I could do one more thing. He flew over to the villain, grabbed his head and spun it around, snapping the villain's neck. Onto the final zone. He flew back out the hole he made and began flying over. Suddenly a large whip of water tore through the boat. Izuku quickly fell to the ground to increase the speed of his flight by falling through the floor and shot towards the sinking boat. Once he got there he saw 2 students calling for help. He turned off his camouflage. Don't worry, I'll help you. Who the hell is that? One of the villains, who looked like a shark, asked. Whatever, I'll just eat him. He shot out of the water, towards Izuku. Izuku pulled out his guns and unloaded one onto the villain. That's half my magazines down. He landed on the boat. Hold on to me, I'll get you out of here. He put away the empty gun and held out his hand. Who are you, Ribbit? Tsu asked. Flatline, come on, Izuku answered. We don't have time. Are you kidding me? Minoru asked. You're a villain like them. I'm a vigilante. I'm a hero without a license, Izuku corrected. Now come on. We have no choice, Ribbit. Tsu wrapped her tongue around Izuku. I guess that works, Izuku said. He walked up and grabbed Minoru's hand. He then fell partway through the deck of the boat and shot off towards the center plaza. They landed in the water at the base of the central platform. Izuku floated just above the water to not ruin his guns. Tenya, you need to run and get help, Ainin commanded. It will be faster than for us to wait until we get RD of whoever's jamming the signal. Tenya powered up his engines. Even if this is your only option, are you foolish enough to strategize in front of an enemy? Kurojiri asked. It won't matter if you know or not once I'm done with you. Ainin stated. She opened her finger which began to SCK in Kurojiri's smoke. Your finger can turn my atoms into dust, Kurojiri said. What an astounding power. However, you're a rescue hero, 13. Skilled at saving people from disasters. Consequently, that means you have little fighting experience or battlefield awareness. He opened a warp gate behind her, using her own quirk on her. The back of her costume shredded. How unfortunate, you've turned yourself into dust. I'm sorry, he got me, Anan said. 13. Mina cried out. Ida, get out of here. Rikido yelled. Tenya ran forward. Engine. A sheep trying to escape from the wolves, Kurogyri patronized. I simply can't allow that. A warp gate appeared in front of Tenya. If other heroes arrive, it'll be harder to put an end to All Might. This responsibility was entrusted to me. Classmates, I'll keep you safe. Mizo wrapped his arms around the gate. I got him. I'll be back. In a flash. You impertinent child. Kurogyri rushed forward. You won't set foot outside those doors. Achiko looked to Kurogyri and saw a metal brace around him. I have no time for this. Begone. I'll be a hero. Achiko dashed forward, grabbed the metal brace, making it float and threw it away. Now run, Ida. You pest, how dare you? Kurogyri yelled. Ida began to pry the door open. I got you. Not so fast. Hanta yelled, shooting his tape at Kurogyri's brace. Rikido then grabbed the tape and pulled. He spun and let Kurogyri fly in the opposite direction of Tenya. Tenya ran through the door. Engine boost. Tenya sprinted away from the USJ. He's going to call for backup. Kurogyri thought. It's over. A large black creature with an exposed brain snapped Shota's arm. You can erase quirks, Tamura said. That's irritating. But it's nothing impressive. When faced with true, devastating power, you might as well be a child. Shota looked to the Nomu, erasing its quirks. The Nomu stomped on his arm. Arg. His arm fell limp. He's breaking my bones like they're twigs. I'm positive I erased his quirk. That means he's super strong even without powers. The Nomu lifted his head. I think he's as strong as All Might. The Nomu slammed his head into the concrete, smashing it. Kurogyri appeared next to Tamura. Tamura Shigaraki. Kurogyri, Tamura answered. Did you manage to kill 13? The rescue hero is out of commission. But there were students I was unable to disperse, and one of them got outside of the facility. Tamura began scratching his face. KK Kurogyri, you fool. If you weren't our warp gate, I'd tear apart every last atom in your body. There's no way we can win if dozens of pros show up to stop us. It's game over. Back to the title screen. And I was looking forward to being the one to finally kill that BSRD. Damn it. Let's go home. Did I hear that right? Minoru asked. Did he say they're gonna leave? That's what it sounded like to me, Sue answered. Don't count your blessing yet, Izuku said. Oh, before we leave dash, Tamura said. There it is, Izuku said. Let's make sure the symbol of peace is broken. He looked towards the three of them. Let's wreck his pride. He rushed forward. Let's make this hurt. His hand shot towards Sue. Izuku pointed his gun at Shigaraki's hand and pulled the trigger. The bullets shredded his hand. Arg. What the F dash? Who gave the NPCs real weapons? What FNG hacker FANG cheated me out of my win? F dash. He held his limp hand. Izuku grabbed his final two knives and threw them towards Shigaraki. Suddenly the Nomu was in front of Shigaraki, the knives stabbing into it. Suddenly the door of the USJ crashed open, revealing a very set-off Toshinori. Have no fear, students. Because I am here. Toshinori dashed down the stairs and picked up Minoru, Shota and Sue and put them down away from the fight. After all this waiting, the heroic piece of trash shows up, Tamura said. Everybody back to the entrance. And take Aizawa with you. He doesn't have much time. Sue wrapped her tongue around Shota. No, it wasn't supposed to go this way. Tamura muttered. He's still fast, father. Of course the number one hero relies on violence. I wasn't prepared. I couldn't see when he moved. He's faster than I thought he would be, but not as fast as he used to be. I guess it's true after all, Tamura grinned. All Might really is getting weaker. Can All Might handle this? Izuku reloaded his pistols. Toshinori dashed towards Tamura. He crossed his arms. Carolina dash. Nomu, Tamura said as the Nomu stood in front of him. Smash! The Nomu was unaffected as the water and Izuku were sent back. The Nomu tried to grab Toshinori, who ducked. Guess that has no effect on you. Let's try this. Toshinori left hooked, then right hooked the Nomu in the face. Doesn't even matter where I punch you, does it? Because Nomu here has shock absorption, all might. Tamura announced. The only way you're going to hurt him is to slowly gouge out his flesh. Of course, I don't think he'll sit back and let you do that. You've finally met your match. Shock absorption? And super strength? Thanks for telling me how to beat him. Toshinori ran behind the Nomu and grabbed it front behind. All I have to do is wear him down, then it's on to you. He suplexed the Nomu. When the smoke cleared, the Nomu was through a warp gate and holding onto Toshinori's sides, including his weak spot. What kind of a cheap trick is this? Toshinori coughed up blood, then shrank. He fell unconscious. I did it? Tamura's eyes widened. Your body has failed you? Ha ha, we've won. The symbol of peace has been defeated. Nomu kill dash. Izuku rushed forward and unloaded 2 magazines into the Nomu's eyes and exposed brain, making it fall over. What the F dash? Tamura asked. Why is one of the brats still here? Wait, Kurogiri said, those green lines? That's not a student. That's Flatline. Flatline? Tamura asked. Well, not only do we get to kill the #1 hero, but the #1 vigilante, too. What a happy coincidence. Nomu. Nomu? But I dash, Izuku looked back, seeing the stand-up and Nomu reform itself. What the F dash? I thought you said his quirk was shock absorption. The knives were pushed out of the Nomu's flesh and clinked on the concrete. I didn't say that was his only quirk, Tamura explained. He also has super regeneration. Nomu has been modified to take on All Might even at 100% of his power. He's basically a highly efficient punching bag that hits back. And super regeneration? Suddenly an explosion sounded throughout the area as Katsuki jumped onto Kurogiri, slamming his brace to the ground. Kurogiri, Tamura said. How could you let this brat get the best of you? You've gotten into a real jam here. Ha! You got Carless, you dumb villain, Katsuki said to Kurogiri. It wasn't hard to figure you out. Only certain parts of you turn into that smoking warp gate. You used that mist to hide your actual body as a kind of distraction, thinking that made you safe. That's why we missed. But if you didn't have a body, you wouldn't be wearing this neck armor, right? You're not immune to physical attacks if they're well aimed. Kurogiri tried to get up, which Katsuki responded to with miniature explosions. Don't move. You try anything funny and I'll blow your butt up so bad they'll be piecing your butt back together for weeks. That doesn't sound very heroic, Ijiro said, running up and standing down the villains. Shoto then arrived and crouched beside Toshinori, checking his pulse. He's alive. Let's free our method of escape, Tamura said. Get him, Nomu. The Nomu shot towards Katsuki. Izuku threw down his other bag of ball bearings in front of it, making it slip, followed by 2 smoke grenades to confuse it. Ijiro quickly grabbed Katsuki and moved him away. The Nomu then got up and picked up Kurogiri. Good. This thing, it's the perfect zombie. Izuku reloaded him magazines. These are my final 2 rounds. He then tried to pull the knives back to his hand, but they wouldn't move. What? Why aren't my quirks working? Why now? Is this Eraserhead? Why would he want me to lose? Now, Nomu, Tamura ordered. Kill Flatline. The Nomu rushed forward as Izuku raised his pistols, firing at the Nomu's face. Shoto sent ice in front of the Nomu at leg level to trip it. The Nomu crashed in front of Izuku. It then reformed and grabbed Izuku's leg. Izuku pointed his guns at Tamura. Call him off now? You're bluffing, Tamura sneered. Damn it, I only have 2 smoke grenades. Izuku thought. The Nomu picked him up and slammed him into the ground. F dash. What am I supposed to do? Even if my quirks were working, I'd have to go all out to even stand a chance. I need to do something. The Nomu snapped Izuku's leg. Arg. Going all out? I think I could accept that as a compromise. Suddenly green sparks appeared around Izuku. The debris around them began to float towards him, and his clothes warped as if they were no longer aware they were being worn. His guns fell through his hands and floated in place. Then his neck began to glow. "Wait, why do you get power-ups?" Tamura asked. Izuku felt pain shoot through his entire body. His mouth shot open and he screamed, F-. Out of his mouth came an enormous shockwave and fireball, tearing his vocal path to shreds. Everybody around him covered their ears and held their eyes closed in pain. The debris around Izuku, as well as his clothes and guns, flew away. The scream hit the Nomu and began tearing its flesh off, cauterizing the revealed flesh. The glass ceiling of the USJ shattered. "Wait, I think I can help." The shockwave and fireball suddenly focused on the Nomu, tearing further through the Nomu's flesh. Izuku thought, I'm not FANG dying naked, especially not in front of Kaken. Using his telekinesis, he pulled on the knives of the ground. Liking them, he then turned into the Nomu whilst the Nomu finally went limp. Izuku stopped screaming, he fell backwards. He felt his consciousness fading, so he pulled back on his real pants and hoodie, pulled out his smoke grenades and pulled the pins. "I need to turn back to my normal self." "Happy to oblige." The slime fell off Izuku and he put his hoodie and pants back on. He finally let the unconsciousness take him. No. He cheated. Tamura scratched his body. "You killed my anti-symbol of peace. I'm not done until I completely kill All Might." He ran towards Toshinori. His hand was about to grab Toshinori's face before a bullet ran through it. "Sorry everybody," Nizu said. "I know we're a bit late, but I got the teachers over here as fast as I could." Hisashi and Ectoplasm took down the low-rank villains who were beginning to get up. "Our priority is to protect our students." "Oh man, the pros are here," Tamura said. "Let's go home." He turned around right before bullets ran through his limbs. Kurogyri quickly scooped him up in a warp gate. Nizu looked at Toshinori. "Looks like it's time for Mirio to take the mantle." He then looked to Izuku. "But with the loss of one ally, we have the chance to gain another. Bring 2 stretchers. I want both of these men brought to Recovery Girl." Izuku woke up to a bright light. He groaned before sitting up and looking around. "It's been a while since I was in a hospital. Is there something on my hands?" He lifted the bedsheets off his hands, revealing they were in Quirk erasing HNDCFFS, which were then handcuffed to the bed. "I put those on you once your vitals were acceptable," Chio said, walking into the room. "You know you could have just left me. We both know I didn't accept you into my ward to fix you up." "Well, then I'd better get going." "Absolutely not." Chio hit him with her cane. "Now, first things first. What do you know about your quirk?" "I'm a ghost. I have ghost-like abilities." "Simple as that." "You and I know it's not that simple. I did a DNA analysis." "Do you think it was successful, Midoriya?" "Oh, she's good." A hologram appeared above Izuku's bed. "When you were 4, you took a DNA test. This was the result." A string of letters appeared on the screen. "This is the one I did." A second string of letters appeared. There are 14 anomalies between these 2 strings. Slices of the 2 strings separated and paired up, showing how they differed. "My first thought was maybe you had a secret sibling dash." "I do, his na dash." Chio hit him with her cane again. "But when I analyzed the anomalies using UA's prior knowledge of your quirk, I realized what these anomalies were. 10 new strings appeared, 9 of them perfectly matched 9 of the anomalies, and the other seemed to be a splice between the other 2 anomalies. We believe you have some form of a copy quirk. These DNA strands belong to 6 individuals we believe you have copied quirks from and that we could access the medical records of, confirming our suspicions dash. Congratulations, I can copy quirks. Can I leave now?" Of course you couldn't just change your DNA whenever you want a new quirk, so that's where the dying comes in. Temporarily shutting off your systems to change your biological makeup, like a software update dash. That's an interesting way of thinking about it. Please stop interrupting. I just have 2 more things to say. Firstly, why are the quirks you're copying themed? Because undead are cool. Can I speak? Please do. Alright, I don't know. Eventually I just leaned into the thematics. Well, that's disappointing. The final thing is actually bad news. For the most part, when you copy quirks, your quirk overrides junk DNA, that is DNA that would normally do nothing. However, each quirk has written over a little bit of functional DNA. Judging by the injuries you had when you first got here, the functional DNA changed is that which corresponds to the part of your body associated with the quirk. For example, your neck and fingers show significant quirk-related damage and severe atrophy as they are related to multiple of your quirks. So, what does this mean? Technically, you're closer than you probably mean when you say you're a ghost. Have you ever heard of walking ghost phase? I think I've heard of it before. Basically, it's a horrible condition where a person's DNA is destroyed, usually by radiation. Over the course of months, their body cells die like normal, but they can't replace those cells, so they literally fall apart. That is an extreme version of what is happening to you. The cells that have modified DNA cannot be replaced properly, so they just atrophy. I've received reports that you have been known to heal by drinking blood. I'd say that is a failsafe from your quirk to alleviate your symptoms, as otherwise you'd have to rely on dying very often to replace your missing cells. The theoretical cure for walking ghost phase was stem cells, and your body turns the blood you drink into those. That means you probably can consume more than just blood, and the most effective would be to just consume actual stem cells, like bone marrow. That, combined with your recently acquired regeneration quirk, should keep you healthy and possibly even immortal, but if you copy too many quirks, you'll overclock your healing and possibly die permanently. Then, so I really am a ghost dash. Chio hit him again. That is not the takeaway. We both know I don't care about dying. Yes, I know. That's why you're getting mandatory therapy sessions with Hound Dog. But, I'm not a student. I'd take that back though if I were you, Nizu said, walking into the ward, followed by Madam President. Recovery girl. He gestured to leave with him. Chio followed. To what honor do I own the company of the head of the Hero Public Safety Commission? Izuku asked. You are the most wanted vigilante, Madam said. I should have you arrested right now. But you are too useful for that, Madam continued. UA is offering you to join a rehab program so they can turn you into a hero. I normally would have said no, but the Commission also wants to use you. I've heard you claim to have brothers, one an info broker who worked with the hero killer and one a villain. We will play along and let you join the rehab program if these brothers you claim to have work for us. Lantern will be an undercover agent and Izumi will take over your moniker of Flatline. You want my info broker persona to become my vigilante persona and my villain persona to become an info broker? If you want to put it that way, but I'm sure Lantern was already a double agent. Yeah, whatever. Good, Madam left. Nizu then re-entered. I'm sure Madam President gave you conditions for joining the rehab program. I have one of my own. You will be my undercover agent in my battle against the Commission. So I'm just pretending to work with everybody. Well, I have a condition of my own. I'll accept as long as one other person can join the rehab program. We would be happy to receive another potential hero, Nizu smiled. Alright, so when does class start? Tomorrow. For now you're on house arrest unless the Commission or I give you an assignment that requires you to leave. You'll be living in the 1A dorms, the Heights Alliance. So Eraserhead's my teacher? Correct. What? He's dangerous. Isn't that Kaken's class? Can I wear a hoodie? I'd rather keep from getting recognized. I'd imagine you'd get noticed anyway. But if you want, you can. Should I have the teachers refer to you with a nickname? A nickname? What about Izumi? No, that's the name for my vampire persona. How about Kuyadori? Kuya it is. By the way, All Might is retiring. The next day, Class 1A waited for their substitute teacher. They discussed All Might's retirement. Attention, homeroom class is about to begin. Tenya ordered, running into the room. Everybody stop talking and take your seats. We're all sitting, Ijiro said. Yeah, you're the only one standing, Hanta said. Tenya sat down. Mina leaned back, Tsu catching her. Hey Tsu, so who do you think's gonna teach class today? No idea, Tsu replied. Mr. Aizawa is still in the hospital, recovering from his injuries. The door opened, in walked Shota covered in bandages. Morning class. Mr. Aizawa, what are you doing here? Class 1A yelled. My well-being is irrelevant, Shota said, walking to the podium. What's more important is that we have a new student. Mr. Aizawa? Tenya asked. Should we have a new student so early in the year? Like I said on day 0, we have been down a student until now. That is because Nizu planned for us to have this boy in the class, but he hasn't been able to join until now. Shota looked to the door. You can come in now. The door slid open. Izuku stood there wearing a brand new green hoodie. Achiko and Katsuki looked in confusion. They both thought, why does he look familiar? Izuku walked in front of the podium. Are you going to introduce yourself? Shota asked. Izuku shook his head. Shota sighed. Whatever, class, this is Kuyadori. Dori, the empty seat is yours. Now that all problem children are here, we're going back to the field so that Dori can take the Quirk apprehension test. Izuku stood at the start of a 50-meter running track. Get to the end as fast as you can, Shota instructed. Lemillion's quirks, plus removing gravity, plus super strength in. My fast twitch muscles should make easy work of this. Izuku shot forward. 3.15 seconds. He did the same thing for the distance run, taking second place again. Izuku held a grip test. Before Shota explained, Izuku crushed the device. That maxes out at 1,000 kilograms. Izuku stood in front of a sandpit. Long jump, do I have to clear it or get as far as I can? Guess it doesn't really matter. He ran forward with the same speed as the 100-meter dash. He then pretended to trip and fell, upward. There I go. Cleared. All right, repeated sidesteps. Jump side to side as fast as possible. Flight, plus super strength, plus using telekinesis on the test bots which are fixed in place, so I'll be pulled instead. Izuku shot side to side almost as fast as Mineta. Izuku used his super strength for the seated toe touch and sit-ups, clearing the toe touch and getting third place for sit-ups. Izuku stood in front of Class 1A and Shota, who was holding a softball. Throw this with your quirk. Get it as far as you can. He tossed the ball to Izuku. Izuku caught the ball and looked at it. I could try stacking quirks that would accelerate the ball, or I could just. He removed the ball's gravity and threw it. When Shota's device beeped, he showed it to the class. Another infinity? Class 1A asked. So, is his quirk like mine? Achiko thought. What the F dash? Katsuki yelled. How many quirks does this BSTRD have? He ran forward, hand exploding. Izuku quickly jumped back, but as it was a split-second reaction he was unable to keep his hoodie on. Katsuki froze. Deku? Well, looks like my cover didn't last long. You can stop calling me Dori. Teach, Izuku said, looking to Shota. Katsuki grabbed Izuku's collar. Why aren't you DD-? Dead, Kaken? Izuku looked at Katsuki. Are you asking me why I didn't stay dead after I took your suggestion of suicide? Well, it turns out your idea worked. I died and was reborn with a useful quirk in my next life. Of course, I've had many other lives since then. He grabbed Katsuki's hand, forcing it off his collar. He then walked towards the rest of 1A. In the group he noticed one girl crying. He's alive. Achiko thought, tears flowing from her eyes. You're that girl from the entrance exam, right? Sorry I didn't properly say goodbye back then. Shota cleared his throat. Izuku Midoriya gets first place overall. Now get changed and go to lunch. Izuku and the other boys were busy changing. So, why haven't you attended UA until now? Hanta asked. I've been busy, Izuku replied. Izuku, regardless of whether or not you're busy, you should still attend classes, Tenya stated. How do you and Bakugo know each other? Ajiro asked. We were childhood friends, Izuku replied. Why do you call each other Kaken and Deku? Denki asked. They were our nicknames for each other. I feel drawn to that bird-headed boy. Izuku felt his interest switch to Fumikage. He walked over to the boy. Hey, I feel like I recognize you. What's your quirk? I have a sentient shadow, Fumikage said, dark shadow popping out. Hi, Dark Shadow said. I need that quirk. Izuku felt his throat get extremely sore, even more than last time. Oh no. Are you okay? Fumikage asked. Izuku collapsed. Dark Shadow. Dark Shadow quickly scooped up Izuku. Fumikage then ran out of the locker room, several other boys following. They eventually got to Recovery Girl's office. "How can I help you boys?" Chio asked. The new kid suddenly collapsed. Tenya informed. "I think he may have overused his quirk during Aizawa's quirk apprehension test." "Of course he did," Chio rolled her eyes. "Just put him on one of the beds. Then please finished getting dressed." Izuku woke up. Suddenly, he felt something hard hit his face. "Why would you just kill yourself out of nowhere?" He heard Chio's voice. Izuku opened his eyes. "I didn't do anything, I just felt severe pain in my throat." Suddenly green flowed out of him, taking the shape of a jack-o'-lantern. "I'm alive. What the hell is that?" Izuku asked. Chio hit the pumpkin with her cane. "Ow. Why are you?" Chio asked. "Jack, my name is Jack," the pumpkin answered. "Jack?" Izuku asked. "Why does that feel familiar?" "Because you named me," Jack said. "When you were 4. Are you my quirk?" Izuku asked. "Yes. I am the all-powerful quirk of everlasting life in undeath, Jack." "So, can you answer why all of Midoriya's quirks are related to undeath?" Chio asked. "Of course," Jack said. "It's because only undead quirks are worth it, and the more undead quirk he has, the more powerful and undead Izuku is." "So I have undead-themed quirks because you like them?" Izuku asked. "Yep." "Wait, are you the reason my quirks keep on failing?" "Well, it's not like I could tell you to copy specific quirks. I was limited in what I could affect." "What could you affect?" "Your copied quirks and your emotions." "No. Don't tell me you made me suicidal so you could get free quirks." Jack went silent. "Recovery Girl, is there any way to make Eraserhead's quirk permanent?" "Not that I know of, dear." "No, please," Jack cried. "Eraserhead is dangerous. He can actually kill you." "Last time I checked, you made me okay with that," Izuku replied. "Have you not noticed you suddenly feel fear and pain when Eraserhead uses his quirk?" Jack asked. "That's me suppressing them. You are actually terrified of dying." "You are definitely attending those therapy sessions," Chio said. Izuku sat in class 1A. The rest of the class were talking to each other. "I am." Toshinori burst through the door in his buff form. Coming through the door like a normal person. "All Might, are you not retiring, sir?" Tenya asked, hand-chopping. All Might deflated and coughed up blood. "No, unless a miracle happens, I am retired, young Ida." "I am very sorry to hear that." Ida replied. "Everybody, meet me at ground beta. And Izuku, your old costume has been cleaned. Of course we couldn't get the helmet, so we made a new one. You'll be using it until a better one is made." Izuku walked out of the dark tunnel that was the entrance to ground beta. Several of the 1A students looked at him. There was murmuring among them. Among the murmuring, Izuku heard a couple mentions of Flatline. "I knew this was a bad idea." Tenya walked up to Izuku. "Here we go." "Midoriya, was it? I forgot to say welcome to UA this morning. And I wanted to make sure you're all right after your incident." Thanks. I'm fine." Uraraka walked up to him. "Ah, Midoriya, are you really okay?" "Yeah, don't worry. My quirk makes me really good at recovering from damage." "Oh, thank God." She hugged him. "Oh, okay, this is happening now. They say that clothes make the pros, young ladies and gentlemen," Toshinori said. "And behold, you are the proof." He then deflated again. "Now that you're ready, it's time for combat training." "Sir, will these be team-on-team indoor battle again?" Ida asked. "Just a second," Toshinori then continued. "The situation is this. The villains have hidden a nuclear missile somewhere in their hideout. The hero must try to foil their plans. To do that, the good guy must either catch the evildoers or recover the weapon. Likewise, the bad guys succeed if they either protect the weapon or capture the hero." "So there's just one hero for each group?" Ida asked. 20 students should be much easier to make more even fights." "That's the thing, there is only one group. Young Midoriya will be fighting all 19 of you. 1 on 19. 1A yelled in shock. Sir, isn't that unfair? Uraraka asked. Midoriya's experience and power should balance the odds. I'm okay with this, Izuku said. Izuku stood outside a large building which the other students recently entered. He searched through his pockets. Wait, are my weapons still in here? He pulled out a knife, then he touched the blade. Rubber. The hero may now enter the building, Toshinori announced over the loudspeaker. They're probably stacking opponents at the bottom and top floors and around the bomb. I could probably fly directly to the bomb by flying through the building itself, but that's no fun. Izuku levitated and flew around the building until he found a fuse box, which he then kicked in. What will you do now? Stick to the windows and give me a straight path or brave the dark where I'm king. He then flew up to top floor. He peeked over the roof, seeing Hanta, Koji, Mizo, Uraraka, and Yuga. He's here, Mizo said. Izuku jumped up onto the roof. So, you're the lookouts. A blue laser shot towards him, ripping his hoodie but going through him. That won't work on me a second time. He threw a knife at Yuga. Yuga Aoyama has been eliminated, Toshinori announced. Suddenly a flock of birds smashed into Izuku. So one of these guys has the bird summoning quirk. Guess I'll stab them next. He noticed Koji flinch. Found you, Izuku clapped, creating a shockwave that blew the birds away. He then shot forwards towards Koji. Mizo jumped in front of him. Izuku pulled on the knife he had thrown at Yugi and it hit Mizo. Mizo Shoji has been eliminated. Izuku felt a hand touch his back, followed by something wrap around him. Suddenly he was spun around and was flying away from the roof. I'm weightless. That just means I can do this. He pulled on Yugi's belt, pulling himself back to the roof. He then grabbed the tape around him, pulling Hanta towards him, into the path of a second knife. Hanta Zero has been eliminated. 2 left. Zero gravity is not that useful against me, so the other one's the only threat. He shot towards Koji again, before being flipped over by Uraraka. I got him. Uraraka yelled. Koji, tape him. Going for martial combat is a good idea with your quirk, Izuku said. But you clearly lack training, you're just pinning my arms. Izuku swept his legs around, knocking Uraraka over before throwing a knife at her with his now free arm. Achiko Uraraka has been eliminated. Izuku stood up and looked to Koji. Koji surrendered. Good choice. Koji Koda has surrendered. Izuku heard students running up the stairs. He jumped back off the roof, floating down right before the door to the roof flew open. Izuku levitated above the ground and put his hand through the front door, unlocking it. He then opened the door to see a roof filled with purple ball. He walked in seeing Minoru. One defender, did I attract everybody else to the roof? That's poor strategy. Regardless, you've seen what I'm capable of. Surrender. Minoru grabbed 3 balls from his head. He then threw one straight at Izuku and the other 2 sliding to either side. Izuku smirked. So you actually have some strategy, he said as he dodged the first, but in trying to dodge the second too, he touched a ball stuck to a wall. You're the one who should surrender, villain. Minoru countered. My ball are super sticker, you can't detach them, but I just bounce off. He ran to a ball and bounced off it into another one, becoming a human pinball bouncing thought the room. He then shot towards Izuku, hitting him. Yeah, how have you liked that? Pretty weak, Izuku said, completely unfazed. Then how about this? Minoru bounced away to the other side of the room where a bunch of balls were piled together like a shelter. Denki then jumped down the stairs. 1.3 million volts. Lightning filled the room. Jack shot out of Izuku, blocking the lightning. Denki Kaminari has eliminated himself, Toshinori announced. Fumikage then walked down the stairs. Good, there's some light down here. What was the line? Hero, you may have defeated Kaminari, but you are still stuck, or something like that. He released Dark Shadow, who grew almost as large as it was in the downpour zone and smashed into Izuku. I may be stuck, but I specifically chose walls that weren't load-bearing to stick myself to. He then began to flex as the wall started to crumble and broke off. Izuku punched Dark Shadow, the wall coming with him, strengthening his punch. He right-hooked Dark Shadow, who countered with a left hook. He punched downwards onto Dark Shadow, smashing Dark Shadow into the floor. Izuku then shot towards Fumikage and punched him, knocking him out. Fumikage Tokoyami has been eliminated, Toshinori announced. Izuku then looked to Minoru. Your move. Please, I surrender, Minoru said, shaking. Minoru Mineta has surrendered. Izuku walked away from the other three boys and moved his arms out of the ball, making the walls fall off and crash to the ground. Izuku then flew back out and up to the roof. Seeing the roof empty and the door open, he flew through. The stairs were covered in pink sludge. What is that? He flew down the stairwell. When he got down, it got a lot darker, so he activated his night vision goggles and looked around, seeing Mina, Mashireo and Rikido. I'm guessing she's responsible for the sludge. He threw a knife at Mina. Hey! Mina yelled. Mina Ishido has been eliminated, Toshinori announced. What? He's here. Mashireo asked. I'll get him, Rikido announced, dashing towards Mina. No, wait. Mashireo ordered right before Rikido tripped into Mina, the two falling over. Ow! Mina cried. Sorry, Rikido said. Izuku threw a knife at Rikido. Rikido Sato has been eliminated, Toshinori announced. That's half down, Izuku said. Mashireo turned to him, taking a fighting stance. I know you can't see me. I'm still going to try. A battle of honor it is. Izuku stopped levitating and stood on the floor. There you are, Mashireo shot forward. Izuku jumped up and punched Mashireo, who spun around, hitting Izuku with his tail. He then grabbed Izuku and threw him down the next stairwell. Before Izuku fell down, he pulled on the knives which hit Mashireo. Mashireo Ojiro has been eliminated, Toshinori announced. Izuku felt more sludge on the stairs, which began to burn him as he slipped down. Suddenly something wrapped around Izuku's waist and he started flying towards the center of the room before something large hit him at a high speed, knocking him into a wall. He looked around and saw Kyuka, Momo and Tsu, all wearing night vision goggles. You've been super annoying, Kyuka said. She plugged her jacks into her boots and a shockwave shot out of them, hitting Izuku. Time to test my new healing ability. Yeah. Izuku shouted, canceling out Kyuka's shockwave and knocking her back. He felt his throat burn before soothing. Kyuka Jairu has been eliminated, Toshinori announced. A staff and shield formed in Momo's hands as she and Tsu shot towards Izuku. Momo slammed her staff into Izuku as Tsu kicked him. Izuku grabbed the staff and Tsu's leg and slammed them into each other before throwing them away. Azui Tsuyu has been eliminated. Izuku threw a knife at Momo, who blocked it with her shield. She then threw the shield at Izuku. Izuku grabbed the shield and threw it back. Momo Yaoyorozu has been eliminated. Izuku looked around. The floor they were on had lots of side rooms. He looked into each one until he saw Katsuki in one of the rooms, standing in front of a door and looking sad. Deku, how did you survive? Why didn't you come home? Turns out my quirk is better than I thought. I just can't die. Sorry about that, I know how much you wanted me to. Katsuki ran forward. Wanted you to die? He threw a right hook at Izuku. Do you understand how sorry I felt when you died? You don't get to be sorry. Izuku punched Katsuki, knocking him to the ground. You're the one who killed me, you caused all of this. He punched Katsuki, feeling bones break. Katsuki pulled the pin on his left gauntlet, blowing Izuku into the ceiling. Don't talk to me about responsibility. You could have saved All Might. A tear ran down his cheek. Young Bakugu, stop. Toshinori yelled, you could cause serious injury. Not gonna happen. Katsuki punched Izuku and then pulled the pin on his second grenade, blowing Izuku through the floor. Izuku began to float and flew back up. Don't you dare blame me for that. I tried to save him. Izuku shot into Katsuki. Besides, All Might hold some responsibility for what happened to me. Izuku grabbed Katsuki's leg and threw him into the ground. Katsuki Bakugu has been eliminated, Toshinori said. Izuku then opened the door Katsuki was guarding. Inside was the nuke, which was encased in ice. In front of the nuke was Ijiro, Tenya and Shoto. Behold, I am the personification of villainy, Tenya said. Your villain act needs work, Izuku said. Hero, you have the powers of a ghost, but we excel in defense. We are perfectly matched and therefore the villains will succeed by running out the time. So you're going to let the nuke explode while you're standing next to it? How are you going to reap the rewards when you're dead, villain? Ida froze. You're right. What's the point in blowing up the city if I'm in it? Kirishima, Todoroki, you two defend the bomb. Tenya ran out of the room. Wait, hold up. Ajiro said. It's not a real bomb. Tenya Ida has ran away, Toshinori announced. I'm going to finish this now, Shoto said, ice rushing forward towards Izuku. Izuku punched the ice, smashing it. More ice shot forward. Izuku turned translucent before he flew through his clothes, then the ice. He shot towards Shoto and punched him into the ice guarding the bomb. I expected more from Endeavor's son. You could have at least used fire. I'm weaker to non-physical attacks. Shoto Todoroki has been eliminated, Toshinori announced. Speaking of physical attacks, Izuku looks to Ijiro. Whoa dude, you're even willing to strip to win a fight. So manly. Ijiro tried to punch Izuku, but his fist went through. Izuku then punched out Ijiro. Ijiro Kirishima has been eliminated, Toshinori announced. Finally, Izuku looked to the bomb. Yeah. He shattered the ice around it. He almost touched the bomb when a knife touched his back. What? I got him. Toru cheered. Sorry, but that wasn't a lethal strike. You want to go for the jugular? Where you hit you would have stabbed my liver. Izuku said, grabbing the rubber knife and plunging it into his neck, like this. He then touched the bomb. What the F dash? Toru screamed. Izuku Midoriya has touched the bomb. He wins. Toshinori yelled before coughing up blood. Why did he say I was responsible, and why do I feel like I recognize him? Hagakure, please take young Midoriya to the infirmary. Mirio and Toshinori were called to another meeting with Neo Mesa. I'm sure you're aware of the recent updates to what we know about All for One. We believe the League of Villains is related to him. Yes. But also, if you remember the name of the boy who went missing was Izuku Midoriya. What? Toshinori yelled before coughing up blood. After Izuku woke up he was brought to a meeting room. After a long wait, the door to the room opened and in walked Inko and Mitsuki. Mom? Izuku asked. Izuku? Inko ran to Izuku, hugging him and crying. Izuku's eyes began to water. Hi Mom, it's been a while. Sorry, I couldn't find you. Where have you been? Inko asked. Well, Izuku averted his gaze. I've been busy being the most wanted vigilante. What? Surprise. Izuku scratched his cheek. I'm Flatline. You're Flatline? Inko asked. While we're on the subject of surprises. You legally have 2 new sons now. What? Yeah, I kinda created secret identities and the government wants to officialize them for our safety. And to use them to their advantage. Oh, and there's also Jack. Jack? Jack flowed out of Izuku. Jack Midoriya at your service. Inko jumped back, yelping. Izuku walked into the Heights Alliance. The living room were the rest of 1A playing games. Some of 1A looked up. Midoriya, come join us. Denki said. Midoriya heard a couple groans. I'm not sure. Izuku began walking to the stairs. Midoriya, Tenya said. It's important you engage in team-building exercises. As class president, I insist you join. Izuku sighed. Fine. He walked into the living room and sat down. After half an hour of playing games, Mina began asking. So Izuku? Oh no, here we go, Izuku thought. Do you have a crush? Not exactly dash. Hey Midobro, Ijiro said. Are you really Flatline? Everybody looked at Izuku. Izuku sighed. I knew this was happening. I've dropped that name. Midoriya, Ida said. Vigilantism is a serious crime dash. I know, Izuku said. But Izuku Midoriya was dead for the last 4 years. And now I've been forced to study here as a rehabilitation program. So, does that mean we don't have to worry about Flatline anymore? Denki asked. I wouldn't say that. 1A looked even more interested. Whilst I won't be Flatline anymore, I'm guessing others will take the title in my absence. So, how does your quirk work? Hachiko asked. Part of it seems similar to mine. Katsuki looked over. My quirk is a copy quirk. Part of it seems similar to yours because it is yours, Izuku explained. Oh, that makes sense, Hachiko said. That would be why there's so many parts. So, how does the copying work? I'll let my quirk explain itself. Jack flowed out of Izuku, shocking the rest of the class, especially Tokoyami. Sup losers? Name's Jack. I'm the world's strongest quirk. Katsuki scoffed. Jack looked at Katsuki. You want to go? Izuku beat you with one quirk last time. Jack looked back at the rest of 1A. Anyway, I am Izuku's quirk. I am an undead-themed, sentient copy quirk. The way I copy quirks is by rewriting Izuku's DNA when he dies to add the closest quirk to him before bringing him back to life. Class 1A went silent. Wait, Ijiro said. Your quirk requires you to die? Izuku responded, I do tend to call myself a ghost, and not just because of the powers I show off. So, how many times have you died? Denki asked. Izuku thought for a moment. I've died 11 times. 11 times? Hanta repeated. How have you died so many times? Is vigilantism really that dangerous? Maybe you should ask Jack, Izuku said, glaring at Jack who was whistling. I think we should end the session here, Tenya said. Izuku waited for class to start. Shota walked in and stood at the podium. Izuku Midoriya, your costume and a special sports uniform have arrived. Cool, Izuku responded. Now, students, your fight isn't over yet. Shota continued. The UA Sports Festival is about to start. Is it really the best idea to hold the sports festival right after a villain attack? Kyuka asked. Apparently the administration thinks this is a good way to show that the threat has been handled, and our school is safer than ever. Plus, they're beefing up security compared to past years. This event is a huge opportunity for all students at UA. Soon after Shota had left, the class went to follow, but other students were blocking the door. Why the heck are you all here? Hachiko asked. Do you students have some sort of business with our class? They're scouting out the competition, idiots, Katsuki said. We're the class that's gotten all the attention, that survived a real villain attack. He walked up to the other students. At least now you know what a future pro looks like. Now move it, extras. You can't call people extras just because you don't know them. Ida reprimanded. So this is Class 1A, a purpled-haired boy in the crowd said. I heard you guys were impressive, but you just sound like an butt. Is everyone in the hero course delusional, or just you? Katsuki scowled. How sad to come here and find a bunch of egomaniacs. I wanted to be in the hero course, but like many others here I was forced to join a different track. Then I heard a rumor that they had let a vigilante into one. Consider this a declaration of war. Dude, say something, Ijiro said. It's your fault they're all hating on us. These people don't matter, Katsuki countered. The only things that's important is that I beat them. He pushed through the crowd. Damn it, I hate that was such a manly exit, Ijiro said. Izuku was called to another meeting. This time when the door opened, Toshinori and Mirio walked in. And now this is happening, Izuku thought. Toshinori and Mirio sat opposite Izuku, nobody talking. Why is everybody looking so sad? Mirio asked, breaking the tension. You looked a little worse for where last time I saw you, Midoriya. I could say the same about you, Izuku said. What's it like being in the top 10? You gonna surpass Endeavor yet? A lot of people are saying I should have already, Mirio grinned. Midoriya Toshinori began. First I want to say I'm so sorry. I never wanted any of this to happen. I was 4, Izuku said, looking away. What? Toshinori asked. When I gave you he looked to Mirio. Does he know? Your injury. I was 4-inch. What do you mean you gave me my injury? Midoriya, you didn't Yes, I did. When it happened, that boy you sacrificed yourself to save, he was me. That was you? Tears began to fall from Izuku's eyes. But apparently the injury wasn't enough. Fate decided I had to finish the job. Toshinori thought back to their meeting. Did you think, The one responsible for your injury could ever be a hero? Why, young Midoriya? You are not the one responsible. You are not the one who I said I couldn't forgive. Regardless if you didn't mean me. I'm still responsible. I still destroyed the symbol of peace. Izuku, Mirio said. I think you should know something. And Mirio? Toshinori questioned. He deserves to know, Mirio said. He apparently has one for all too. Midoriya, Toshinori was always going to lose his power. It wasn't his to begin with. What? Izuku asked. Toshinori's power was called One for All. It's the combination of a quirk transferring quirk and a power stockpiling quirk. One for All was made at the dawn of quirks by a villain who went by the name All for One. He had, or has, the power to steal quirks and give those stolen quirks to others. He has hunted the users of One for All for centuries. That villain All Might fought that day, that was him, he was going to kill All Might. So, in a way, you actually saved All Might by distracting All for 1 inch. Mirio snickered. Wait, this is a lot to process. So, is One for All gone? You said I had it? Did I copy it? All Might transferred it to me. My original quirk is permeation, that is the ability to move through objects. People have theorized that my flight and lightning were alternate uses to my power, such as friction for the lightning or reversing my power for the flight, but the lightning is One for All and the flight is float, the quirk of Nana Shimura, the user before All Might. Since I failed to save you, I have slowly unlocked more quirks of previous users, but I'm guessing you didn't copy those. That makes sense. So I copied One for All from you, and that would be what my sparks are. The DNA Alasis said I copied 4 quirks from you, so those would be permeation, float, stockpile, and transfer? Maybe One for All splitting has made my version weaker, hence why it's only sparks. Or maybe because I only have 4 of the quirks within mine, my version is only as powerful as you 4 have increased it? If you're strong enough to beat that Nomu thing, you can probably add the strength All Might has added to that, Mirio winked. But I don't have a transformation quirk like All Might. It's not a transformation quirk, Toshinori said. Remember the pool thing? I'm actually quirkless. Well, I can't wait to start teasing you in your head, Mirio said. What? Izuku asked, confused. Transfer not only stores our quirks, but our consciousnesses. Mirio explained. Eventually, you'll see the 4 of us in your head, but you will only be able to talk to Nana Shimura and the first user, One for All himself, as living users aren't fully stored. Wait, if I have transfer dash, Izuku held out his hand to Toshinori. Jack flowed out of Izuku and slapped his hand away. What the hell are you thinking? I was going to give All Might the Nomu's quirks, Izuku said. The super strength and shock absorption will bring him back to his prime level strength, and the regeneration should heal his injury. Those are perfect undead quirks. You can't lose them. But dash. Young Midoriya, Toshinori said. I'm flattered, but I know how much you need that regeneration beyond themes, and you'll require those other quirks if All for One is coming for you. However, if you do happen across any quirks that don't fit your theme but would help me, I'll be happy to take them then. Deal. Jack said enthusiastically. Then how about All for One? Izuku suggested. It must be on the same level as One for All and it's not undead themed. No, Toshinori denied. I couldn't bring myself to use that quirk, and if All for One is alive then he could have hundreds of quirks. That's enough to overwhelm your regeneration, it will kill you. So I just have to die near All for One and I won't come back? Izuku asked, grinning. Don't you dare, Toshinori said. I think we're done here. That evening a box was outside Izuku's room. Inside was a red version of his vigilante costume, a note and a burner phone. Izuku read the note. Izumi, this is your Flatline costume. The Hero Public Safety Commission will send a convoy to UA tonight. You will be there. Izuku donned the costume. He then turned invisible, the costume remaining translucent. He then walked through his wall, the costume moving with him. Good works. He flew to the UA entrance where a limousine was pulled up. Landing, he turned visible and walked up to the limousine. The door opened. Izuku climbed in. Inside was Madam President and Taigo Takami, who was eating chicken. I'm guessing Hawks is here to keep me in line. You must really want me around if you're going to hire the number 2 hero, or is there something else between Hawks and the commission? Taigo looked to Madam and grinned. He's good. You're supposed to be good at quirk analysis, Madam said. I'm guessing that come in handy for your vigilante work. Tonight we're going to test that. We're going to set up a scenario that allows you to show off your skills, and shows us how you go about your work. Hawks will be the bait. Nah, Taigo joked. I wanted to spar with Flatline. There will be plenty of time for sparring in the future when the two of you work together. They arrived at a warehouse. This will be where Hawks gets ambushed. How do you start? First, I would have gotten a request for quirk analysis by a villain or group of villains. They would give me a list of their quirks and tell me what hero they're after. Normally, I would give them a scenario that gives them the best advantage against the hero that I could think of, a place nearby the hero's patrol that neutralizes the hero's quirk as much as possible whilst making their quirks as usable as possible. If I decide the hero's worth saving, I'll prioritize making my own quirks as usable as possible whilst making it seem like I'm treating it like a normal commission. A warehouse would have suited my ghost powers, but I'm not sure it's that great for a vampire. I guess we'll see. Alright, there are 2 villains for this scenario. One can teleport to any place she can see and the other can turn his body into water. Both quirks are useful against Hawks as they can avoid his feathers. Exactly, so it's up to you to save him. The weapons you have been provided are rubber, so feel free to go for the kill. You make the mistake of thinking I can't kill if I have fake weapons, Izuku sighed. Whatever, let's do this. Taigo flew into the warehouse. Izuku turned invisible and flew through the walls of the warehouse into the rafters. Taigo tried to attack the faux villains with his feathers. The woman teleported around, trying to stab Taigo whilst the man chased him. Taigo seemed to be playing with them but was slowly getting frustrated. The woman keeps trying to teleport in front of Hawks, but Hawks is moving randomly, so I just have to guess where she thinks he's going to move. Izuku threw a knife in front of Hawks right before he changed direction. It hit the woman, knocking her over. He then jumped down and pretended to lick the knife. You're paralyzed. The man stopped attack Taigo and charged for Izuku. I'm not allowed to use voice, but what about dash? Why can't I move? The water asked. I can paralyze anybody by drinking their blood. I guess your water form counts. Good job, Taigo said, flying over to Izuku. Can you beat me? Are you after that spar? Izuku asked. Jack, turn off the blood quirk effects. Izuku turned back to normal and the man reformed. I'm down. Let's do this. Taigo flew up. Use your ghost powers. Feathers flew at Izuku and went through him. Izuku turned invisible and flew up to Taigo. He pulled on the feathers and flew through Taigo, the feathers stabbing into him. I've dash. Good job. Can't wait to train you. Why would I need training if I beat you? Suddenly feathers stabbed into Izuku from behind. Sheet. Because I never said we were done. Good job, Madam said, walking into the warehouse. Is there anything else before we send Izuku back to UA? There's something I need to do, Izuku said. Taigo, go with him, Madam said. Izuku flew to his old meeting spot. He sat there for a while before a knife flew at him. He caught it. What are you doing here? Himiko asked. Where's Izumi? Izuku took off his helmet. I am Izumi. My brother, Izuku, got arrested and I'm taking over as Flatline. Izumi. Himiko ran over to him. She then tried to stab him. That doesn't explain why you haven't been around. Sorry I didn't tell you sooner, but they've been watching me. It turns out Flatline doesn't work alone. If you want to see me more in the future, they let me go to UA and UA said they want you to join. Wait, you thinks I can be a hero? The UA Sports Festival is coming up. If you join now you can show the world you can be a hero. How do I know I can trust them? Because they don't want to upset me. If it turns out this was a trick I might decide to commit a couple war crimes. Himiko snickered. Give me blood and I'll do it. Deal. So, Hawks really is working with the commission, Nizu said. I guess we shouldn't hire him for the sports festival. Is that all, Nizu? Izuku asked. I want to know how you managed to avoid the defenses, Nizu said. I'd like to improve our defenses for the festival. I could avoid most detectors by flying over them, others could be avoided by hiding in crowds. I also made myself intangible, just leaving parts that would leave my clothes on to not look like a human to some detectors. Thank you for the information. That will be all, Izuku. Please enjoy your week of time off and the festival. Yes, sir. Izuku got up and left Nisa's office. Everybody, get your game faces on. Ida commanded. We're entering the arena soon. Shoto walked over to Izuku. Midoriya. What? Izuku asked. From an objective standpoint, I think it's fairly clear that we're the strongest two in the class. Midoriya, know that I will beat you. Katsuki growled. Hey! Hisashi shouted over the loudspeaker. Make some noise, all you rabid sports fans. The crowd cheered. Get those cameras prepped, media hordes. This year we're bringing you some of the hottest performances in sports festival history, guaranteed. I've only got one question before we start this show. Are you ready? Let me hear you scream as our students make their way to the main gate. The first years walked into the arena. This first group is not new to the spotlight, you know them from withstanding a villain attack. The dazzling class lighting up your screen with solid gold skills. The Hero Core students of Class 1A. This next group hasn't gotten nearly as much screen time, but they still have just as much talent. Welcome Hero Course Class 1B. Next up, General Classes C, D, and E. Support Classes F, G, and H. And finally Business Classes I, J, and K. Give it up for all of UAA first-year contestants. Now the introductory speech. Nomuri announced from the central platform. And for the student pledge, we have Achiko Uraraka. Achiko walked up to the stand and stood behind the podium. She breathed out. I once thought I couldn't be a hero. That my quirk was too weak, that I didn't have the drive. I came to UA so they could make a hero out of me so I could help those I care about, but I was shown I already was a hero. I was shown that you don't need a powerful or flashy quirk to be a hero. You don't need to be the person who beats the bad guy to be a hero. To be a hero you just need to be willing to help, to be the one that tries to do what they can to save others. Today is the day we show we're willing to be that person, to show why we're here. To show the world what it means to be a hero. She pulled away from the podium and the audience applauded. Without further ado, it's time for us to get started. Nomuri announced. This is where you begin feeling the pain. The first game of the festival. A hologram appeared behind her. It showed a scrolling picture which eventually landed on obstacle race. Tada! All contestants will compete to run 4 kilometers around the outside of the stadium. I don't want to restrain anyone, at least in this game. As long as you don't leave the course, you're free to do whatever your heart desires. The students gathered at the exit to the stadium. An obstacle race? Izuku thought. Should be pretty easy. This tunnel is clearly the first obstacle. Begin! Nomuri shouted. The students ran into the tunnel as Izuku flew over them. Ice blasted through the tunnel and out both ends, freezing the students to the ground. Izuku flew through the ice and out of the tunnel, followed by Shoto and then the rest of one. As Izuku flew forward he noticed robots guarding the way forward. Enemies have shown up out of nowhere. Hisashi said. I bet we're in for a treat here. Izuku turned invisible and flew through a zero-pointer. And Izuku Midoriya has completely disappeared. Compartments on the back of the zero-pointer opened, revealing missiles which shot towards Izuku. So Nizu made sensors that I can't avoid. I'm guessing those missiles are specifically designed for me. Izuku flew back around and through the zero-pointer, which was now covered in ice and was about to fall. The missiles changed course to avoid the robot and continue for Izuku. Clever. The missiles suddenly changed course and flew towards the ground. Looking down, Izuku saw himself. Izuku turned visible and flew after the missiles. Once he got close they exploded, burning him. He fell to the ground and began healing. Thanks. The other Izuku winked. The zero-pointer slammed into the ground. The other Izuku jumped over the carnage and continued forward. Izuku got back up and flew back past the robots and came up to a canyon full of pillars with ropes between them. Next up it's the fall. Hisashi announced. The fake Izuku nimbly power-walked along each rope as the real Izuku flew over. Izuku flew to the final zones. Izuku Midoriya makes it to the final obstacle in record time. But will flight alone be enough to avoid a minefield? To the side of the minefield were missile launchers which all fired at once, surrounding Izuku and closing in. This will hurt. I can either let them explode and take severe damage to my entire body, temporarily taking me out and possibly losing me the win, or I can destroy enough to make a path out, losing me my voice temporarily. Option 2 is definitely better. Yeah. The crowd started murmuring about his multiple familiar quirks. He shouted, making the missiles in front of him explode as he flew through the gap. The remaining missiles changed course and flew after him again. They were catching up. These ones are faster. Jack, you're up. Right. Jack flew out towards the missiles. Once they got close, the missiles exploded. Izuku then flew towards the exit. Shoto and Katsuki chased after him, catching up to him. Deku! Katsuki yelled. Izuku pulled on some of the landmines, pulling them out of the dirt and making them fly into Shoto and Katsuki, blowing them up. Whilst the two were caught in the explosion, the fake Izuku ran past them and Achiko flew past, looking like she was about to throw up. The two ran out of the smoke and continued forth. Engines could be heard from behind as Ida had now passed the mines and was catching up. Eraserhead, just what are you teaching these students? Hisashi asked. This has nothing to do with me, Shota said. Each of them is powered by their own drive to succeed. There you have it, folks, Hisashi said. Eraserhead is a terrible teacher. What? Shota responded. Izuku flew through the entrance to the arena. And Izuku Midoriya is the winner. Hisashi announced. Hey, it's that kid, Death Arms said. Oh yeah, he fought the sludge monster, Shinji said. Hey Mirio, Nijire said. I know that boy. Apparently a lot of people do, Mirio said. 42 of you qualified to move on to the next round, Nemuri said. Gird your loins and prepare for the next test, a cavalry battle. Each of you will be worth points depending on your placement in the obstacle course. Those of you at the top will suffer the most. Of course, that's something you'll hear over and over again at UA. Show us what plus ultra means. Izuku Midoriya placed first in the qualifier. He'll be worth 10 million. These are the rules that you'll abide by. The game itself will last 15 minutes. Individual point values will be added together to make your total. Everyone will know how much you're worth thanks to your headband. Swipe as many headbands as you can to raise your team score. Stolen headbands must be worn from the neck up, so the more you steal, the harder it'll be to manage them. And another thing, even if your headband's stolen or your team falls down, you can keep playing until time's up. This will be rough. You can use your quirks as much as you like, but there are still rules. Make a team fall on purpose and I'll slap you with a red card. You'll be disqualified. Now you've got 15 minutes to build your team. I recommend you get started. Izuku looked around for anybody to team up with. Hey Izuku, Achiko said. Let's team up. Sure, we'll be flying around a lot, so 2 instances of zero gravity will really help, Izuku said. Oh perfect, you're still alone, and you're the star, Mei said. Team up with me, person in first place. And you are? Izuku asked. I'm a student in the support course, Mei said. Name's Mei Hatsum. We haven't met but I'd like to use your current fame to my personal advantage. If I team up with you, then I'll be in the spotlight, part of the team that everyone's got their eye on. That means my baby will inevitably be seen by the big support companies who are tuning into the sports festival. And by that line of reasoning, this is the best way for me and my marvelous gadgets to get recruited. She opened a chest containing gadgets. The support course specializes in making special gadgets that helps heroes deal with their quirks and enhance their skills. I've brought many marvelous babies with me, so I'm sure you'll find something you like among my arsenal. You got anything that can help with flight? Mei picked up a jetpack. I based this on a certain hero's backpack. Though of course I added my own twist. Airjet, the Buster hero, right? I still need one more. Looks like Ida's teamed up with Shoto, so I'm limited on options that will improve flight. He looked around and saw Himiko. Has she still not joined a group? He walked over to her. She doesn't know I'm Izumi. You're my brother's girlfriend, Himiko Toga, right? You want to join my team? I don't know, Himiko said. You've got a lot of points. Izuku sighed. You like blood, right? I'll let you have mine. Izumi and I are twins, so it'll be like drinking his blood, right? Plus I'm sure you ran out after the first round. Himiko's face lit up. Deal. If I'm the one on top, I wouldn't be able to make the most of my permeation. Izuku crouched down with Mei to his right and Achiko to his left. Himiko climbed on top of them. She dug a tube into Izuku. 3, 2, 1. Hisashi shouted. Begin. Nomuri yelled. Izuku's team shot up as the other teams ran for him. A wave of ice shot towards them and Shoto teams fused it as a ramp to fly for him. On the right. Izuku shouted. I got it. Mei yelled and pointed a gun toward Shoto. She pulled the trigger and a round shot out that unfolded into a net. Shoto shot ice towards the net, making it close around the ice. He then knocked the ice out of the way. Ida, keep going, Shoto said. Yaoyorozu, you counter the pink-haired girl. Kaminari, you take them out. I'll take the million from the rider. Be careful, Ida said. We don't know who the rider is. They flew up to Izuku's team. What the hell? Why are there 2 Midoriyas? Denki asked. Doesn't matter, Shoto said. He swung at the Izuku on top who effortlessly dodged whilst slicing his cheek with a nail. Damn it, this one's athletic. I got it. Momo yelled, creating a staff and smashing it into men's rocket boots. No. My babies. Mei yelled, the boots sputtering, causing Izuku's team's flight to become unstable. Good job. Shoto swung at the rider again. This time the Izuku pointed a red tube at him which shot red fluid over him. Oh my god, the lower Izuku said. Did you just do what I think you did? He felt a little lightheaded. Oh yeah, you totally did. You good? Achiko asked. Just, give me a sec, the lower Izuku said. I need to replace all that blood. Blood? Shoto's team asked in unison. Shoto felt more cuts on his body. He wiped the blood off his face and saw himself. What? The fake Shoto kicked him, knocking him off his teammates. Todoroki! Momo yelled. Shoto shot a giant icicle at the ground, creating a pillar which he held onto to prevent from hitting the ground. I'm good. You could have kicked him whilst he was distracted by the blood, Izuku said. Shoto's team fell down to his level and he jumped back on. We've, most too much altitude, will come back up. Several balls shot up past him. What are those? All right, I'm good, the real Izuku said. Then I'll start drinking blood again, the Shoto on top of him said. Something's coming. Mei yelled, seeing the ball. It's small. Could be a bomb. Jack, go. The real Izuku yelled. On it. Jack popped out and flattened themselves to become a shield. What are those? The ball flew around Jack and surrounded the flying team. Seeing them up close, it was apparent they were an eye, a hand and a mouth. The big million, Setsuna said. We were told to focus on the lesser competition. But with my team being frozen, I see no harm in splitting my attention a bit. She sent the hand in, which Himiko kept dodging. This Quirk. It's another perfect one. Jack flew up to the real Izuku and enveloped him. Damn it, Jack. The real Izuku yelled, punching Jack. He felt his body beginning to float forward. Boys, Setsuna said. There's plenty of me to go around. She winked. Of course, I'm not complaining. She looked towards the fake Izuku. You are quite cute. The eye flew around the fake Izuku. This body, the fake Izuku thought. It's the same as Izumi's. The fake Izuku's face darkened. They stopped and grabbed the eye and squeezed. Arg. The mouth screamed. Stop. Stop. I'm sorry. The mouth and hand retreated. Jack flew the real Izuku back to his team and flew into him. You good? Both Izukis asked each other. Will she be okay? Achiko asked, looking at the sludge flowing from the fake Izuku's clenched hand. She better not be, the fake Izuku said. The flying team heard explosions coming for them. Deku! Katsuki yelled. You here for a rematch? The real Izuku asked. Die. Katsuki created a massive explosion, centered on the real Izuku. Izuku coughed. I knew you wanted me to kill myself, but I didn't know you wanted me dead so much you were willing to show the world. Katsuki said before the real Izuku punched him in the stomach before the fake one kicked him in the face, making him fall back down to his team who caught him. Another ice ramp was created. This, the real Izuku said. Yeah. The ice ramp shattered. The game's almost over. Hisashi announced. Damn it, Shoto said, ice building on his body. He created another ramp. Fire erupted from his left side, giving his team a speed boost as they shot up the ramp. Midoriya. Katsuki flew up too. Du. Jack. The real Izuku yelled as Jack flowed out of him and blocked a wave of explosions and fire. Wait, why am I using my fire? Shoto thought. Time's up. Hisashi announced. Shoto brought Izuku to a separate exit of the arena from the ones everybody else was using. The two stared at each other. You wanted something? Izuku asked. I assume you're the real Midoriya, right? Shoto asked. Yep, Izuku said. Good, Shoto took a deep breath. I was overwhelmed. And it made me break a promise from a long time ago. You're fire, right? I've seen power like yours before. I knew I needed to go further than I was. Your power, it's the same as Lemillion's. Midoriya, tell me, are you secretly Lemillion's brother or something? What? No, Izuku said. I told you, I've got a copy quirk. You said that, but I find it hard to believe you could have died next to somebody stronger than All Might was. And either way, it means you share his power. My father is the #1 hero, and Lemillion should have that title, so regardless of how you are related to him, I have even more reason to beat you and to do it with my right side alone. My old man is ambitious, he used his power to make a name for himself, to be a hero. But he was never able to best All Might. So the symbol of peace was living proof of his failure. He kept at it though, trying to take down All Might one way or another. Midoriya, have you ever heard of quirk marriages? They became a problem in the first few generations after superpowers became widespread. There were those who sought out potential mates solely with the intent of creating powerful children. Many people were forced into relationships, they were simply viewed as old-fashioned arranged marriages. But clearly, it was unethical. My father not only has a rich history of accomplishments, but plenty of money to throw at his problems. He bought my mother's relatives to get his hands on my quirk. And now he's raising me to be his successor. It's so annoying. I refuse to be a tool for that scumbag. In every memory of my mother, I only see her crying. I remember she called my left side unbearable. Before she poured boiling water on my face. The reason I picked a fight with you was to show my old man that I knew what I was doing. Without having to rely on his Dmed fire quirk. You see, I'm going to show him that I reject his power. And I can take first place without using it. No, you can't. What? I'm essentially immune to physical attacks with my permeation and shock absorption. Your ice will never be enough. Your weakness is non-physical attacks. That's what you told me. Well, I've been through hell, don't blame me when it freezes. You're going to use cold damage? You know ghosts have a cold affinity, right? They do, don't they? Izuku had Shota accompany him to the infirmary. Inside he saw a green-haired girl with a bandage over her eye. Setsuna saw him and instantly looked more scared. Don't worry, I'm the other Izuku, Izuku said. She breathed out. She then grinned and flopped onto her bed. There a reason you've decided to accompany a CC girl like me to bed? Shota walked into the infirmary and rose an eyebrow. Anyway, Izuku said. I wanted to pay for your eye transplant. Midoriya, there's no way you can afford that, Shota said. He pulled out his phone. That costs 450,000 yen. My old costume cost 3 times that amount, Izuku said. What? Setsuna and Shota asked in unison. Izuku said before stopping. My old job paid well. Well, no wonder you're so forward just walking into my room and promising to pay off my bills, Setsuna ginned. Child support is nothing to you. But don't bother, my quirk comes with a healing factor. I'll have my eye back in no time. I'll still take that 450,000 yen as compensation for emotional stress though. 100,000. I'll send it to the 1B dorms. Deal. Why am I here? Shota. If Jack likes her quirk, Izuku said. He won't even try anything around you. I see. I don't, Setsuna said, covering her remaining eye. Everybody come up and draw lots to see who you're up against, Nomuri said. Then enjoy the pleasure of the recreational games before we start. The 16 finalists have the opportunity to compete in those games or enjoy sitting out to prepare for battle. I'm sure you all want to conserve your stamina. I'll start with the first place team. Excuse me, Mashireo raised his hand. Sorry, but I'm withdrawing. It just wouldn't be right. I barely remember anything from the cavalry battle until the end of it. I think it was that guy's quirk. He looked at Hitoshi. I know this is a great opportunity. I wish I could take advantage of it, but my conscience won't let me. Everybody gave it their all in round 2, but I was just somebody's puppet. No way, I don't want to advance if I don't even know how I got here. It wouldn't be fair. Niranjeki Shota from Class 1B, Niranjeki said. I think I should withdraw for the exact same reason. Regardless of how strong I am. This isn't how I wanted to get here. It would go against the values of the festival to advance without earning my spot. This type of talking is very naive, my boys. Nomuri shouted. It turns me on. Shota, Ojiro, you're withdrawn. Did she say it turns her on? Everybody thought. Don't worry, Yuga said, I'll win it for you. Now let's see, Nomuri said. We'll have to move up 2 students from the 5th place cavalry team so we have enough contestants. We were frozen most of the time, Itsuka said. Honestly, we barely did anything in the cavalry battle, besides Setsuna, but she's unable to fight at the moment. Isn't that right? Aha, Kankei confirmed. You should choose from the group that kept fighting the whole time, Kendo continued. Team Tetsu. Kendo dash, Tetsu said. I'm not doing this as a favor. It's just fair. Seriously, you guys. Thank you. The brackets came on the screen. That is you, right? Hitoshi asked. Izuku Midoriya. A pleasure, so you're excited? Mashireo's tail shoved itself into Izuku's face. Not so fast. Hitoshi grinned and walked away. There a problem? Izuku asked. You can't say a word to him. What is this quirk? I find it enticing. A right audience, Hisashi yelled. Let's cut to the good stuff and not delay these finals any longer. Welcome our first fighters. He's got more experience than anybody else. It's Izuku Midoriya from the Hero course versus Hitoshi Shinso from General Studies, who really hasn't done anything to stand out yet. The rules are simple. Immobilize your opponent or force them out of the ring. You can also win by getting the other person to forfeit. Bring out the injuries because we've got our very own recovery girl waiting on standby. So put your morals aside and don't be afraid to play dirty. But don't take your opponent's life, folks. It's not allowed. Heroes use their powers to throw villains in jail, folks, not kill them. Izuku's eye twitched. So you can just give up, right? Hitsushi asked. This is really a test of spirit. That monkey was talking about his pride earlier. Ready? Begin. But I just think he's an idiot for throwing away his chance like that. Izuku walked forward, unfazed. You're the Vigilante, right? Your powers give it away? Hitoshi asked. Izuku stopped. Present Mike said a real hero never kills a villain. So why are you here if you've failed before you even reach the gate? Izuku tilted his head and smirked. He continued walking forwards. And now you've forced my hand. Izuku Midoriya is Flatline. The crowd started murmuring, then shouting. Didn't he crush that girl's eye? One audience member asked. He's a villain. A second yelled. You son of a dash. Izuku suddenly stopped. Turn around and walk out of the ring. His quirk, it's mind control. Jack flowed out of Izuku and tried to suffocate him, knocking him to the ground. Izuku got up and pulled Jack off. Goddamn it's fit. Stuff. I swear I'll get you erased. Jack, was it? Hisashi asked. What are you? His quirk seems pretty lame. I'm the best demon quirk you've dashed. Jack stopped. Get your owner out of the ring, Hitoshi commanded. Sheet, Izuku said as Izuku began to fall through the floor before shooting back up. Izuku put his hand before him and used stockpile to create a shockwave which slammed him into the ground. A cloud of dust surrounded him and he shot out of it before pushing Hitoshi out of the ring. Jack then pushed them further out so that Izuku was now out. Hitoshi Shinso was out of the ring first. Izuku Midoriya wins, Nomuri announced. The crowd booed. Why is a vigilante even here? A third asked. He should be thrown in prison. A fourth yelled. When the dust settled, a crater was revealed where Izuku was. The crowd collectively gasped. How is he that powerful? A fifth asked. He could kill us all. A sixth yelled. Enough. Shota yelled. The fact that Izuku Midoriya is even here shows his drive to be a hero. You've seen a fraction of his power. If he didn't want to be here, nobody could stop him. He's here to make amends, to be the hero he couldn't be before. You've got a pretty good quirk, Izuku said. I can't wait to see you as a hero. Of course, Midoriya won, Shoto thought. He rounded a corner and saw Enji. What do you want? You're acting disgracefully, Shoto, Enji said. If you had simply used the power in your left side, you would have had an overwhelming victory in the first 2 rounds. It's time to stop this childish rebellion of yours. You have a duty to surpass me. Do you understand what I'm saying? You're different from your siblings. You're my greatest masterpiece. Is that all you have to say to me, you Bisudi? I'll win this match and advance using only Mom's quirk. I won't give you the pleasure of seeing me use yours. Even if that works for you in this tournament, you'll soon find the limits of that power. Izuku stared down Jack in one of the corridors that led from the waiting zone to the contestant entrances. You cannot just try and kill me. It hinders me from being a hero and can have serious mental ramifications on witnesses. I know you like undead quirks, but we can't continue like this. Then how about a compromise? Such as what I did with the Nomu. I activated all quirks at once at 100%. I did the same thing to get Dark Shadow, but without your regeneration. It's like the king of all undead powers, like Grim Reaper. Alright, when we fight an enemy you want the quirk. You may use Reaper, but you can't use it against anybody innocent, and if dying won't result in civilian casualties, you can turn off regeneration as well. Deal. Suddenly Enji rounded the corner. I was looking for you. What? Izuku asked. I watched your fight against the brainwashing guy and watched you in the other events when Shoto was close to you. Your power is pretty impressive. The powers of a ghost is how I believe it's explained. Flight, banshee screams, the ability to move objects, and you can create massive shockwaves and take enormous amounts of damage too. It reminds me of another quirk. You seem to have a lot in common with Lemillion. If my Shoto is to become the #1 hero, he must surpass Lemillion. And his match with you will be a good testing ground for how much training he has left. I know your body count. Hit him hard, and don't disgrace yourself or him by holding back. That's all I wanted to say. I apologize for bothering you. Endeavor, I am not Lemillion, and Shoto is not you. He may be your son, but he isn't you. There are 2 villains in this room, so the Reaper is watching us and we won't heal. What the hell does dash? Blood poured out of Izuku's body. His throat ruptured open and billowed fire, scorching him. Kid. Enji rushed over to Izuku. He quickly looked around for a fire extinguisher. Enough standing around. Hisashi yelled. Let's welcome to the ring our next players. He's got skills but at the cost of some really creepy-looking elbows. From the hero course, it's Hanta Siro. That wasn't called for, Hanta said. Versus an early frontrunner in the competition who's way too strong for his own good. Hisashi continued. Someone who rightfully got into the hero course based on recommendations. It's Shoto Todoroki. Where's my father? Shoto thought. And now for the second match of the finals. Let's begin. Hanta quickly shot out his tape and wrapped Shoto up. He spun around, sending Shoto towards the edge. Apologies, Shoto said. Ice shoots out from him towards Hanta, creating an iceberg. Don't you think you went overboard? Hanta asked, encased in ice. Tell the truth, Siro, Nomuri said. Can you move at all? Are you kidding? Obviously not, Hanta said. My body is freezing. Shiro has been immobilized. Nomuri announced. Todoroki advances to the second round. Sorry, it was a bit much, Shoto said. I was angry as all. The great creator. Hisashi introduced. She got in thanks to recommendations, and I think we can all see why. From Class 1A, Momo Yaoyorozu. Versus, where has she been the other rounds? The doppelganger of Class 1E, Himiko Toga. The two stood on the platform, staring at each other. Momo took her jacket off. I don't remember seeing this girl in either event. Momo thought. I don't know what her quirk is. Begin. Hisashi yelled. Momo created a staff and shield. Himiko sprinted forward. Himiko jumped up onto Momo's shield, pressing her down. Momo swung her staff at Himiko. Himiko backflipped over the staff, landing back on the shield and pressing Momo to the ground. Momo rolled out from under Himiko before swiping at Himiko with her staff. Momo's shield charged Himiko, who swept at Momo's legs. Momo jumped over Himiko's leg and shield bashed her before continuing with her staff. Himiko grabbed Momo's leg and flipped her over before standing on both of Momo's arms. A staff popped out of Momo's stomach, knocking Himiko off. Momo threw her shield at Himiko, who flipped back over it. Momo then wiped blood off her arms and dual-wielded her staffs before running towards Himiko. Himiko jumped up and tried to kick Momo. Momo blocked Himiko with her staffs and pushed back. Himiko flipped back and Momo stopped. Himiko is out of bounds. Nomuri announced. Yaoyorozu advances to the next round. Momo walked over to Himiko and held her hand out. Good job. I'm guessing this scenario wasn't the best for your quirk. Himiko took Momo's hand. Yeah, but I showed off my quirk a bit earlier on. And I can show it off more explicitly now. What do you mean? Momo asked. Himiko let go of Momo's hand and liked her own hand, turning into Momo. What? Oh, you were the second Midoriya. Yep, Himiko said. Himiko Toga, nice to meet ya. Izuku woke up and saw a cane swing down into his face. Ow. He sprung up. Why? You killed yourself in front of the number 1 hero. Cho said. Worth it. No, you're lucky there was a lot of ice to melt and your regeneration meant that you quickly recovered. If you had been unavailable for your next match, it would come out that the number 1 hero attacked a hero student, regardless of if it's true. I would just admit that I did it. So when's my next match? Your match is after the next one. I'd get ready if I were you. The 8th and final match of the first round. Hisashi announced. He was kind of a hotshot during school. And just look at that determined face. From the hero course, Katsuki Bakugu. Versus, the one I'm personally rooting for, also from Class 1A, Achiko Uraraka. You're the one who screws around with gravity. Right, pink cheeks? Katsuki asked. Pink cheeks? Achiko asked. Well, if you're going to give up, do it now. 'Cause I'm not going to hold anything back. Let the 8th match begin. Hisashi yelled. Achiko sprinted forward. Giving up isn't an option for me. And now you die. Katsuki moved his right arm back, readied for an explosion. When Achiko got close, Katsuki threw an explosive right hook. Achiko let over the explosion, continuing forwards towards Katsuki. Katsuki threw a left hook directly at her, sending her back. You should have dropped out of the match. Katsuki noticed her uniform coming through the smoke. There's no way you can beat me. He slammed the shape to the ground with an explosion before noticing it was just her jacket. Achiko ran out of the smoke behind him. He spun round and blew her back. She quickly regained her stance and ran back in. As soon as she noticed his shadow through the smoke, she reached out and touched it, right as he exploded, sending them both back. Yes. I did it, I removed your gravity. Achiko cheered. Katsuki turned his palm away from her and blasted forward. He dug into the concrete and sent a debris-filled explosion at her. He then used miniature explosions to stay in place. Using the smoke as more cover, she ran behind him and tried to kick him out of the ring, but he spun whilst exploding, essentially creating a wall of fire that kept him in the middle of the ring and kept her away. After several more explosions, the crowd began speaking out. Hey, Shouldn't one of the teachers step in? Another explosion shouted. This is shameful, a hero in the crowd said. Listen, kid, you really want to be a hero? Then stop acting like a bully. If you're so good, then just send her out of bounds. Another explosion. Stop toying with the girl and end this match. The audience started booing. Where is the man who started this uproar? Shota asked. Are you a pro? Because if you're being serious, you can go home and hang up your cape. I'd suggest looking into another career. Bakuga's fierceness is an acknowledgement of his opponent's strength. He knows she deserves it to have made it this far, so he's making sure he does whatever it takes to keep her at bay and come out on top. Katsuki grinned. We're not finished. She's still standing. She's not dead yet. Achiko put her fingertips together. Release, she said under her breath. The rubble their fight had created flew down in a makeshift meteor shower. I should stay away. It's too dangerous under that storm. If he weathers it, he'll be worse for wear. If he defends, he'll lose his stability. I've won. Katsuki held up both hands and created an enormous explosion with all his remaining sweat, sending all the debris out of the stadium. When the smoke cleared, Katsuki was about to fly out of bounds and Achiko was laying over the line. She slowly stood and took a step forward before collapsing. I can still win this. I can still fight. She crawled forward. Uraraka is out of bounds dash, Nemuri said. What? Achiko looked back to see her foot over the line. But I still need to prove I can be a hero. She fell unconscious. Katsuki Bakugu moves on. Nemuri finished. I can feel the anticipation in the stadium. Hisashi yelled. And that's because the second round's first match is gonna be epic. It's the guy who won the last fight by a landslide and literally left half the audience frozen. The hero course's Shoto Todoroki. The crowd cheered. And the vigilante who will fight anyone, even his own Quirk. Also from the hero course, Izuku Midoriya. The crowd booed. Both of these contestants have been frontrunners in the previous competitions. But which of these rivals will continue to the next round? Midoriya versus Todoroki begin. A wave of ice shot at Izuku, who waved his arm as soon as it reached him, shattering it and sending shards of ice back at Shoto. Shoto created a wall of ice behind him to stop him from going out of bounds whilst he covered his face. Shoto took a deep breath and created an iceberg. That should produce plenty of cold damage. He'll need to use one of his stronger quirks to get out, and combining that with the cold should exponentiate the damage. It should at least slow him down. A bright green tinge appeared in the ice. Is he using his sparks? No, this pattern looks different. Steam began to billow out of the ice. Then cracks appeared and it shattered. When the steam dispersed, Izuku was standing there, clothing singed. You know, I have to say your father's quirk and yours are very different, Izuku said. What? Did you notice your father was missing? Izuku waved at Enji. I decided he could do with a little trauma, and I wanted to be immune to your ice. I gotta say, despite you being sure that your quirk is his, my right side can't make any ice, just fire. Can your right side make fire? Shoto growled. He sent another wave of ice at Izuku. Izuku stood still as the ice went through him. I told you, I'm immune to ice. You're never going to win with it. Use your quirk, fucker. It's his quirk. I'm not going to use it. Hey Jack, if I copy Shoto's quirk, would I be able to produce more fire with my right side than my left? Jack flew out of Izuku. If you copy multiple fire quirks, the effect would stack. But a lesser ice quirk would fit the ghost theme better. My mother has a weak ice quirk. Shoto sent another wave of ice. Probably shouldn't have said that, Izuku said. And what if I copy Endeavor's quirk again? You can't copy the same quirk multiple times. You would have to transfer the original first. So, in other words, it's not his quirk. I'm here because I want to be a hero. You say you want to win, but you are deliberately handicapping yourself. Do you want to be a hero or not? What will you do when you can't use your ice in the field? What will you do when you're fighting a villain immune to ice? When somebody is dying of hypothermia? Why are you here? Are you here for him? Don't you want to be a hero? Do I want to be a hero? Shoto looked at his hands, his right side was encased in ice. Why haven't I forfeited? Shoto remembered when he was a child. Yes, that's right, the All Might on the TV said. Children often inherit quirks from their parents or develop similar power sets. But the most important thing to remember is that a quirk is what you make of it, regardless of your history. You'll decide how you use it. That's what I mean when I say, I am here. Only you can decide to become a hero, no one else. Take this to heart, kids. You got it. Honey, you still do want to be a hero, don't you? Red asked. Just remember, stay true to yourself. You are not a prisoner of your lineage, it's okay to use your power, to become who you want to be. I didn't realize how much I'd forgotten. Steam appeared on Shoto's body, followed by fire. You're helping your opponent. Now which one of us is handicapping themselves? I want it too, I want to be a hero. Yes, Shoto. Enji roared. Have you finally accepted your purpose? That's it, very good. This is the dawn of a new era for us. With my blood in your veins, you'll surpass me. You'll live up to the reason I created you. Shut up, you old fucker. Izuku yelled. Now, Shoto, let's have a real fight. He grinned. Why are you smiling? Shoto asked. You're weak to fire, right? Don't blame me for what happens next. Ice appeared from his right as his left side's flame erupted even brighter. Izuku flew up as Shoto sent a firestorm at him. We need to stop them, Midnight. Cementos yelled, reforming the concrete to create a barrier between them. Nemuri ripped her sleeve, pouring her sleeping gas over the field. Yeah. Izuku screamed, disturbing the storm which quickly began reforming. Izuku then turned invisible. Izuku flew down, his speed creating a sonic boom and dispersing the fire more. He pulled back a fist and punched the concrete which had now almost completely covered Shoto. An enormous explosion erupted throughout the stadium. When the smoke cleared, Izuku was lying in the center, unmoving. Shoto was flying over the edge of the platform. Between him and Izuku was a slab of ice which he seemingly had tried to stop himself with, but instead, it had acted as a ramp, a sharp ramp which noticeably had blood on it. Shoto Todoroki is out of bounds and Izuku Midoriya is uncon dash. Izuku raised slightly before it fell again. Izuku Midoriya is conscious. Midoriya moves on to the semifinals. Izuku fell unconscious. Ibra made a cage of vines around herself. Recipro burst. Tenya yelled as he sprinted for the vines. He shot through the vines, but Ibra wasn't there. In his confusion he tripped over Ibra and spun out of the ring. Tenya Ida is out of bounds. Nemuri announced. Ibra Shiozaki moves on to the semifinals. Izuku woke up, and he blocked the cane. I died, didn't I? Yes, you did. Chio yelled. At this rate, you'll overwork your regeneration in no time. Don't you dare die in any further matches. Momo created a shield and staff. Mina threw gobs of acid at her, which Momo blocked with her shield. Mina began sliding around on her acid as Momo waited. When Mina got too close to the edge, Momo threw her staff, which knocked Mina over the edge. Ow! Mina said as she got hit by the staff and fell over. Sorry. Momo apologized. Mina Ashido is out of bounds. Nemuri announced. Yairozu moves on to the semifinals. And now for the first round of the semifinals. Hizashi announced. Izuku Midoriya versus Ibara Shiozaki. How could think about being a hero? Ibara asked. Izuku responded. Our hero is somebody who saves lives. You are a murderer. I'm here to make amends, Izuku said. Do you think people can't be forgiven? She thought for a second. She then realized he wasn't where he was before. Wait, what? She looked around and couldn't see him. Where are you, sinner? Vines rose out of the ground around her. The vines suddenly shot inwards and wrapped around her. What? Why have my own vines forsaken me? What have I done to deserve this? Sorry about that, that was me, Izuku said, still invisible, his voice resonating from above her. Ibra, can you move? Nemuri asked. Ibra tried to break free, but then she felt the vines press in harder. Hugs! Izuku said, turning visible, revealing he was holding the vines against her. He whispered, "You move and I burn your vines." I surrender," Ibra declared. "Shiozaki is unable to continue," Nomuri announced. "Midoriya moves on to the finals. You're the Antichrist," Ibra declared before walking off. And for the other round of the semi-finals, Katsuki Bakugo vs. Momo Yaoyorozu. Momo was halfway through making her regular weapons before being blasted back by an explosion. She finished making them and got up. "Alright, I'm ready." "Momo Yaoyorozu is out of bounds," Nomuri announced. "What?" Momo looked down, noticing she was standing on the line. Bakugo moves onto the finals. Momo dropped her staff and shield. She hung her head in shame. "Lost. I didn't even do anything." Welcome to the final battle of the UA Sports Festival for the first years. In just a moment, we'll see which first years come out on top. Yes, it all comes down to this, folks. From the hero course, Izuku Midoriya. The crowd booed. Versus his classmate, Katsuki Bakugo. The crowd was mixed with boos and cheers. "Dimon, the audience isn't happy about the two of us being the finalists," Izuku said. "Now begin." Hisashi yelled. "Iser dash," Izuku began saying before an explosion cut him off. "Don't you dare." Katsuki roared. "I'm going to show everybody which of us is the best. You don't get to forfeit for some sick joke." "But I beat you already," Izuku pointed out. "We already know who would win between us. I underestimated you." Katsuki threw an explosive punch at Izuku. "That won't happen again." "Fine," Izuku said. "Have it your way. Jack, activate all my ghost abilities at 100%. Izuku began to float, and then the dirt and loose debris began to float with him. Sparks crackled around him. He turned invisible. Finally, pain shot through his throat as his mouth was forced open and a huge scream of agony sounded onto Katsuki, sending him flying back. Katsuki tried to explode back into position, but he could feel his skin shredding and blood seeping out of him. "Damn it. F-dash. Katsuki flew back. "No, not like this." Once he was out of the cone of influence, he shot his arms up and created the largest explosion he could, canceling out the scream. He then looked around, trying to spot where Izuku had gone before feeling a fist slam into him from underneath. He came through the floor. He stood back up and readied an explosion at the ground below him. He noticed the rubble on the ground move and exploded the area, sending him and Izuku flying apart. Izuku turned visible again and coughed. "Alright, now I can see you." "Katsuki Bakugo is out of bounds," Nomuri announced. "What?" Katsuki looked down. "No. Shit. Damn it. An out-of-bounds rule is so FANG bullshit. I can still fight. Let us continue." "No," Nomuri said. "The rules were stated at the start. Going out of bounds is a forfeit. Izuku Midoriya wins." Izuku got up, his neck healing. "You did well," he said. "You adapted to the fight." "This means nothing," Katsuki yelled. "We will have a real fight and I will show you." The first-year students have completed all the events for the UA Sports Festival, Nomuri announced. "Now it's time to relax and enjoy the awards ceremony." A platform rose with Momo and Ibra on one column, Bakugo strapped to a second, larger column and Izuku standing on the largest column in the center. Bakugo looked sad and was trying to break free. Izuku scanned the first years. "Where's Ida?" And now, to deliver the awards, the #1 hero. Nomuri continued and Enji flew down. "Endeavor." Enji groaned. "I accepted this job because I expected to be giving Shoto the first-place medal." He picked up the third-place medals. He placed one around Ibra's neck. "You're weak to flames, work on that." Okay?" Ibra responded. Enji then put the second around Momo's neck. "You were a recommendation student. That means you should be on Shoto's level. Next time get second place and he'll get first." Yes sir?" Momo responded, confused. "Didn't I place above Shoto? Would I never have made it if I was up against him? Is he that much better than me? Does that mean I shouldn't have gotten a recommendation?" Next Enji grabbed the Second place medal and put it around Katsuki's neck. You are never going to get first place. Knock it off. Finally, he grabbed the first place medal and put it around Izuku's neck. Thank you for getting Shoto to use his fire. He clearly hasn't trained enough with it as his skill isn't on the same level as his ice. I could help with that, Izuku said. Do you have any fire abilities? My brother does. Whatever. Shota called Minoru to a meeting. Mineta, you have not shown significant improvements since the Quirk apprehension test. Additionally, I have received numerous complaints about your behavior, most of which can get you arrested for SXL assault charges. Then you were surpassed by 3 students who were not part of the hero course in the sports festival. I'm sorry, but until you improve on both your ability and your behavior, you will no longer be part of the hero course, and if I get one more complaint, you will not be part of UA. We will determine which general studies student will take your place and then the 2 of you will switch rooms. That is all. Brother! Tenya yelled, sliding open the door to Tensei's hospital room. The anesthesia's worn off, but he's still in and out, a nurse said. If the surgery happened any later, he might not have made it. Little brother, is that you? Tensei asked. Tensei, you're gonna be fine. Tears fell from Tenya's eyes. Sorry, I'm supposed to be someone you can look up to and respect, but look at me. Tenya, little brother. I'm so sorry. I failed you. Tensei. Ever since that day, I thought the sight of me would cause my mother nothing but pain. So I never visited. Shoto thought, walking into his mother's mental hospital. But we will always be bound to each other. By blood, by our history with my father. He stood in front of her door. That's why, if I'm ever going to use this body and these powers to become a hero. He reached for the handle. If I'm going to give it everything I have, he sighed and slid open the door. If I'm going to become the hero I want to be, I need to see her. There's so much we need to talk about. Ray was sitting on a chair, looking out the opposite window. Hello, Mum. Ray turned around. I'll rescue her from this place. No matter what. That's my first step to getting back on track. Cameras flashed in Izuku's face at the entrance to UA. The questions from the reporters were too numerous to answer. Are you really Flatline? One asked. I was, Izuku answered. Why did you join UA? To become a hero. Why have there been reports of Flatline despite you retiring? I don't know. What is your quirk? I'm a ghost. I think Izuku's answered enough questions, Nizu said, walking out of the security gate. He will be entering now. He has classes soon. Izuku walked into UA where he saw Tenya. So, Ida. If it's about my brother, you don't have you worry, Tenya said. I'm sorry if I made you worry. Your brother? Did something happen? Do you not know? I was not with the rest of the class during the sports festival. Well, he was attacked on duty. He was injured by the hero killer. Tenya walked off. Izuku stood still. Why did Stain go after Ingenium? Why did he let him live? Is this about me? Morning, Shota said, sliding open the door and no longer wearing bandages. Good morning, Mr. Aizawa, 1A chanted. We have a big class today, on hero informatics. Shota paused to torment the students. You need code names. Time to pick your hero identities. This is related to the Pro Hero draft picks. Normally, students don't have to worry about the draft yet. Not until their second or third year, actually. But your class is different. In fact, by extending offers to first years like you, pros are essentially investing in your potential. Any offers can be rescinded if their interest in you dies down before graduation, though. Now, here are the totals for those of you who got offers. He pressed a button on a remote and a hologram appeared. A list appeared that read, Shoto Todoroki, 4123, Katsuki Bakugu, 3, Momo Yaoyorozu, 360, Denki Kaminari, 272, Tenya Ida, 108, Eijiro Kirishima, 68, Achiko Uraraka, 20, Hantasiro, 14, Izuku Midoriya, 10. In the past years it's been more spread out. But there's a pretty big gap this time. Despite these results, you'll all be interning with pros, got it? Even those of you who didn't get any offers. Izuku looked over his list of offers. At the top was Hawks. I'm probably obligated to join him. Shota continued. For this you'll need hero names. These names are likely to change later. But take them seriously or dash. The door slid open. There'll be hell to pay later, Nomuri said, walking in. What you pick today could be your code name for life. You better be careful, or you'll be stuck with something utterly indecent. Yeah, she's got a good point. Midnight is going to have final approval over your names. It's not my forte. The name you give yourself is important. It helps reinforce your image and show what kind of hero you want to be in the future. A code name tells people exactly what you represent. Take All Might, for example. Now students, who wants to go first? Izuku stood up and walked to the front before even Yuga stood. He held up his whiteboard which read, Lifeline. It's a switch on my old codename. Does it suffice? Sounds good, Nomuri said. Sweet. Izuku put down the whiteboard. Then I'm leaving. He exited the room. Is he allowed to do that? Nomuri asked, before looking to Shota who was still asleep. Whatever. Can I present now? Yuga asked. Nomuri sighed. Yeah, go ahead. Izuku walked into Ryo's office. I'm here for a therapy session. Midoriya? Ryo looked up. There's lots to talk about. I'd like to start by seeing how much your quirk is affecting your emotions. Jack, was it? Could you turn off your emotional manipulation? Jack flowed out of Izuku. I wouldn't suggest that. Just for a bit. Izuku started to feel fear. He felt a pounding in his chest. His throat became sore and his mouth dried up. He began to sweat and his eyes started to water. He started feeling dizzy and nauseous and he began to shake, almost falling over. Midoriya? Are you okay? Izuku felt like he couldn't breathe. His vision narrowed. Izuku then started hyperventilating. Izuku collapsed. Jack, bring him back. What? Control his emotions. He's having a panic attack. Ryo ran to his sink and filled a cup of water. Izuku felt his fear begin to subside. His breathing calmed down and his heart returned to normal. His vision returned to normal and he saw a cup in front of him. Please, have a drink. Izuku did as told. I told you. Ryo growled. No. You think you're helping. Izuku has gone through his life without having to deal with emotions. You've been forcing him to bottle them up and when the gates open, the water floods. His brain has not been allowed to learn how to handle emotion and when you're not holding them back, his brain has to deal with them all at once. Ryo sighed. Can we continue, Izuku? Why yes, sir, Izuku said. How about something else? Your trust issues. The government wants to use them, which is a whole other problem. But not even your girlfriend knows who you are. When I first met her she killed me, so I wasn't exactly willing to let her know and I used the fact that some of my powers don't work with others, instead falling into themed categories to create a new persona. Since then I've feared what will happen if I tell her the truth. If you show her the real you? Should you not be with somebody who loves you for you? If she loves you, wouldn't she stay? Maybe, but knowing her, she might try to kill me. That's another thing, your relation with dying. I know you're technically immortal, but it's still not healthy. Yes, Hound Dog, this is Midnight. I'd like to suggest another session with Katsuki Bakugo. He tried to call himself King Explosion Murder, and when told it wasn't appropriate he tried Lord Explosion Murder instead, as if the king part was the problem. Izuku snickered. Ryo sighed. I'll write it down. He hung up the phone. Sorry. Let's end this here. That night Izuku put on casual clothes and snuck outside Himiko's window. He knocked and Himiko opened the window for him. How's the university life been treating you? She sighed. I'm not in the hero courses, so it's pretty boring. At least when I studied with you I got blood. By the way, you owe me blood. For the final exams, I and another student will be tested to see if we can get the new slot in the hero course that opened up. Well, I'm sure you'll win. The other student is that guy my brother beat, right? Don't you just not have to say anything to beat him? Yeah, she grinned. I should have this easy. Well, you want to trade blood? Of course. Izuku held out his arm. By the way, I think I'm going to meet Stain again soon. I'm going to challenge him and the loser will retire. Why? She asked before stabbing him. I think he's lost sight of his goals. He's attacking good heroes. He might have a reason I don't know about, and I'll be sure to ask. But also I just want to fight him. Also, apparently Ida's interning at Hosu and I'll be dead if Stain kills a student. Well, I'll be rooting for him. She slurped some blood and turned into him. Then we will have more time to spend together. Himiko, there's something you should know. What? Izuku sighed. Never mind, I'm sorry. When the rest of 1A left for the train station, Izuku stayed behind and waited for his limousine. When he got in, it brought him to Tokyo where Kigo flew down to him. You ready to be free as a bird in a cage? A classmate Ida Tenya is going after the hero killer. His brother was attacked and now he's chosen a small agency in Hosu to intern with. Well, Hosu is just west of Tokyo, so we can start by working on your flight speed and keep an eye on Hosu. Try to catch me. Kigo flew off. Izuku quickly followed. I was wondering what that shadow of yours is capable of. Kigo flew around Izuku. If it is capable of flying, can it act as another form of flight? If so, would it make you faster? Jack flowed out of Izuku. I usually just control his other quirks. But I guess we could try that. Jack engulfed Izuku and pushed him with Izuku's movement, making Izuku faster, almost enough to catch Kigo. Izuku thought, if you can push me like this, Jack, could you puppet my body? Could you make me react to things behind me or something? Let's try. Right as Kigo flew behind Izuku, Izuku's arm shot back and grabbed Kigo. I win, Izuku said. Good job, Kigo congratulated. Now that we've improved your flight, can you list your quirks and which identity has which? I got this, Jack said. Lantern consists of fire breathe, half hot and hellflame. Vampire consists of blood curdle and transform. Ghost consists of telekinesis, float, permeation, voice, zero gravity, invisibility and half cold. And that leaves our other quirks, most of which are passive abilities. Jack, that's me, stockpile, transfer, regeneration, shock absorption, super strength, and dark shadow. There's quite a difference in the number of powers. Well, let's go through the list and improve each as much as possible. Not transfer. Kigo sighed. That's a shame, I would have liked some free quirks and I would have given you fierce wings as a trade. Angels aren't undead, we don't want wings. Well, maybe you don't, Izuku said. I think we would look awesome if Grim Reaper included fierce wings. We could even call it Angel of Death to fit what you like. If we find a quirk we don't want, we'll give it to you in exchange. Alright, let's start training, Kigo said. Several days later, Izuku and Kigo were eating fried chicken when a report about an attack in Hosu came over Kigo's radio. Izuku quickly put on your Flatline costume. Something's happening in Hosu. Izuku dropped his chicken and flew straight for his briefcases. A minute later he was back with Kigo. Let's go full speed. The two flew as fast as they could towards Hosu. When they got there, several Nomu were fighting heroes. Hawks. These are Nomu. Like from the USJ attack? Kigo shot feathers towards the closest Nomu, stabbing into it. It turned and ran for Kigo. Kigo dodged and shot feathers at the Nomu's back. Izuku threw knives at the Nomu's exposed brain. The Nomu fell down. The knives slowly got pushed out of the brain matter. It's healing. We need to overpower that ability. He looked at the button on his left glove. I can take it out and give myself a second dose of Nomu quirks. What's going on? Manuel asked, running onto the scene. Izuku looked back. Manuel? He's the hero Ida's interning with. Wait, where is Ida? These things need overwhelming force to be taken out. Izuku flew past Manuel, through buildings to quickly see in alleys. After he passed several alleyways, he saw Kaizome's standing over Tenya. He turned off his flight and fell down before kicking Kaizome's sword out of his hand. Lifeline? Ida called out. What are you doing here? This is my fight. Looks like you've already lost, Izuku responded. And I'm not Lifeline, that would be my brother. I'm taking over his old title, Flatline. Don't worry, I'll protect you. Izumi, Kaizome said, picking up his sword. If I remember correctly, last time we talked you accused me of being Flatline. Well, now you're right. You still expect me to believe you two aren't the same person? Kaizom asked. Stain, you've lost sight of your ideals, going after a student. I'd like to challenge you to a duel. The loser retires. Izuku pulled out a pair of knives and a smoke bomb. Kaizom scoffed. This one has already failed to be a hero. I don't care for this flatline identity of yours, so I'll gladly beat you. Izuku threw the knives, followed by the bomb. Kaizom blocked the knives before smoke engulfed him. Kaizom jumped up out of the smoke and Izuku jumped towards him with super strength, slamming Kaizom backwards. Blood trickled from Kaizom's sword. Izuku looked down at his leg which had a growing red stain. Izuku quickly clapped, knocking Kaizom back, who managed to hold onto his sword. Kaizom liked the sword and Izuku collapsed. You fight well. Kaizom walked over to Izuku. And your words are more heroic than your new friends. But your unwillingness to go all out is your unmaking. Jack, stay inside my body and move for me. Take control. Izuku slowly stood. What? Kaizom asked. How are you standing? Sheer force of will, Izuku said. He pulled out 2 knives. Let's dance. The two branched their weapons. They then shot forward, and Izuku wrapped his daggers around Kaizom's sword, disarming Kaizom. Kaizom then kicked under Izuku's legs, making him fall over before pinning him. Izuku's arm popped out as if an outside force was controlling it. Sheet, that hurts like a beach. His arm reached for the sword which he then sliced into Kaizom. Kaizom rolled off Izuku and pulled out a second sword. Izuku threw his daggers at Kaizom before wielding Kaizom's sword. Kaizom shot forward and Izuku parried his strike, sliding Kaizom away whilst ducking under the swords and kicking his leg in. Izuku then liked his sword. Kaizom fell and Izuku transformed into Kaizom. Game over. Izuku heard a screech from behind him. He turned around right as a winged Nomu grabbed him and flew him into the sky. Feathers then shot into the Nomu's brain and it fell to the ground. Izuku then stabbed Kaizom's sword into the Nomu's brain and liked the blade. Kigo flew over. Don't let Stain drink your blood. I'll see you back in Tokyo. I'd take it you're Flatline. Oh right. Turn transform off. Izuku transformed back. He then popped his arm back in and left. It's a little sudden, Shota said. But for our next hero exercise, 4 hero class students from Isami High School will be joining us as special guests. 1A started yelled and Shota activated his quirk, quieting them down. Introduce yourselves. Of course, we'll be running the exercise with you today. Isami High School hero class. I'm Kashiko Sekigai, Kashiko said. Same class, I'm Dayton Tadon, Dayton said. Pleasure to meet you. I'm Fumijai, Fumijai said. We're supposed to have one more, Shota said. Habuko moved out from behind Kashiko. She and Tsu saw each other and instantly hugged. Mongoose. Fumijai scolded. Don't get friendly with these UA guys. What did you just say? Katsuki yelled. You Isami sheet baby. It's time to go, Shota said. Change into your costumes and head to Ground Omega. Ida, guide the Isami students. The students stood at the entrance to Ground Omega with Shota and Tashinori in front of them. Tashinori explained, so, about our little exercise, we're going to have you all go through some survival training. Let me explain. With 4 students per team and 6 teams overall, 1 with 3 students, you will start at the predetermined positions we have chosen. There is one objective, to survive. To run, or to fight, anything goes. Victory will go to the least surviving team. If you run into another team and manage to bind your opponents with capture tape, you can make them combat ineffective, Shota stated. Now, to announce the teams, Tashinori said. Team A, Izuku Midoriya, Mina Ishido, Achiko Uraraka, and Tsu Azui. Team B, Ijiro Kirishima, Katsuki Bakugu, Metso Shoji, and Momo Yaoyorozu. Team C, Koji Koda, Masahiro Ojiro, Shoto Todoroki, and Toru Hagakure. Team D, Fumikage Tokoyami, Hantasiro, Rikido Sato, and Tenya Ida. Team E, Denki Kamarinari, Kyukajiro, and Yuga Aoyama. And Team F are our Isami students. All teams move to your start areas, Shota said. The exercise will begin without warning in 5 minutes. What's our plan? Mina asked. Can't we just fight the other teams? No, we'd be at a disadvantage, Izuku said. Other teams have spotters and we don't know the quirks of the Isami students, except Mongoose. Even if we do fight a team without spotters, we'd alert other teams and give away our location. And if we get multiple teams fighting us, we'd probably lose. This is a survival exercise, Sue said. I think we should sit tight and not move recklessly. Several explosions rang throughout Ground Gamma. I don't care, I'll crush them all. Katsuki yelled, running towards a cliff. Bakuga's voice, only one set of footsteps, Kyuka said from the top of the cliff. All right, let's team up on him. Denki said. Katsuki noticed a light on the cliff and jumped as a laser hit where he was stood. A concentrated attack. They knew I was alone. That means he blasted the ground, destroying Kyuka's hearing. She screamed. Denk rushed over to her. As Yuga readied another attack, Katsuki blasted him onto Denki and Kyuka. Katsuki ran to Team D. Dark Shadow. Fumikage yelled, Dark Shadow rushing out of him and towards Katsuki. You're nothing to me. Katsuki blasted Dark Shadow. Leave it to me. Tenya yelled. Katsuki blasted backwards and around a corner. Get back here. Tenya rounded the corner before seeing a web of tape. Damn it. Bakugu, you're advancing too quickly. Momo yelled, running over. Where's the enemy? Ajiro asked. I'm already done, Katsuki said, pointing at Team D wrapped in tape. He defeated 7 people alone? Momo asked. He's back with his team, Kashiko said. Distance, 100 meters. Beginning to move. They're coming this way. Okay, Tedan, Fumijai yelled. Explode them. Truthfully, I don't like fighting, Dayton said. Distance, 80 meters. Kashiko said. Of course, it's for the team. Dayton yelled. Make them all blind. Missiles came out of his suit. Something's coming. Mizo said. Are those dash? Momo asked. Missiles. The missiles hit the ground and exploded into clouds of smoke. That is strange, Kashiko said. I'm not reading any life forms. They didn't escape, did they? Dayton asked. They might just be flashbangs, but you covered the area, so I'm sure you got them, Habuko said. There should be unconscious around here, Kashiko said. You should have used real missiles, Fumijai said. Hey! Kastuki yelled as the protective shell Momo made around Team B fell off them. You're really irritating, you know? I hope you're ready. Gas built up in Fuji's suit. Leave it to me. Habuko yelled, her eyes flashed and Ijiro, Mizo and Momo collapsed as Katsuki flew above them, unmoving. He jumped before being paralyzed? Katsuki changed his stance. Just 3 seconds? He blasted forward. What a weak quirk. Don't underestimate us. Fumijai yelled, punching towards Katsuki. Fumijai, no. Kashiko yelled. Gas blasted out of Fuji's suit, enveloping teams B, D, E and F. Famuji, you idiot. Kashiko yelled, holding her breath. What's that? Achiko asked, looking at the pink gas. I don't know, Sue said. But we should stay away from it. Let's go to a safer place. Izuku said. He grabbed the 3 girls and flew away from the gas. They flew up a mountain here Team C was running up. Todoroki. Midoriya, now isn't the time to fight. Shoto stated. Do you know what that gas is? It's probably the quirk of one the Isami students. I don't know what it does, but dash. He stopped as he noticed something walk out of the gas. Someone's coming. Did they run from the gas too? Sue asked. Hey, over here. Ochako yelled. Over H dash. Ijiro, Katsuki and Momo slowly walked out of the gas, their skin pale. Z-zombies. Everybody but Izuku yelled. Oh no, Izuku said. We don't even know whose quirk this is. But we're getting it? Jack flowed out of Izuku. Oh, definitely. Alright, then we can survive for now. Haha. Fumijai laughed. What do you think of my quirk? Well, now we know, Izuku said. It isn't all that much dash, Katsuki bit Fumijai. Well, Guess we're going to have to wait, Izuku said. If the quirk user is down, then there's no way to reverse this, Shoto said. Then I'll dash. He froze the area around them. The frozen zombies broke through the ice easily. Koda, Mashireo and Hagakure got bitten. Izuku flew the remained survivors to a cave which Todoroki froze the entrance to. Midoriya, how long do you think that zombie quirk lasts? The gas was clearing, so I'm sure it will go away eventually. The sounds of smashing ice filled the cave. Hagakure's hands smashed through before Shoto made more ice. Todoroki, get ready to use your flames. You girls stay back. If we can't move back, we'll have to push forward. I'll make an escape route. But how? Achiko asked. You can only fly so much whilst carrying us. These zombies can't be damaged. I'll blow them back. Get ready, Midoriya. Shoto blasted the ice with fire. Yeah. Izuku shattered the ice, blasting everything outside the cave off the edge of the mountain. What's going on? Tenya screamed, falling over the cliff. F-. Izuku yelled. They turned back to normal. Hey nerd. Katsuki yelled, holding a beat-up Fumijai. You want to fight me? Sounds fun. He dropped Fumijai and blasted forward. I'll crush you with everything I've got. He blasted forward, phasing straight through Izuku and slamming into the ground. Everybody, we're so sorry this happened, Kashiko apologized. I know a way you can repay us, Izuku said, pointing at Fumijai. I copy your quirk. What? Fumijai asked. My quirk is a copy quirk, I just have to die with you closest and all is forgiven. No, I'm not letting you H-. Yes, Kashiko said. We will happily accept this repayment, even if the method seems macabre. And Fumijai, apologize. But Kogu, you too, Tenya ordered. Apologize. The two ordered in unison. Habuko, I'm so happy to have met you again, Tsu said. Me too, Tsu. Habuko, let's work hard and become great heroes. Kajiro got back to his office after handing Dabi over to the league. The door didn't shut and he looked back to see a boot in the doorway. Class 1A, Himiko, and Hitoshi stood in front of 1A's teachers. Now then, let's begin the last test, Shota said. Remember, it's possible to fail this final. If you want to go to camp, then don't make any stupid mistakes. Why are all the teachers here? Kyuka asked. I expect many of you have gathered information and believe you have some ideas of what you'll be fighting today. We're fighting those big old metal robots. Denki cheered. Fireworks. S'mores. Here we come camp. Mina yelled. Actually, Nizu said, popping out of Shota's scarf. Will be completely different for various reasons. The tests now have a new focus. There will be hero work, of course, but also teamwork and combat between actual people. So what does that mean for you? You students will be working together in pairs and your opponents will be one of our esteemed UA teachers. Isn't that fabulous? Fighting the teachers? Achiko asked. Additionally, your partners and your opponents have already been chosen. They were determined at my discretion based on various factors, including fighting style, grades, and interpersonal relationships. First, Yaoyorozu and Todoroki are on a team against me. Let's announce the teams and the teachers they'll be fighting in order, Nizu said. First, Kirishima and Sato versus Cementos. Second, Azui and Tokoyami versus Ectoplasm. Third, Ida and Ojiro versus Power Loader. Fourth, as mentioned, Todoroki and Yaoyorozu versus Eraserhead. Fifth, Aoyama and Uraraka versus 13. Sixth, Ashido and Kaminari versus me. Seventh, Jiro and Koda versus Present Mike. Eighth, Hagakure and Shoji versus Snipe. And ninth, Bakugu and Siro versus Midnight. Izuku looked to Himiko and Hitoshi. Am I acting as the test for them? No, Nizu said. Both Shinsu's and Toga's quirks make them excellent at espionage and stealth. You are aware of both of their quirks and therefore would make their quirks useless, which in turn would make the battle completely one-sided. He looked to the two general studies students. However, if your opponent also has a quirk made useless by yours, then it would be fair and we could assess other aspects of your ability to be heroes. Therefore, you two will be fighting each other. What? The two looked at each other in shock and confusion before Himiko grinned. Sounds fun. So, what about me? Izuku asked. Sorry I'm late. A cheery voice came from below Izuku. He looked down and saw the grinning face of Mirio looking up at him. It's been a while. Ready to be defeated, hero? Of course, Izuku sighed. Izuku, take this. Shota handed him a band of hair. What? Izuku asked, confused. Recovery Girl thinks if the closest person to you when you die is somebody you've already copied, it wouldn't reboot your brain, either putting you in a coma or outright killing you. You haven't copied my quirk, so keep that strand of my hair on you, just in case. Why would we want your quirk? Jack asked, flowing out of Izuku. How do you fit the undead aesthetic? Shota countered. Well, Inko described quirks like souls, and those are ghosts, so I'm Izuku's ghost, a ghost's ghost. And that means my power allows the control of the souls of others. Whatever. Katsuki stared down the cloud of pink smoke. Inside was Hanta and Nemuri. I could just blast Midnight, but I would get disqualified for attacking elbows. That was their plan, wasn't it? Midnight isn't a challenge for me. Elbows is the obstacle. If only I could get her away from him, I could beat her, but she knows that. What kind of a hero uses a meat shield? I'm the villain here, villain, Nemuri countered. I thought you thought yourself a true hero, but you're useless in a hostage situation? Hostage situations can be left to the weak heroes. Then, why don't you go ask some of those weak heroes for help? She gestured to the open exit gate. No. I don't quit. I'm the best. I don't lose. Then you already have. What do I do? What would a hero do? Why am I even trying to be a hero if I can't save one hostage? For Deku? But I'll be a hero because nobody else can. Nobody else can save elbows. If I don't pull my sheet together, if this was a real hostage situation, then nobody else could save him, my indecision would kill him. But he sprinted forward, holding his breath before cupping one hand around the blast hole of his other's gauntlet, creating a more precise blast. Armor-piercing shot. He shot Nemuri away from Hanta. He grabbed Hanta and sprinted away from Nemuri to the exit. I'm coming back for you, Midnight. Please don't, Nemuri said, trying to hold her headache back. You've already won. Himiko and Hitoshi stared each other down. Hitoshi clasped his capture scarf as Himiko drew two knives. When the siren blared, Hitoshi threw his scarf at Himiko, who flipped over it whilst throwing her knives at him. He dodged, getting hit by one of them. Sheet, he said. Don't suppose you want to forfeit now? Himiko raised an eyebrow and dashed forward. Didn't think that would work. Hitoshi flipped the scarf that was still lying on the ground up, grabbing Himiko's ankle and flipping her over. He ran up to her and tried to tie her up. She clawed her legs around him and flipped him under her before holding a knife to his neck. Damn it! He tried to pull on his scarf before feeling the blade press into him. I give up. Himiko jumped up and cheered. Ooh, I told you I could be a hero. Izuku looked down the streets of Ground Beta. This is going to SCK. Mirio seemed to be doing arm stretches at the other side of the faux city. The alarm blared. Sorry about this lifeline. FA Gene plus Gearshift plus 1 for all 100%. He punched forward, creating a shockwave that destroyed the closest buildings and shattered all glass in Ground Beta. On the other side, Izuku was shot back into the walls of Ground Beta, the air sliding past him, ripping into his skin. Arg! When the shockwave stopped, Izuku shot forward. When he got close to Mirio, he noticed a large mass of black goo in the crumpled remains of buildings. The goo stretched back and threw the debris at him. Izuku quickly turned intangible. Snap, He felt his right wrist break. He looked at his right arm, which had the hair around the wrist and was clearly bending the wrong way. Is the hair stopping me from using my quirk? He noticed pink smoke filling the streets. Damn it, I can't see him. He noticed a fist coming for him and quickly made an ice wall, which the fist ignored before punching him back. You're going to have to try harder than that, hero. Izuku tried to regain balance but didn't seem able to control his speed despite how many quirks he used. Well, I used my ice, so the hair isn't stopping me from using the arm. Then what's the problem? Should I just take it off? That would mean that's it? I could die. My subconscious isn't letting me lose it. That's the test. I need to truly face death, without chance of revival. Izuku noticed he might not be able to pull the hair off carefully, especially since a fist was coming for his face. Wait. The fist slammed into him and shot him back further. Yeah. He screamed, sending Mirio back. He quickly grabbed the hair with his teeth and ripped it off. Mirio stopped. Wait, you didn't just swallow that, did you? Izuku looked confused and concerned. Never mind. Anyway, Jack, they want to see what I'm capable of. Activate Reaper. Black and green sparks engulfed Izuku. Hey, I can do that too. Black and yellow lightning engulfed Mirio. Inside the black, Izuku turned invisible. Izuku began to float along with the debris around them, which then began to spin around Izuku, creating a tornado of shattered glass, concrete, and rebar. I can kind of do that. Green fire began to spin inside the tornado as Izuku started producing ice to cool himself down. Now that's just unfair. Izuku felt that his throat had fully healed. Time for the finisher. Yeah. A flam-filled shout shot through the tornado, taking debris with it and smashing into where Mirio was right before he fell through the floor and shot up through the center of the tornado. Mirio felt the heat instantly engulf him. I just need to end this, fast. Combining one for all with Gearshift and Black Whip, he punched the other black form, going straight through it. When he appeared out the other side, he noticed capture tape around his wrist. Damn it. Looks like you win this one, hero. Morning, Shota said. Unfortunately, there are a few of you who did not pass your final exams. 5 failed the practical, badly. 2 teams and then 0 failed as well. For the practical battles, the teachers made sure you each had a way to win, otherwise you never would have stood a chance. We were interested in observing how you each worked together and approached the task at. The training camp will focus on building your strength. Those of you who failed need those lessons the most. We were never going to separate you. That was just a logical deception we used. He tricked us all. I should have expected this. Tenya spoke up. Mr. Aizawa, this is the second time you've lied to us. Aren't you afraid we'll lose faith in you? That's a good point, Shota said. I'll consider it. But I wasn't lying to you about everything. Failure is failure. We've prepared extra lessons for the 5 of you. Frankly, they'll be far tougher than what you'd face at summer school. By the way, we're getting a new student, she'll move in soon. When class ended, 1A discussed a shopping trip. Katsuki denied on ground of it sounding boring and Shoto denied to see his mother instead. I'll have to see if Nizu's okay with it, Izuku said. At the shopping mall, Achiko ran away from Izuku shouting about pests. Wow, I thought she was fine with the whole vigilante thing. Izuku sighed. Guess I can't accept any kind of normalcy. Oh, it's someone from you? Nice, Tamura said from behind Izuku. I want an autograph. He put his arm around Izuku. You were the one who won the sports festival, right? That vigilante. I can't believe I'm running into you again. It makes me think that it might not be a coincidence. No, this feels like it's destiny. He put 3 fingers and his thumb around Izuku's neck. Oh, right, from your point of view, we haven't met since the attack on UA. Why don't we spend some time catching up, Izuku Midoriya? Looking for a fight, Shigaraki? No, act natural, don't make a scene. I'm just an old friend who walked into you at the mall. I think we should have a conversation is all. Oh, and of course, if you try to run or fight me in any way, well, it'll be fast. Soon as all 5 of my fingers touch your neck, your throat will be the first thing that disintegrates. In a matter of seconds, you'll be nothing more than a pile of dust and powdered bones. A pile of dust? Interesting. The ability to pull small objects to me, that's one of my oldest powers, one that I've improved the most. Focus one for all on specifically that, who knows how small that limit is. Cells or molecules would be messy. Pulling your atoms apart would turn you into a fission bomb. Maybe I could pull on your strings and erase you from existence with a thought. I don't care if you try to kill me, I've died 14 times, I just come back. But what about you, willing to see if you're really the one who will finally put me down? Look, like I said, I just want to talk. Izuku sighed. Whatever. Let's talk. Let's go grab a seat and get comfortable, why don't we? When it comes down to it, I hate basically everything. But the hero killer sees me the off the most right now. Suddenly everybody is obsessed with that stupid hero killer. The attack on UA. The Nomus I released on Hosu. All of it was upstaged by him. No one's giving me a second thought. Why is that? Despite what he claims to believe, all he really did was try to get rid of what he didn't like. What do you think the difference is between us? Well, I don't understand you, Izuku said. Even before I joined Stain, I understood him, his goals, his philosophy, even if it differed from my own. He fights to improve society in his own way. He's a maniac, but he doesn't destroy things because it sounds fun. And when things were looking bad for him, he didn't abandon his mission like you did. Even if the way he acted was wrong and differed from his original goals, he stayed true to his beliefs. That's the difference. I see. The problems is heroes. Lemillion, Endeavor. I didn't see it even though it was right in front of me the whole time. What was I worrying about so much? Heroes are why these morons are about to smile thoughtlessly. They feel so safe because garbage pros are smiling thoughtlessly too. As if there's nobody in the world they can't save. Oh, I'm glad we had this chat. I feel better. I can't thank you enough, Midoriya. Good, then I'll leave. Izuku made his neck intangible and got up. Wait, the student I'm swapping with is a girl? Minoru thought. That means I'll be in the girl's side. And don't think you'll be in the girl's side of the dorm. Her room was next to her teacher's, Cementos. Damn it. That afternoon, Izuku filed a report with the police before going back to the dorms where a message was left for him from the commission, along with a new suit. This one was all black. Looks like it's time for Lantern's comeback. The message explained that Lantern was debuting because of that day's attack, meaning the villains were advancing, and it told him to see Kajiro about any villain groups hiring. Time to visit an old friend. Izuku put on the new suit and grabbed the suitcase for his Flatline suit in case of training. He then flew to Kajiro's office. When he walked inside, he was stunned by the blood in the room. Izuku spoke into his radio. This is Flatline, Jiren's been attacked. Izuku walked to Kajiro's computer and turned it on. He went to a bookshelf which had a bug that filmed the front door and plugged it into the computer. He went through the video until he saw the villains that attacked. He then compared the villains to the ones in Kajiro's database. Got them. Not sure what they'd want with Jiren, but their quirks are pretty weak and their base is an abandoned building not far from here. He turned on the radio again. I'm going after him. Kigo's voice came over the radio. What? No, come back. Let the police handle this. I've already found him. Izuku changed into his Flatline suit. Time to be a vigilante. Izuku flew to the building and onto its roof. On the roof was a guard who he quickly took out by throwing a knife into the back of his head. One villain was busy torturing Kajiro with two guards around him. There was a single knock at the door. Somebody check that. One of the guards walked over and opened the door. A body that was attached to the door by knives slumped down in front of the guard. What the F dash? The guard raised his assault rifle and looked out the door before his neck quickly spun around by an unknown force. Whoever you are dash, the main man yelled, pointing a gun at Kajiro. One move and I shoot him. A knife knocked the gun out of his hand. He looked to where the knife came from and saw his other guard slumping over next to Izuku. Flatline. Ha. I should have known. You know, I'm only torturing him because he was your accomplice. I'll gladly let you take his place. He rushed forward. Die. His arms sparked with electricity. The two punched each other, creating an explosion that shattered the windows. The villain fell to a knee as Izuku healed his wounds. Fine, whatever, kill me. No, I'm not going to kill you. What? You killed my men, but you think not killing me makes you a good person or some shit? No, I need to make sure nobody attacks Jiren again. 206 inch. 206? What the hell do arg? He screamed as Izuku broke his femur. 205. 1A and 1B waited for their buses. Now that you've finished your semester at UA High, it's time for your summer vacation to officially begin, Shota said. However, don't think these will be months of rest for you heroes in the making. At this camp, we'll push you to go beyond your limits. You're aiming to become plus ultra. I heard Class 1A is taking extra courses. Nito laughed. Does that mean some of them actually failed the final exam? That must be so embarrassing, especially since you're supposed to be so much better than my class. All of you must be wallowing in shame. Itsuka knocked him out. Don't mind him. Attention Class A, our bus is here. Tenya ordered. Everybody line up in seating order. Here's the deal, Shota said from the wheel. We'll be on this bus about an hour before our first stop. Make sure you stay focused. Hey Midoriya, Ijiro said. Apparently some thug got all his bones broken, super unmanly. He claims it was Flatline. Do you know anything about that? Some impersonator, I guess, Izuku said. Torture's not really my thing. After an hour they were let off the bus at the edge of a cliff. Shino, Ryuko Tsuchikawa and Koda got out of a car parked on the cliff. Your feline fantasies are here. Shino started. Say meow. Perfectly cute and cat-like girls. Ryuko Tsuchikawa continued. You can call us the wild, wild pussycats. The two cheered in unison. We own this whole stretch of land out here. Shino pointed off the cliff to a large forested area. Everything you can see. The summer camp you're staying at is there, at the base of the mountain. The current time is 9:30 in the morning, she grinned. If you're fast about it, you might make it there by noon. Kiddies who don't make it there by 12:30 don't get any lunch. As the rest of 1A ran for the bus, Izuku dove off the cliff. You should have guessed students, Shota said as Ryuko Tsuchikawa jumped in front of the students. The training camp has already begun. She touched the ground which gave way, throwing the students off the cliff. I have a plan, Izuku stated, punching through a beast. We're just fighting Pixie Bob's dirt monsters. I can carry about 4 at a time, so if I go back and forth, taking a few of you at once we should be able to make it. I'll start with who can provide the least support for the remaining students. Some of the monsters can fly, so whichever of you can provide the best range support should stay with me, allowing me to take 3 others at a time for a total of 6 round trips. Excellent plan, Midoriya, Tenya said. Yuga, you're with him. We'll start with Koda, Hagakure, and Toga, was it? He looked to Himiko. Yep, she grinned. After delivering the first 3 students, Izuku said, that's an interesting quirk. Your body doesn't seem to be able to handle it well. Yuga froze. Well, mon ami. It disagrees with my stomach. They finished after an hour. Meow 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 meow. Ryuko Tsuchikawa meowed. You guys were seriously great. Especially, the 5 of you. She pointed to Izuku, Katsuki, Shoto, Tenya and Yuga. It seems you've had quite a bit of experience. I call dibs on these kittens. She charged at them. Anyway, who's that? Izuku asked, pointing to Koda. Oh, this little guy? Shino asked. He's my cousin's son. He lives with us now. Don't be shy, Koda. Say hi to everybody. You're gonna be around them for the next week. The last thing I want is to hang with some wannabe heroes. Koda objected. The next day the students were brought out at 5:30 a.m. Good morning, class, Shota said. Today we begin a training camp that will increase your strength. Our goal is to increase your strengths exponentially so that each of you earns a provisional license. This will allow you to face the dangers that continue to fester in the darkness. Proceed carefully, look alive Bakugo. He threw a softball at Katsuki. Try throwing that for me. Yeah, sure, like in the fitness test, Katsuki said. That's right, when you first started school, your score was 710.2 meters, the highest that wasn't infinity. Let's see if you've improved. Katsuki walked in front of the class and winded up his arm. I got this. Nobody blink. Go to hell. He threw the ball with an explosion. That was 714.6 meters. You've had a single semester at UA, and due to your various experiences, all of you have definitely improved. But those improvements have mostly been limited to mental prowess and technical skill, with a slight increase in stamina thrown in along the way. As you can see, your various quirks have not improved much on a fundamental level, besides Midoriya, of course. That's why we're now going to focus on improving your powers. This will be so hard you'll feel like you're dying. Let's hope you all survive. An hour later, Class 1B was outside. We're focusing on our quirks? Itsuka asked. Class A's already training, Sekijiro said. You all need to catch up. Last semester Class A was in the spotlight. Next semester, it's Class B's turn. From now on, you're shooting for the top. Don't let me down. But first, Shota said, Izuku needs to start his real training. So far he's just been working on his strength with Tiger, but now that 1B's here, he can train his main quirk. What do you mean? Itsuka asked. Izuku's real quirk is a copy quirk, like Monoma's, but it's permanent, morbid, and sentient. Huh? Class 1A's star just has a shitty version of my quirk? Nito snickered. How many quirks can you copy, Monoma? I bet that's twice as many as him. Izuku, besides your main one, how many quirks do you currently have? Izuku though for a second. 20, sir. T20. Class 1B gasped. Nito went silent. So, Monoma, we'll see if you can copy his quirks to boost your number of quirks, and if not, we'll work on how long your copies last, Sekijiro said. Alright. Nito walked up to Izuku and touched his arm. Blood started running out of his nose. What the hell? You may want to walk over to somebody I haven't already copied in case that kills you, Izuku said. K kills me. Nito shrieked. Yeah, but my quirks means you'll just come back with a permanent quirk copy of the closest person to you, as long as you haven't already copied it. And make sure the quirk is undead themed, or Jack will get angry. Nito ran over to Sekijiro. Teach, what do I do? Just relax, Sekijiro said. You're currently invincible. Wait, how long do your copies last? Izuku asked. 10 minutes, why? Nito asked, concerned. That might be a problem. The revival takes time. I don't think it's ever been less than 10 minutes, even with super regeneration. What? Nito passed out. Anyway, time for my training? Izuku asked. Shouldn't we help him? Itsuka asked. He just used his quirk 5 times its maximum. That level of quirk overuse would have nearly instantly killed him. However, he currently has a copy of super regeneration. I doubt he'll even die. Then again, he is a beach. He didn't pass out from blood loss, I just scared the beach, Izuku stated. I'll just have a quick chat with Vlad King, then he can monitor Monoma. Sekijiro looked over to Izuku. Fine, let's talk about which students you'll be copying. Izuku walked over to Sekijiro. Actually, first is Dash. Jack flowed out of Izuku and snapped his neck. But what the F dash? Sekijiro caught Izuku. Half an hour later, Izuku and Nito were both awake. All right, Monoma, Izuku said. Time to test if you copied my quirk. All you have to do is walk over to Vlad King and kill yourself in front of him. What? Are you crazy? Nito cried. Don't be a beach. I did it whilst you were passed out and look. Blood poured out of Izuku and hardened into a club-like form. And what if I don't have your quirk? Then the world will finally be at peace, as will you. You cheeky Dash. Relax, you already fell unconscious in front of him, so if you died, you would already have it. And if you kept the rest, Jack should be able to come out of you. Can you do either? I'll try. Nito put his arm out and blood came out of it. Oh, I have Vlad King's quirk. Permanently, Izuku said, what about mine? Jack, can you come out? Nothing happened. Guess because it was your quirk that copied mine, it's still temporary, but that does mean you can now permanently copy some quirks. You just need to not be a beach and also get to them before I do. Jack might even let you copy untamed quirks. Jack flowed out of Izuku. Yeah, sure, whatever. I don't care what quirk this loser has. Ready to try again? Izuku asked. No, I'd rather work on time first. How about working on not being a bit Dash? Izuku, get a move on, Shota said. Next to him was Reiko. Her quirk is called Poltergeist. It's a telekinesis quirk. Perfect. Also, I have one request, Izuku said. He pointed to Setsuna, hers. It's another perfect quirk. If you're sure, I don't really see how, but whatever. That night the students were tasked with making food. I feel like I'm dying. Denki complained. Really? Izuku asked. What's that like? Personally, I think it must feel pretty bad to almost die. You get the relief of temporary death. What do you think I see when I'm dead? Do you think I see heaven? No, there's just nothing. Kaminari, when you die, there's nothing there. Just infinite black. Dude, cut it out. Denki looked away. That's scary. Do you want to know what's scarier? Izuku's head floated down in front of Denki's face, not attached to his neck. Ah! Class 1A screamed. When Class 1A finished cooking, Izuku brought the heroes shares of the food. Where's the kid? He asked. He has a hiding spot in the mountains, Shino said. I'd be back. Izuku disappeared in a flash. He appeared in front of Koda. Thought you'd be hungry. No way. How'd you find this place? Koda asked. Your aunt told me. Get lost, I don't want to hang out with you. So forget about my secret hideout. Spending your entire life trying to improve your stupid quirk? It's dumb. All you want to do is show off. Get lost. Why don't you like heroes? Won't you leave me alone already? Go away. I see, it's quite personal. He probably knew a hero who died. Izuku put the plate down and left. Izuku woke up with a major headache. His sheets were drenched red. Izuku, are you okay? Ijiro asked as Izuku gathered his sheets. Just a little quirk overuse. I've been keeping a bunch of quirks going constantly. The blood would be from blood control. It's been a while since my quirks have overwhelmed my super regeneration. I must be getting close to my current limit. Maybe I should be on the lookout for another regeneration quirk, but I don't think anything I find will ever be close to super regeneration. Even Lizard Tail Splitter requires the loss of a whole limb of organ to replace it, and it's still slow. Yeah, maybe you should go easy on the copying for now. That night, after dinner, they were called to a clearing in the forest. It's time for Ryuko Tsuchikawa began. A totally awesome test of courage. Mina finished. Not so fast, Shota said. It pains me to say it, but the remedial class will be having lessons with me tonight instead. You gotta be kidding me. Halfway through the first round, Izuku noticed blue flames over the trees. Sheet. Wood can't burn hot enough to create blue fire. That's a quirk. We're under attack. Ryuko Tsuchikawa flew towards Kenji, who slammed her to the ground with her magnet. First, let's get rid of these feral cats, Kenji said. Shino and Yawara blocked the students from engaging. I'm going after Koda. Izuku flew off. Papa! Mama! Koda screamed as Goto went to punch him. Izuku grabbed Koda, saving him from the punch which shook the mountain. Hey, you were on the list, Goto said. I'm not allowed to kill you, but I can beat the hell out of you. This is going to be fun. Show me your blood. Goto punched Izuku into the mountain's side. Izuku went through it and shot back out, punching Goto, knocking him back. Goto's muscles rippled out of his body and reattached themselves, making him even stronger. He kicked Izuku, the leg going through him without connecting. You're really annoying, aren't you? I'm immune to physical attacks. You might as well just surrender. You might be, but what about the kid? Goto punched towards Kota. Izuku blocked the punch, snapping his arm in the process. This guy is strong enough to overpower shock absorption. Maybe if I die here I could give his quirk to All Might. But I can't, I need to protect Koda. Koda, run. Stay away from the gas and the flames, and keep yourself hidden. Alright. Koda ran in the opposite direction. And where do you think you're going? Goto jumped in front of Koda. He went to kick Koda before the muscles which were starting to grow shot away from his leg and wrapped back up, making him kick himself. What the hell? Those muscles count as small objects, at least when they're just attached at one end. You're like a puppet with 1,000 strings. Izuku stated. He then coughed up blood. Ice formed along the ground and froze Goto in place. Go now, Koda. Koda resumed running. You little sheet. Goto broke free of the ice and shot towards Izuku. Izuku jumped over Goto and pulled on his muscles, wrapping them around Goto. Goto created even more muscles, becoming almost completely concealed under his muscle fibers. As soon as Izuku touched the ground, Goto kicked Izuku's leg, snapping it. F dash. Just my luck that it was my right limb both times. And here I thought you said you were immune to physical attacks. But all I had to do was try to kill a kid to make you wear yourself too thin. He raised both fists above Izuku. Die. Water hit his face. What now? Remember water hose? My mom and my dad. Did you torment the two of them too? Before you killed them? Huh, seriously? Those losers were your parents? Well then this must be fate. The water hose heroes, they're the reason I have an artificial eye in my left socket right now. This is all your fault. Nothing in the world is right anymore, and it's because of crazy people like you. Little kids are so quick to say it's someone else's fault. Don't get the wrong idea. It's not like I took them out because I was mad about the whole eye thing. I wanted to kill people, it's as simple as that. And those two tried to stop me. What happened was the result of all of us doing our best. The real travesty is promising to do something you aren't able to do. That's why your dear old mummy and daddy died. He went to punch Koda before noticing Izuku jumped towards him. Nice try with the sneak attack, but I'm ready. Izuku telegraphed a punch with his left arm whilst the right pulled on Goto's artificial eye. Goto countered the punch as Izuku headbutted him. F dash, that hurts. Izuku whined. I'm never going to get rid of this headache. He began shooting icicles into Goto's limbs. Get going, kid. One last attack should do it. I'm not done yet. Goto screamed. Yeah. Izuku screamed at Goto, point blank, shattering Goto's eardrums and artificial eye and ripping apart his muscles before knocking him out. Are you okay, mister? Koda asked. Izuku pointed towards the cabin. All right. Izuku picked up Goto and threw him off the mountain. I should regroup as well, there might be others who need help. He flew off the mountain and towards the fire. When he got there he heard a scream. He flew down, seeing Tomoko backing away from Dabi. Izuku created a wall of ice in front of Tomoko right as Dabi sent another blast of fire. Ice. Dabi asked. He grinned. Will we dash? He looked up. Oh, this is disappointing. Well, now I have two from the list. He shot blue flames at Izuku who flew over them. You look terrible and naked. You should probably just give up. And don't think about running, ragdoll, I can split my attention. Fire spewed from each of his hands. And naked? Alright, I flew through that mountain and I'm not wearing one of my costumes. Well, I've fought naked before. Izuku felt his arm fully heal. He shot into the ground and punched Dabi from beneath. You're powerful but foolish, Dabi said. Pretending to be a hero. He pointed an arm towards Tomoko and the other followed Izuku. It makes you weak. Blue flames erupted from both arms. Izuku flew in front of Tomoko, taking both blasts. Himiko was sneaking away from the growing fire. Your talents would be squandered as a hero, Atsuhiro said, standing in the trees above her. We'll provide you with a grander stage. One where you can truly shine. He stretched out his arm and Himiko backflipped away from Atsuhiro right before he touched her. You were so much greater in your earlier performance. And now with Stain gone, you can make a grand debut as his successor. All you have to do is take my hand. Tempting, but I always wanted to be hero, Himiko countered. And they've given me acceptance. She continued to dodge his advances. But do they accept you, or is that all a performance? With the League we were all side characters, cast aside. We have no need to play such a part, you would have no concerns regarding our sincerity. And what of that boyfriend of yours? Are you sure he has the role you dash? Mashareo slammed his tail into Atsuhiro. Sorry we got split up by the fire. Do you know what this guy's quirk is? No, but I don't think we should get close. Damn it. You were not cast for this scene. Atsuhiro threw a marble at Mashareo. It broke into a boulder which slammed into him. Anyway, where were we? So he has some sort of projectile quirk? I should save my energy for dodging those attacks. Himiko jumped over the bushes lining the path, sinking into the darkness. A marble shot towards her. She jumped to the side as it broke, resulting in a flash of blinding light and deafening sound. Makeshift flashbang, my dear. Sorry about that, but I need to play my part. As Achiko and Tsu were making their way back to the clearing, they ran into pink gas. That's not good, we should go around that, Achiko said. Ribbit, Tsu croaked. She grabbed Achiko and swung through the trees until they were back on the path. They ran for a little longer before running into Katsuki and Shoto fighting Moonfish. What's going on? Why are you two here? Shoto asked. I thought Hagakure and Jairu, and Aoyama and Yaoyorozu were before you. Where are they? Achiko shivered. You don't think they're in that smoke, do you, Tsu? She began turning around. Stop. Katsuki ordered. If that gas is poisonous, you're just adding 2 more bodies. Go and find help. Either somebody who can get through the gas or somebody who can defeat this motherfucker. He pouted. His creepy teeth keeps regenerating. All right. Achiko responded. She and Tsu ran into the forest. They eventually heard trees breaking and snuck over to the sound. Dark shadow was tearing through the forest. What is happening? What is Tokoyami doing? Get away from me! Fumikage yelled. Mizo pulled the girls aside. He was trying to hold his quirk back, but we were caught in an attack. And I got injured, triggering Dark Shadow. So now he's on a rampage? Tsu asked. Yes, it's too dark for him to control it. What if we gave him a challenger? Achiko asked. What do you mean? Mizo asked. Get his attention, and run with us, Achiko said. Alright? Hope you know what you're doing. He ran in front of Dark Shadow, waving all his arms around. Hey, over here. What are you doing, Shoji? Fumikage asked. I don't know. Mizo began running with the girls as Fumikage followed, tearing through the forest. They made their way back to Katsuki and Shoto and let Dark Shadow attack Moonfish until Moonfish was defeated. Then Katsuki and Shoto created enough fire to calm Dark Shadow. Thanks, how did you help the others? Shoto looked to where the smoke was dissipating. We didn't, Achiko said. Guess they had it covered. What now? Ribbit? Tsu asked. Obviously we attack whoever's burning the forest. Katsuki declared. You mean walk into the fire? Mizo asked. I won't be able to do much, Fumikage said. The group got to the center of the fire where a warp gate was already open and Dabi was standing outside. I'm afraid you're too late, he said. We've already captured our targets. See you later, Shoto. He walked through the gate. Wait, targets? Achiko asked. We need to regroup with everybody else now. Mashireo woke up in hospital right before most of 1A walked into the room. Is everybody okay? He asked. Where the new girl? 1A looked down. They kidnapped her, Midoriya too, Tenya said. Jairu and Hagakure are unconscious from the gas and Yaoyorozu got a bad hit to the head. She's also in the hospital. I failed, I was there, I could have protected her. That's why I learned marital arts. Her quirk isn't physical. Alright, then let's go get them, Ijiro said. I was here yesterday too. And so was Todoroki. We were on the way to visit you when we saw Lemillion and a police officer talking with Yaoyorozu. She's made a tracking device with a receiver that will lead the heroes to the villain's base. This means you're going to have Yaoyorozu make another receiver for you, doesn't it? Tenya asked. What if it does? Shoto asked. We have to leave this to the professionals. Tenya declared. It's not the right time for us to get involved, idiots. Maybe, but all I know is that at camp, I couldn't do anything. Ijiro countered. I heard my friends were being attacked and I just stood by. Helpless. So if I just stand by and do nothing now, how am I supposed to call myself a hero or a man? What Ida said is true, Tsu said. All of you, just listen to me for a minute, Ijiro pleaded. I know what you're saying is right. But still, they're still within our reach. We can save them. May I suggest I go instead? They heard a voice behind them and turned around, seeing Flatline. I heard my brother and girlfriend were kidnapped. I can get them back without future heroes jeopardizing their careers. Izumi. Tenya asked. Glad to see you weren't planning on joining them, hero hopeful. Himiko took note of her surroundings. She was strapped to a chair in the middle of a bar. She noticed something beside her and noticed it was Izuku, seemingly passed out and looking charred. Are you okay? She asked him. He didn't respond. A black cloud appeared behind the bar as several people, including the one who attacked her, walked into the room. So, one of the new recruits has awoken, Tamura said. New recruit? Why would I join you stupid villains? Himiko asked, sticking out her tongue. I'm a hero. You've killed a lot of innocent people for a hero. Don't you want to go back to the freedom you once had? I lived that life out of desperation, and out of respect for Izumi and Stain. Izumi? Is that Flatline? Yes. And I bet he's coming here right now to beat all of your arses. It's going to be hard to do that when he's tied up beside you and unconscious. That's his brother, Izuku. Is it? Isn't his name Izuku Midoriya? Izumi? Himiko just glared at Tamura. Well, you have the rest of your life to decide. And if your boyfriend does show up, well, look at Izuku. Izuku's burns had mostly healed by now. What the hell is this? Katsuki asked. What are you doing here, Deku? I feel you have me confused with my brother, the name's Izumi. Flatline responded. Deku doesn't have a brother. Well, I certainly feel real. I could punch you if it would prove my corporealness. I'm not a ghost like my brother. Are you looking for a fight, Deku? Katsuki pushed towards Flatline. Nah, you're not challenging enough for me. Just tell me where Yaoyorozu's room is. Room 316, Tenya said. Now please don't fight in a hospital. Thank you, Flatline walked away. What the hell are you doing, Deku? Katsuki grumbled. Izuku opened his eyes. He was covered in black mist. He was standing on dark stone and the sky was a black void. He turned around and noticed 4 tall chairs. Sat in the middle 2 were figures glowing gold and in the other 2 were a man and a woman. He tried to talk but couldn't produce a sound. This is your mindscape, Yoichi said. You aren't ready to fully manifest yourself here. Izuku pointed to the black mist on his body. That's not Jack if you're wondering. Nana said he should be able to appear here, but it seems he isn't here right now. Yoichi continued. This mindscape is created by my Quirk transfer. I believe Mirio told you about the previous users appearing to him. He pointed to one of the golden figures. Listen, you've been captured by the villains. You can't let my brother steal your Quirk. He'll be unstoppable, even worse than if he gets one for all. You may have to play along to not agitate them, but he's good at reading people. He'll know you're tricking him if you're not careful. Just play it like you're considering joining, Nana explained. If they think they're getting somewhere, they'll get overexcited. Izuku felt himself waking up. He closed his eyes and when he opened them he was in a bar. He felt something grab his wrists. Looking down he noticed it was a Quirk cancellation cuff that suddenly appeared, as if out of nowhere. He instantly felt overwhelming pain, before vomiting blood. I thought the fear was bad, that regeneration is really something. His skin began to quickly peel and char again, especially around his hands as his old scars reappeared, although they were mostly hidden by his peeling and burnt skin. Tamura, I'd suggest you show our guests some hospitality. Kurogiri said. I'd rather not have to clean up any more than I already do. Why not? We're recruiting them, so we should treat them as equals, Tamura said. Dabi release them. They'll just attack us, Dabi said. They can try, Tamura said. We'll kill at least one of them if they try. Twice you do it, Dabi said. No way. Jean objected. Sure. Do it, Dabi ordered. Jean walked over to them and removed their restraints. We are here to apologize, Shota said at a press conference where he sat alongside Nizu and Sekijiro. A recent incident allowed harm to come to 27 first-year heroes. And we staff were ill-prepared. We take full responsibility for any trauma caused by our negligence. It's our duty to train heroes, but also to protect heroes in training. I'll take the first question, a reporter said. Since the beginning of the year, UA students have had 4 encounters with villains. This time there were students who were gravely injured. How did you explain this to their families? And what are some of the specific steps you're taking to ensure their safety in the future? We will increase patrols around the school grounds and review security measures within the school, Nizu said. The safety of UA's students is our main priority, make no mistake about it. Well, would you look at that? Tamura asked, watching the press conference. The heroes are becoming the bad guys. Looks like they're not dealing with this well at all. So much criticism. But everyone makes a mistake or two, right? It's not like they're supposed to be perfect. Modern-day heroes sure have it rough. What do you two think? Once a hero receives payment to protect people, they aren't a real hero anymore, Shuichi said. You two worked under Stain, you should know about that. A hero in this current system only cares about money and glory, Tamura continued. And since society only cares about those idiotic rules, anyone deemed a loser is shoved aside. That's why we'll be better heroes, Himiko said. Real heroes. I have no glory, yet I'm a hero. I only care about having enough money to live off, and I want to save others. Isn't that right, Izuku? Give me a second, Izuku said, half awake and feeling like he was going to vomit again, his wounds still healing. We want to pose some questions, Tamura said. What is a hero? What is justice? Is this society truly fair? Soon everyone will be asking. That's when we'll know we've won. Don't you want to win? I do apologize for such forceful methods, Atsuhiro said. But please understand that we aren't some kind of unruly mob committing crimes without a third act in mind. We didn't kidnap you two by accident. Even though our backgrounds are different, everyone here has suffered, Tamura said. Because of people, rules, and heroes who try to hold us back. I know you're the same. You're so boring. Himiko complained. How have you still not gotten to the point? Where are my knives? There's not enough blood here. Just burns. You spoke about keeping the students safe, Eraserhead, a reporter said. But according to our information, you encouraged them to fight during our attack on the training camp, putting them in grave danger. What was your reasoning for this? I concluded that because we didn't know the full situation, allowing them to use their quirks would help them avoid the worst possible outcome, Shota explained. And what would that outcome be? The reporter asked. Do you think that 25 victims and 2 kidnapped students is a win for UA High? I assure you that things could have gone far more poorly. I feared every student would be tortured and killed in the end. Most of the victims were harmed by the gas attack, Nizu explained. We've determined it to be the result of a poisonous quirk used by one of the villains. It's thanks to the quick actions of Miss Kendo and Mr. Tetsu that injuries were kept to a bare minimum. Additionally, we're providing mental health counseling to every student, though at the moment, we do not see any signs of serious psychological trauma. So you found a bright spot in this tragedy? The reporter asked. We're relieved that a bright class of burgeoning students still has a future. Can you say the same thing for the abducted, Izuku Midoriya and Himiko Toga? These two grew up on the streets. They didn't know each other personally but had a mutual connection through Izumi Midoriya. Izuku Midoriya tried to take his own life at 14 and when that failed became the vigilante known as Flatline. Himiko Toga was abandoned by her family who still have yet to show up in her life again. She and Izumi Midoriya were trained by the hero killer. All three have racked up a body count higher than Endeavor before turning when they do turn 18. The three are welcomed to UA with open arms, which Izumi turns down to take over as Flatline. What if this past is the real reason the villains kidnapped them? What if they're brainwashing them into turning back to crime right now? How can you sit there and tell us they still have a future? Shota stood and bowed. While it is true that these students' pasts are troubling, they were born out of a necessity for survival and the possession of quirks which pushed their owners to use them. The two became vigilantes because as far as they could tell, society would not let them be heroes. The hero killer training Himiko Toga did not stop her from desiring to be a hero and has given her the drive to be a better hero. Izuku Midoriya spent his vigilante career saving heroes. He even ran into me several times and could have killed me at a couple opportunities. It's because of these pasts that these two are trying harder than anybody else to be the best heroes. If the villains think they have a chance with them, then they are grossly mistaken. I can guarantee you that much. That doesn't amount to real evidence, though, the reporter said. I didn't ask you how you feel, I asked if you had concrete information. We're doing our best with the intel we currently have available, Nizu said. I have no doubt the police will break this case very soon. We won't rest until our missing students are returned to UA. Flatline got to the end of the tracker. In front of him was an enormous warehouse building. He climbed up to a window and peeked in. Inside were vats, each holding a Nomu. Well, that will be a problem. But I don't see Izuku. Maybe while I'm here I could take them out. He noticed something. There's something else here. It feels like an even greater number of quirks in an individual than Izuku, so many that the Nomu aren't overpowering it. Could it be him? You picked up a Udo with her foot and slammed it down onto the warehouse, smashing it open as the heroes and police accompanying her ran inside to capture the Nomu and retrieve Tomoko. Somebody knocked on the door to the bar. Hello? I got a pizza DLVY here. Power! Mirio punched through the wall where Shuchi was standing. Kurogyri gate. Tamura commanded. Preemptive binding. Shinji swung in after Mirio. Lacquered chain prison. He restrained all the villains. That's it? Dabi asked, burning the wood. Sorahiko jumped through the hole and kicked his head, knocking Dabi out. Shinya squeezed through the door. One tends to neglect defense when they're on the offense. But we didn't come alone. He unlocked the door, revealing a squad of police with riot gear. You're surrounded by the police, not to mention powerful heroes like Endeavor. Sorry to keep you two waiting, Mirio grinned at Izuku and Himiko. After I went through all the trouble of preparing this, the final boss goes and shows up on my doorstep. Tamura complained. Everyone's been restrained. There's no easy way to escape. It can't be helped. So they've got backup, huh? What we do? Kurogyri. Warp over as many as you can. What are you waiting for, damn it? I'm sorry, Tamura Shigaraki. Kurogyri apologized. The Nomu were supposed to be in a fixed location, but they're gone. Sorry about that. Mirio laughed. We already took care of the Nomu. I guess it's over now. You think it's over? Tamura asked, slowly standing against Shinji's bindings. I've only just begun to play. Justice, peace. You've created a garbage society by lifting up such ridiculous ideals. That's why I started gathering people for my cause. Do you think this is the end? Then you've lost. Kurogyri. Shinya shot through Kurogyri, knocking him out. Ninpo, thousand sheet pierce. You'll all be better off if you take us seriously, Sorahiko said. Kenji Hikishi, Atsuhiro Seiko, Shuichi Iguchi, Jin Babaigawara. Though they had little time, the police worked through the night to discover your true identities, do you understand? There's nowhere left for any of you to run. So, Shigaraki, one question. Where is your boss hiding? No. This is not over. Tamura declared as gray sludge appeared around him, Nomu appearing in the sludge. The sludge then started coming out of the mouths of the villains as well as Himiko and Izuku. They then disappeared. Come in, Genist. Naomasa yelled into his radio. What the hell is going on over there? No answer. Genist. I'm going to the other hideout. Mirio yelled, his smile fading. It must be him. All for One floated over the heroes who attacked the warehouse. Flatline watched around the corner. Should I step in? I'm here for Himiko and Izuku. Where are they? Sludge appeared around All for One, out of which fell the villains and hostages. They're here now. I just need an opening. My apologies, All for One said. He walked towards Tamura. So, you failed once more, Tamura. But you must not be discouraged. You'll try again. That's why I brought your associates back with you. Even these hostages, because you judged that they were important pieces on your name board. He held his hand out to Tamura. Start over as many times as it takes. I am here to provide you with help. All of this is for you. They're behind him now. Flatline leapt over the wall separating them and began sneaking towards the two hostages, arms ready to access his weapons. Ah, there you are, All for One said. Power! Mirio slammed into All for One. All for One stopped the blow and countered, blowing up the surrounding area. That attack was not all physical, it countered my permeation. If I hadn't been permeated, it probably would have done serious damage. You're pretty strong, Mirio said. He rushed forward, and All for One held up his arm, which swelled before producing a powerful shockwave which sent Mirio back and destroyed several blocks of buildings. All for One is busy. Where did Himiko and Izuku go? Flatline looked around before seeing Izuku struggling to stand. Flatline ran over to Izuku whilst the chaos was still taking the focus. I'm here. I got you a present from Recovery Girl. He held a vial out to Izuku. They're stem cells. Hawks has more in an ambulance not far from here, you'll need them. Did you see where Himiko went? Izuku drank the vial's contents, and he immediately felt a lot better as his wounds quickly started healing. She's over there. He pointed to where the remaining conscious villains were. The villains were crowding around Himiko, seemingly unsure if they could attack. They probably don't know her quirk. I'll get her to you, then you fly away, following the feathers. Flatline pulled off his knife belt and threw it over to Himiko. She grinned when she saw it. Sorry I'm late for the party. He ran over to the villains and pulled out his machine pistols. And just when it was ending. Izumi! What the hell? Tamura asked. He looked back to Izuku. Who is this fake? All for One shot rivet stab into Kurogiri, activating his quirk. Forcible quirk activation. Leave this place, he said to the villains. What about you? Tamura asked. Flatline pointed a pistol at Tamura. You can stay if you want, it'll just make it more fun. Shuichi pulled a sword off his back and swung at Flatline's neck whilst he was focused on Tamura. That's one down. No. Himiko sprinted for Shuichi, knife pointed. You don't seem to understand what it truly means to be undead, the decapitated head of Flatline said. His body walked over and put the head back on. Demen, that attack damaged my helmet sensors. Oh well. He took the helmet off, revealing that he looks exactly like Izuku. The name's Izumi. A real FING vampire. Twice, what are you doing? Tamura asked. Get rid of this clone. This isn't Twice doing, All for One said. Neither Midoriyas have double. He's no clone. Now leave before Lemillion gets back. But Master, we can fight alongside you. Power! Mirio flew past the destroyed buildings and punched All for One as he was looking the other way. Let's go Shigaraki, Atsuhiro said. While our masked lead is keeping Lemillion entertained and the students are still only threatening us. Oh hey, why are there two Izukus? Mirio asked, dodging attacks from All for One. Sup, I'm his triplet, Izumi, Izumi said. Nice to meet ya. Mirio phased into the ground and then uppercut All for One. You mind escaping with the first years? Nah, I think I'll help you instead. But I could also do without the collateral. Izumi heard a whirring above them. Looking up he saw a helicopter. And now the news is here. Can't fly now, Izuku. All for One send a torrent of fire at Mirio, blasting him back. So, the heroes are fine to break the law as long as there's no evidence? I'm a vigilante, not a hero, Izumi said. I'm just making sure he doesn't get any bright ideas. We've got visual of the battle, said the reporter. Lemillion is on the scene fighting a masked man. Nearby are several villains and the students. Wait. Izuku Midoriya appears to be wearing the new Flatline suit despite claiming to no longer be him. Who's that off to the side? The pilot asked. The camera pointed at Izuku. What? There's a second Izuku. This one wearing the same outfit that he was kidnapped in. Is this confirmation of there being multiple Midoriya siblings? Tamura, if you leave now, I can go full strength and defeat these heroes. He sent out a wave of rivet stabs at the villains, pushing them into the warp gate. I'll allow Himiko and Izuku to leave as well. I don't need to steal the same quirk multiple times. I think you just don't want me to use my guns. Scared? Izumi asked. Himiko, let's go, Izuku said. We're not allowed to use quirks, and as enjoyable as it would be to watch, you can't use those knives, follow me. Himiko pouted. I never even got to stab anything. Don't worry, you'll get to see blood, Izumi whispered. And there'll be plenty of stabbing once you get your license. You can keep the knives too, if you want. Himiko's pout disappeared. Draw some for me. She ran off to Izuku, who then led her back where Izumi came from. I wasn't talking about the knockoff Darth Vader. Sorry for what's about to happen, Izuku. He pulled the triggers on his pistols. The bullets bounced off All for One's armor. Of course it wouldn't be that easy. He reloaded, blood seeped up his neck and went into his mouth. Izuku noticed red feathers moving around near the tops of the buildings, pointing to each other like arrows. They followed the feathers and came to an ambulance, atop which was Kigo, wearing medical scrubs. "Hey, you took your time," Kigo said. "Hurry up and get in, Izumi can't go all out until you're ready." The two ran into the ambulance, followed by Kigo. The ambulance then started driving away from the scene. Kigo opened a case containing vials inside the ambulance and gave one to Izuku. "Lie down." He looked to Himiko. "You're not hurt, are you?" "No," Himiko said. "But I'm not exactly a licensed paramedic and I may need to take defense, leaving you to healing duty." He turned on a radio. "He's ready." Izumi's helmet made a crackling sound. "Guess that's Hawk's signal." Izumi grinned. "There are two types of undead. Izuku is an incorporeal undead. He can choose to be immune to physical damage. 25%. Izumi headbutted All for One. "I'm the other. I'm corporeal. I take all damage thrown at me. 50%. Izumi swung a left hook at All for One. All for One flew back. Mortal bodies have limits. They can't use their full potential because they have to keep their organs functioning. 75%. Izumi uppercut All for One with his left arm. But for a corporeal undead dash. 100%. He roundhouse kicked All for One with his left leg. I can push my body beyond those limits. All for One's armor cracked. Izuku spit up some blood. "What's happening to him?" Himiko asked. Kigo gave Izuku another vial. Not only are Izuku and Izumi triplets, but so are their quirks. Izumi is tapping into Izuku's strength to surpass his own. All for One stood up. "It's impressive to see how far my lineage has grown." "Your lineage?" Izumi asked. "Well, not really mine, but my quirks." All for One blocked a punch from Mirio. "My quirk is the most powerful in the world. But it still has limits. So, I did some experiments with it to create lesser quirks with aspects of my own and gave them to quirkless babies to hopefully create quirks that could make up for my quirk's shortcomings. Sadly, everyone became a lesser copy quirk, and by that time ordinary quirks were getting strong, so I gave up on that path. But it seems you were a descendant of one of those original experiments, and finally I can steal your quirk and become unstoppable." Mirio smashed into him. "Don't think I'm not still after your quirks, Lemillion. Here's a treat for you and that fool All Might." He punched back with a fiery fist. Tamura Shigaraki was not my protégé's original name. He was born as one Tenko Shimura. "What?" Mirio gasped. His lighting stopped for a second, giving All for One an opening which All for One took to blast him into the ground. 100%. He ran into All for One, shoving him off Mirio. "Now's not the time to lose your cool, Lemillion. 100% won't be enough for this guy. Luckily, an undead has no limits." Green sparks formed around Izumi. 200%. He pulled his guns out. Green sparks appeared around Izuku. "What's happening now?" Himiko asked. "Izumi's tapping into Izuku's quirks," Kigo said. "How?" "Copy quirk. You're becoming a nuisance," All for One declared. He sent a blast at Izumi. Izumi jumped over the blast and slammed his left foot into All for One's mask, cracking it. Izumi shot the crack, making it larger. "I'll just have to attack your family too." All for One seemed to be looking around him. "There they are." "What?" Izumi asked. Kigo suddenly looked up. "Something wrong?" Himiko asked. "Something's coming," he replied. Grey goo appeared in the ambulance. Out of it fell a Nomu. "Nomu. Toga, take care of Izuku. I'll take this guy out." The ambulance's siren starting blaring as Kigo's feathers shoved the Nomu out of the ambulance. "I'm sending the remaining Nomu to pay your brother and girlfriend a visit," All for One said. "Then I guess I should end this fast." Izumi said. "Quirk control, 500%. Izuku spewed blood, his mouth frothing. Himiko poured several vials into his mouth. More gray goo appeared in the ambulance. Sheet. And it's not like I can just shove it out onto the open road. The ambulance started rocking. Hey, drive straight. Actually, who is driving? A Nomu appeared in the cabin of the ambulance. There were no people inside, so it didn't know what to do. It just started attacking the random feathers attached to the controls. A Nomu's attacking the feathers driving the ambulance, and, by the sounds of it, one's attacking Toga. Kigo sent several feathers after the ambulance. Now, as for you, he shot feathers into the brain of the Nomu. The Nomu screamed and then attacked Kigo, punching towards him, which Kigo easily dodged. You're strong but slow. Even when I'm dividing my attention. You're no threat. Himiko stabbed the Nomu in the brain. It grabbed her and threw her to the back of the ambulance. Gah! She liked the knife, transforming into the Nomu. Now we're equal in strength. She slammed the Nomu into the base of the ambulance, denting it. Sorahiko shot into All for One. Those Nomu disappeared, so I assumed you brought them here. He shot off, rebounded off a building and slammed into All for One again. Where are they? And again. Are you retreating? You're fast, Gran Torino, All for One said. He caught Sorahiko. Sorahiko slammed his leg into the cracked mask. But that power is wasted on you. All for One grabbed Sorahiko's face as red and black lightning like smoke flowed throughout his body. Not gonna happen. Izumi turned off the safety on his suit. He then ripped the black disc off his suit, forcefully disconnecting it from the heat rate monitor. Then he discus threw the disc into All for One. 1000%. He slammed his left leg into All for One whilst holding onto Sorahiko. All for One flew back into a building, smashing through the wall he hit. Izumi's shoe fell off, revealing the flesh of his foot missing. Tick-tick-boom. The bomb exploded point-blank on All for One and in turn the building collapsed onto him. Are you okay, old man? Why wouldn't I be? Sorahiko asked, seemingly not completely cognizant. Oh, hey, Gran. Mirio greeted. You think it's over? Black lightning shot out of the newly made rubble. It then exploded off of All for One, who began healing. That was a mistake. The ambulance was barely keeping straight as the feathers tried to avoid the Nomu. Other feathers joined to keep the Nomu busy. Inside, Himiko was busy trying to keep the Nomu down whilst making sure Izuku was healing. Izuku screamed as his body jerked and blood dripped onto the bed, no apparent wound creating the mess. Damn it! She emptied even more vials into his mouth. Black lightning formed around the Nomu. What now? The Nomu grabbed Himiko's leg and slammed her into the table. How did this thing suddenly get stronger? Even in its own form, I'm suddenly weaker than it. The Nomu grabbed her head. She screamed. Izuku's blood started dripping off the table. The ambulance rounded a corner before slamming into something, loosening the Nomu's grip. Himiko quickly ducked away. The ambulance door opened. Need some help? Kigo asked, walking into the ambulance. Hope that crash wasn't too much for you. Hawks? Himiko asked. She quickly grabbed a knife and stabbed her Nomu's brain. How am I back here? I had the ambulance round the block. This one suddenly got stronger. I noticed mine did as well, right at the end. But running it over with an ambulance seemed to do the job. Himiko's Nomu gripped around his head. Hawks? Not to worry, Kigo said. My feathers blocked him. The Nomu's hand was pried open. He flew into the Nomu, shoving it back out of the ambulance. Himiko's transformation ran out. The last Nomu ripped through the inner wall of the ambulance and grabbed Himiko by the arms and legs. It then began pulling her apart. She screamed. What do I do? What do I do? What do I do? What would Izumi do? I can become Izumi by consuming Izuku's blood, but will that be enough? It might buy time for Hawks. She reached her head below the bed and drank the blood dripping off the side, transforming into Izuku. Himiko pulled back against the Nomu, ripping its arms off. Wait, did I do that? She looked back at Izuku. There's no way he's this strong without quirks. Looks like you set him off, Mirio said. We're gonna have to go all out. How about a 3-on-1, Izumi suggested. We jump him and then when the time's right, you and me finish him off. Sounds good to me, Mirio said. The three of them shot towards All for One. Mirio went left, Izumi went right and Sorahiko went straight on. Sorahiko slammed into All for One, shoving him into Mirio who punched him while strapping him up with Black Whip, sending him into Izumi who punched through him. Thanks for the meal, Izumi said, drinking the blood on his hand. All for One stopped moving as Izumi turned into him. A rock floated and shot through Izumi's right side. His right side wobbled but reformed itself. I wondered why you only used your left side, All for One said. I figured out how you're pulling off this trick. Izuku began coughing up blood again. His left side looked like it was starting to melt. Himiko walked over to the case before her leg was kicked in. Damn it. The Nomu reformed an arm and grabbed Izuku. Himiko reached for the vial but it was too far away. Come on. The vial moved towards her hand. What? She emptied the vial into Izuku's mouth. She then punched the Nomu's brain in, killing it. Himiko, thank you, Izuku said softly. Power. Mirio shot forward. 1 for all 100% plus Gearshift plus FA Gene plus Black Whip. Now, Izumi shot forward. 1,000,000%. The flesh of Izumi's left arm began ripping apart as it glowed red. The two punched All for One, creating a shockwave that destroyed the remaining buildings around them. Izuku suddenly collapsed, blood spewing out of his mouth. I'm going to kill him. Himiko poured all the remaining vials into Izuku's mouth. Izuku and Izumi stared at each other inside Nizu's office. I see my arm is getting better, Izuku said, looking at Izumi's bandaged arm. Well, we do have 3 healing quirks, Izumi said. How was that last attack necessary? You're gonna be fine, so who cares if I went a little overboard? I care. That's my body. Even if I can heal from it, I still feel everything you do. Remember what I said I'd do if you kept acting like this. Izumi raised his hands in surrender. Got it. Don't go further than necessary. Good now, what did you find out? He said all copy quirks were the descendants of offshoots of his own quirk. Izuku cut him off. So, Monoma's quirk is closely related to ours? And yet his copy quirk is so much weaker, beach energy. Izuku closed his eyes and nodded like he had an astute observation. Agreed, total beach energy, he's lucky he can use us to upgrade his quirk, Izumi copied Izuku. Anyway, apparently All for One wanted to find a way to make up for flaws in All for One, and I was his perfect solution. The first One for All user also said that him getting my quirk would be just as bad as him getting the original One for All. Speaking of which, could he steal One for All twice? What do you mean? Well, I can only copy the same quirk once, but All for One does not necessarily have the same flaws as Jack. Also, didn't it seem like he wanted to steal the quirks from Lemillion as well? Some of those I already have. It's possible, Nizu added. He probably doesn't even need both copies, he just needs us to not have them and having a spare to give to, say, Shigaraki would be an added bonus. All for One with my quirks and Shigaraki with Lemillion's. That sounds horrifying, Izuku said. Agreed. Luckily, All for One's been captured, Nizu agreed. Well, you have a couple days to recuperate. I'm sure 1A would love to meet the new Flatline. Wanna switch? Izumi asked. Izuku grinned. Sure. The two closed their eyes for a second before opening them again. Izuku and Izumi walked over to Heights Alliance. Shota was in the middle of a speech to the rest of 1A. I heard some of you were making plans to rescue Midoriya and Toga. If that had happened, if you had betrayed our trust like that, all of you, except those two, as well as Jairu and Hagakure, would be expelled. Luckily for all of you, Izumi Midoriya stepped in to make sure that wouldn't happen. So instead, we're expecting you all to make it up to him during the following days as he will be an honored guest. That is all. Enjoy your free days. Izuku, pretending to be Izumi, whistled. What a speech, am I right? Class 1A turned around, noticing both brothers behind them. What the F dash? Katsuki questioned. Who's this loser? Izuku asked. Katsuki's expression turned to said. Have you forgotten Kaken? Izumi asked, pretending to be Izuku. Kaken? Alright. Last time we interacted he called me a monster for drinking blood. He did what? Himiko asked, walking up to Katsuki. Please do not fight. Tenya cut in. We just narrowly missed expulsion. Shall we go in and party? Izumi asked. Alright, you're Midobro 1. Ijiro pointed at Izumi. And you're Midobro 2, he pointed at Izuku. Remember to flip that back around when we switch back. Izuku thought whilst looking at Izumi, who nodded. Alright, a question for Midobro 2 first, Ijiro continued. Your arm. Izuku looked at his bandaged arm. Oh, this? I thought it would be possible to increase the potency of my power stockpiling quirk by converting some of my body's mass into energy. Actually, I was inspired by Miss Yairozu's performance during the sports festival. Oh me. Momo blushed, embarrassed. That is similar to how my quirk works, but mine just uses my fats and lipids, not dash, she remembered the broadcast. My flesh. Yeah, it seems this technique is more effective than I would have wanted, Izuku said in an annoyed tone. So glad I can drink without affecting my healing. He poured a shot of vodka. So, Midobro 1, Ijiro asked. How did they capture you? Izumi froze for a second, looking at Izuku. Izuku noticed and began thinking back. I tried to save Ragdoll and got caught in flames aimed at her. Manly. Kirishima thought for a second. Wait, so did the flames kill you? Yes. So, can you use flames? No, besides flames are our other brother's things, I'd just give them to him if I got them. Other brother? Denki asked. He's been missing for a while, but he has some sort of fire quirk, we call it lantern. Demon, I'm sorry. Denki apologized. So, what quirk did you get? Kirishima asked. Izumi thought for a second. Let's see. Search. Ability, can see quirks. That's Ragdoll's quirk, isn't it? Kirishima asked. Yeah. Himiko walked up to Izuku. Come with me. She led him up to her room. She locked the door, turned around and slapped him. What the hell were you thinking? Ow, Izuku complained. I was thinking the big bad evil guy is threatening my brother and girlfriend. I should get them out of there and then help take him down. And what if you had died? Tears ran down her face. Izuku raised an eyebrow. I saw what Izuku's quirks were doing to him. If you had died next to that villain, you would have been overwhelmed by all his quirks and wouldn't be able to come back. Or worse, whilst down he could have just stolen your quirk. She punched his chest. Izuku looked down. You're right. I was reckless. Izuku woke up back in his dreamscape. This time, next to him was Jack. Hey, why is dark shadow all over you? Jack asked. Izuku shrugged. Jack moved his arms like he was trying to push air. It's not responding to my quirk manipulation, maybe it's not dark shadow. It's part of transfer, Yoichi said. My quirk. Transfer, alright then. Jack pushed air again and this time the black smoke shifted. It still doesn't want to budge. It won't until he manifests himself more. Izuku woke up the next morning and went to his room where Izumi was supposed to be. Where the hell is he? Izuku showered and then when he opened his wardrobe to get clothes, Izumi was inside, upside down, sleeping. Wake up, you're supposed to be a ghost now, not a vampire. If you want to do that, we should switch back. Izumi woke up. Oh right, I forgot. So are we switching back? Yeah, I guess so. The two closed their eyes for a second before opening them. Izuku floated back to an upright position. I'm going to retake my shower, you get dressed. The two went downstairs where Katsuki was leaning next to the door, staring at them. What up, loser? Izumi greeted. What the F are you? Katsuki questioned. Me? I'm just the best Midoriya brother. Debatable, Izuku said. Anyway, I can't believe you don't remember Izumi, Kaken. Cut the sheet. Katsuki interjected. You've got some bullshit quirk and that's what he is. An illusion. Illusions are usually more the work of incorporeal beings, Izumi said. I can assure you, I am completely physical. I could beat your arse like I did to All for One to prove it if you'd like. I'd like to see you try. Toshinori sat opposite Mirio. My boy, I must apologize for bringing you into this war with All for One. I thought he was dead, at least I hoped. Oh, that's fine. We suspected he'd survived. But that's not why I asked us to have this evening. There's something you should know, All Might. Tamura Shigaraki is Tenko Shimura, Nana Shimura's grandson. What? Apparently All for One took him in as a form of revenge. Tears formed in Toshinori's eyes. Thank you for telling me, my boy. That night, as Izumi was leaving, Katsuki was standing outside the dorm, waiting for him, wearing his gauntlets. Can I help you, Kaken? Izumi asked. I did a little eavesdropping and found out that one of the villains has a quirk that allows him to make clones of people. Apparently these copies fall apart if they take serious injury. He stared at Izumi. Do you really think I'm one of these clones? Yes, I think Deku got hold of that quirk and created you just to F with me. Please, do you not think this is sufficient damage? Izumi pointed at his bandaged arm. I know Deku has shitty resistance quirks in him. And the rumor is that the required damage is a broken bone. Isn't that just a flesh wound? Do you really want to do this? Oh, you know I do. I've been waiting for a reason to beat the shit out of you. And because of your resistance quirks, I can't go easy on you. I won't stop until I hear a snap. Come with me. Katsuki led Izumi to a clearing away from the dormitories. Let's go, fucker. Katsuki rocketed forward. Die. Katsuki pulled the pin on his right gauntlet, blowing Izumi into the ground. Izumi's right side splattered before reforming. What the F dash? Katsuki questioned. What type of quirk is that? A side effect of some of my other quirks I like to have on constantly. I'd appreciate it if you didn't blow me apart like that. It doesn't fit my aesthetic. Izumi punched Katsuki in the gut, shooting him into the air. Katsuki spat blood before regaining his senses and rocketing back down, grabbing Izumi's left arm and twisting, dislocating it. That didn't break your bones, but it should make it harder for you to stop me. I thought you were supposed to be the #1 vigilante. But you're worthless without your weapons. Then why did you bring yours? Izumi countered. Katsuki snapped. You wanna ask that again, Deku? If I'm useless without my tools, why did you bring those gauntlets? For dash, Katsuki aimed the other gauntlet at Izumi's face. This. He pulled the pin. Snap. Izumi collapsed to the ground but didn't dissolve. Wait, what? Katsuki was stunned. Why aren't you melting? Katsuki tried to blast Izumi again but nothing happened. Because he isn't a twice clone, Shota said, looking sad. Katsuki Bakugu, what were you thinking? Shota asked Katsuki in an interrogation room. I thought I'd prove that nerd was a FANG liar, Katsuki responded. So you stole school property and attacked a fellow classmate to prove he wasn't telling the truth? What did you expect to happen if you were right? Katsuki didn't respond. So you didn't? You were angry and took it out of Midoriya. Do you really want to know the truth? I'd have Midoriya tell you himself, but he is healing a fractured skull. Katsuki looked up in confusion. Yeah, that clone you attacked, that was Midoriya, at least half of him. Let's start with when we captured Midoriya. He was claiming to have 2 brothers, one of whom was called Izumi. Hound Dog determined this lie to be the result of trust issues. More importantly, the commission decided that they could use these fake brothers to carry out special missions. Izumi would take on the role of Flatline, allowing him to enact more illegal operations, and his other brother is supposed to infiltrate villain groups as a double agent. So he is lying. For the commission, the organization that decides if you will be a hero or not. Katsuki froze. Oh no. You seem to have realized why continuing to pursue this self-righteous mission is detrimental to yourself, so I'll tell you how Midoriya can be in 2 places at once without a clone quirk, and no, it's not Ectoplasm's quirk, either. It's a combination of multiple quirks. Lizard Tail Splitter allows him to split his body apart. In this case, he splits his right and left apart. He then uses blood control and transform to make it appear that the other half of each side is still there. Finally, he takes control of his right side, as it's the side with ice powers, whilst Jack uses Dark Shadow to control the left side. So, if it's really Izuku, why didn't you stop me? I got there as quickly as possible. Izuku warned me that you were taking him somewhere. When I got there you were pulling the pin. Izuku wanted you? That's still his left eye and ear. He says it's like viewing picture in picture. But that's beside the point. The commission isn't happy with you. They're probably going to be harder on you during the hero licensing exam. Then it's a good thing I'm the perfect hero. One look at my performance and they'll put me in the top 10. Despite how sure I am that that would totally happen, Shota rolled his eyes. Why should we annoy the commission more by keeping you here? What? Due to Izuku having a fracture, the official story will be that you attacked him, not Izumi. This would reflect worse on you, but it is closer to the truth, so you can't complain. We have been suspicious about your past relationship with Izuku. What would we find if we dug deeper than official records? You'd only find the perfect hero. Does the perfect hero bully and torture fellow classmates? The perfect hero trains, and that means training against various quirks. So you used your quirk and forced others to use theirs in public areas. You used your quirk on others. Of course I did. How else could I be the best if I didn't make sure everybody knew it? I see. Final questions. Why does Midoriya imply that you are upset that he's alive? That he survived suicide? That your suggestion worked? Katsuki Bakugo, what did you suggest to Izuku Midoriya? I suggested that if that nerd was so determined to be a hero despite his quirk being so weak at the time, he should have thrown himself off the roof of the school and hoped he was reborn with a better quirk in his next life. And as he said, I was right. I made that nerd the powerhouse he is. He should be praising me. I see. So you suggested Midoriya commit suicide unaware that he couldn't die? Katsuki gritted his teeth. You're not listening to me. I've heard you fine. Everything's been recorded. I'd send you to Hound Dog, but I've received no reason to prolong your stay at you. Yeah, what? Katsuki stood, sparks appearing in his hand before being restrained by Shota. Katsuki Bakugo, you're under arrest. The next day Class 1A was brought to Gym Gamma by Shota, accompanied by Ectoplasm, Kayama and Ken. By the licensing exam, I expect all of you to have created 2 ultimate moves. Midoriya is presently healing from prior injuries, so luckily he already has one. Additionally, Katsuki Bakugo has been expelled for attacking a fellow student. Class 1A murmured amongst themselves. Achiko thought about how Izuku managed to fly and spent her time trying to replicate it. Whilst she couldn't push her foot through the ground, she could push off it and swim through the air. The more agile I get, the better my martial arts will be, she told her ectoplasm clone. Honestly, flight is already pretty good, the clone said. If you perfect this, you might get both moves at once. Meanwhile, Himiko went to the support department to give her more ways of extracting blood from enemies. If I want to maximize the use of my quirk, I should become an underground hero. If I have somehow evolved my quirk to use the quirks of those I transform into, like in the ambulance, then the winner in a fight would be the one who can make the most of my opponent's body. I necessarily have the practice of my opponent, so I should focus on my agility to outmaneuver my opponent. That just leaves getting the blood, hence why I'm currently having all these random gadgets strapped to me by this pink-haired girl from the sports festival. With this assortment of babies, you'll be able to extract blood from any opponent, no matter the situation. Mei cheered. Awesome. But I still need to be agile enough to fight my opponent. Then how about we modify those knives for maximum bleed and give you wrist-mounted blood extractors? Nothing too bulky. Perfect. After failing to find his case in court, Katsuki was loaded into a prisoner transport vehicle. Soon after the van exited the city, a man wearing what looked like the Flatline suit without the colored outlines stood in its path. The van tried to swerve before the figure raised his arms and green flames engulfed the vehicle. The vehicle tipped over and scraped along the road before stopping right in front of the figure. The driver opened the door and pointed a shotgun at the figure before realizing it didn't have a head. What the F dash? He looked around and noticed what looked like a burning pumpkin above him, right before it engulfed him in flames. The figure walked around to the back of the van and ripped the doors off their hinges. It pulled Katsuki out of his seat. Get the F off me. Katsuki objected. The figure threw Katsuki to the ground and turned to the other prisoners. It then burned them all as well. What the F dash? Get me out of these restraints. I'll you up, villain. Calm down, Kaken, this is your second chance. What? Deku? Yep, sent here by the commission. So you're a villain? They're villains? Nope, these were all death row inmates. And the driver? A plant from the commission, he has a fire immunity quirk. So what does the commission want with me? Do they want me dead? I'd rather you just rot in prison, but apparently they think your quirk is too good to go to waste. Ha, I knew it. They'd literally kill to keep me as a hero. No, they want your quirk, they'd have me copy it, but Jack thinks your quirk SCKS. In fact, he doesn't even want me to waste transfer by giving a copy of your quirk to somebody else. I don't care what your stupid quirk thinks. My quirk is the ultimate quirk simply because it's mine. Even if you copied it, you wouldn't be able to use it, right, Deku? For your sake, I hope you're right. What does that mean? In order to make it up to the commission, you will join this version of me as a double agent. We will be shacking up with villains until the commission decides to let you become a villain. So don't F up, because as far as we know, if you die, you won't come back. So, what do you say? Are there any other options? You get to go to prison. Fine, I'll just consider this my first hero mission. Good. Welcome to the MLA. If you can pass this test and get your provisional licenses, then you novice eggs will hatch into chicks. You'll be semi-pros, Shota said to Class 1A after they got off the bus for the licensing exam, as well as Hitoshi, who was taking Katsuki's place in the exam, though he was not a member of the class. I expect your best. All right. I can't wait to be heroic chicken. Denki said. Let's call out the usual, you guys. Ijiro started. On my mark. Go plus dash. Ultra. Inesa yelled over the UA students, raising his hand. Why no, it's pretty rude to butt into other people's huddles like that, Inesa, Seiji said. What? Pardon me. Inesa bowed with enough enthusiasm to smash his head into the concrete. I am so very extremely sorry. Who is this guy? I do not trust his enthusiasm, Denki asked. Hey, look at their uniforms, Kyuka said. They're from that famous school on the other side of Japan. Hanta added. I wanted to say it just once, plus ultra. Inesa repeated. See, I really love UA High School. I am incredible honored to compete against such incredible students. I'm so looking forward to it. His forehead bled. Inesa Yorasi, Shota said. Do you know that guy, Mr. Aizawa? Terest. Indeed, he's strong, Shota explained as the Shiketsu students left. He's the same year as you all and received the top scores of students admitted through recommendations. But for some unknown reason, he turned down his acceptance to UA and went to Shiketsu. Eraser? Emi called out. I'd know that scowl anywhere. I saw you on TV and at the sports festival. But it's been a while since we were this close in person. She walked up to him. Let's get married. No, Shota responded. Over here, everyone. Emi called out to students behind her. This is UA. Oh, it really is Class A. Yo said. Wow, that's so amazing, I've seen them on TV before. Tatama said. Second years from Ketsubutsu Academy, Emi explained. This is Class 2, they're my students. Yo grabbed Denki's hands. Hey, I'm Shindo. Seems like UA's had a lot of trouble this year, must have been tough for ya. But even so, you're still all aiming to become pro heroes, despite those hardships. He switched to Kyuka. It's wonderful. Hearts full of fortitude. I believe that's what every hero in the world needs to have. And Izuku, it must have been hard for you, what with your past and that whole kidnapping incident. You have an especially strong will, don't you? Today I'm gonna do my best to learn from you. I really hope you don't mind. He held out his hand. Izuku looked at Yo, then his hand. This guy's hiding. Something, his eyes are lying. Maybe his quirk requires him to shake a hand? I should keep an eye on him, as well as Jairu and Kaminari, at least until I figure out his quirk. We're already at a disadvantage. What is this guy's play? Izuku ignored the hand. I hope you do learn something, particularly how to hold a poker face. Hey, get your costumes and head to orientation, Shota instructed. There's no time to waste. It's weird, I always forget we're famous to other schools, Kyuka said. Oh yeah, we're basically celebrities when it comes to Hero Corps students, Denki responded. Alright, let's do this thing. Yakumaru lifted his head. I'm from, the Heroes Public Safety Commission. Name's Mara. My circadian rhythm is so screwed up. I've been swamped lately and I haven't gotten much rest. We're too short-staffed, I'm so tired. With that confession, I'll now begin orientation. So, about the content of this license thing, basically 1,540 examinees compete in a free-for-all exercise or whatever we're calling it this year. See, we've got a lot of pros around, and since Stain was arrested, many people have expressed doubts about the status of heroes in society. But when you really think about it, getting paid makes sense. If you're going to risk your life to save someone, why shouldn't you ask for a reward? That's just the way the world works. Anyway, whether they're in it for compensation or out of a sense of duty, we've got too many heroes working together in the streets these days to keep villains at bay. Honestly, the PRD of time between when an incident begins and when it's resolved is ridiculously short. You are all here trying to receive our provisional licenses, so you'll be swept up into this tiresome mess yourselves pretty soon. Those of you who don't have the speed, frankly just won't cut it. Which is why that's what you'll be tested on. The first 100 students to fulfill the requirements will pass today. Well, the world can be pretty crappy. I suppose I should say something about luck. So anyway, here are the basic rules. The examinees will put 3 targets on his or her body. They can go anywhere you want as long as it's an exposed area. So no soles of the feet or armpits. Each of you will also have 6 ball. The targets are programmed to light up whenever they've been touched by the ball. If all 3 targets light up, you're out. Oh, and the person who lights up your 3rd targets gets the credit for your defeat. You get through this round by taking down 2 people. Got it? What else? I guess we'll start handing out the targets and ball. Then you'll have a few minutes to get situated after we open. The walls around the building opened up, revealing a battlefield around them. I'm sure each of you have different terrains you like or want to avoid. Use your quirks well and do your best. Or not, whatever. I'm going on my own, Shoto said, walking off. It's hard for me to use my power safely when a big group's around. He walked away from the rest of the UA group. The other schools have an advantage thanks to the sports festival, Izuku said, filling up a vial with his blood before handing it to Himiko. So I'll even the playing field. As soon as the starting alarm rang, the Ketsubutsu students appeared in front of UA, each wielding 1 or 2 ball. Suddenly any ball they weren't holding shot away from them and floated over Izuku. If anybody wants to fight us, they'll have to reserve their ammo and fight amongst themselves to get the win. Makib, you still got any ball for me? Itajiro asked. I've only got 2, Shiki replied. Then I'll use those, Itajiro said. Then what will I have? Shiki asked. This isn't the Class A from the sports festival, Yo said. It's obvious their training is making them better fighters. He put his hands on the ground. Out of the way. Their defenses are too strong right now. I'll fix that. Izuku looked at Denki and Kyuka. Maximum force, tremoring earth. Yo shouted. The ground around him cracked and exploded. We've got ultimate moves too. You didn't think you were the only ones, did ya? Izuku noticed the ground begin flying through him, making him lose sight of the rest of Class 1A who were being thrown away so he couldn't fly to where they were. Damn it. It's about time somebody perked up and passed, Yakumaru said before screaming. What? There were 120 people taken down. A single person managed to do that in just 1 attack. That attack couldn't have been Shindo's. Izuku looked up. Looks like that attack scattered the ball so I can't use it to bring the class back. Well, if I've been split up I might as well just take 2 people out. He felt somebody grab his shoulder before she flipped over him. Cammy's smile turned to confusion. Hey, like, where are your sensors? Sorry, they're protected by my quirks, Izuku said, trying not to reveal his separated body parts whilst making sure it didn't sound like he was cheating, because he wasn't. Well, that is. See ya, cutie, she said before disappearing into colorful mist. That was strange, Izuku said. He turned invisible, using camouflage to make his ball transparent before flying away from the area he was in until he found 2 random students and shot the ball at them. And that's the second examinee onto the next round, Yakumaru said over the loudspeakers. Himiko easily flipped through the flying debris, and when things calmed down she checked her equipment, especially her blood vials. She heard footsteps behind her and turned to see several Ketsubutsu looking at her. Crap. The ground underneath her cracked as webs shot out of it, which she flipped over, followed by large metallic jaws. Hey, you want help? She heard Achiko's voice ask. Turning, Himiko noticed Achiko watching over a pile of rocks. She flipped towards Achiko. Let's make a break for it. After several minutes of running through the debris, they hid. Himiko caught her breath and looked to Uraraka. Pretty strange you didn't use your quirk. We would have been even more agile. Gotta save my strength, right? Achiko said. Right, and what about my quirk? Himiko added. Any ideas for how to use it? Could be pretty useful, right? I guess so, but why though? Achiko asked. I think somebody's coming, Himiko said, pointing behind Uraraka. When Achiko turned, Himiko threw a ball at one of her targets. What? Hey! Uraraka looked back. What are you doing? Cut the sheet. Your movements and way of speaking don't match, Uraraka. Copying people's. Look, as my thing, you copied my thing. Only Izumi's allowed to do that. Who are you? Achiko disappeared, leaving behind Kami. Like, you're pretty smart, right? She breathed out mist before the area around them began to change and she disappeared. This is how it's done. Himiko grabbed her filled vial right before tape shot around the field. What? She looked over to see Hanta. Uraraka! Hanta yelled as Achiko flipped over him and landed next to Himiko. Where's the fight? Not here, Kami said. I'd fight 2 if I knew their quirks. Or even 1 if I didn't. But a 3-on-1 with an unknown quirk, just Esikis. See ya. The mist disappeared, leaving only the We're a trio now, Achiko said. What's next? I wish we could meet up with the rest of our class. We're way safer in numbers. I have a vial of Izuku's blood, Himiko said. All right, but over 30 people have passed so far, Achiko said. Let's see, where are we at now? Yakumaru announced. Looks like 53, make that 54 people have passed. And looking on the other side of things, looks like 232 examinees have failed. Less than half the spots are open. Now's the time to move, don't dally, kids. We need 6 people to pass. I'll act as bait and bring them to you guys to take out, Himiko said. She quickly drank the vial, transforming into Izuku. Then she ran out of the hiding spot and threw a random examinee over to the other 2. Uraraka quickly pinned him and took him out. If this is her plan, we should prepare for more falling students. All right, I'll build a net, Hanta said. You take care of anybody who evades it. It didn't take much longer for another 5 to fall into the net and for the 3 to pass. Hitoshi snuck around until he found himself in a building which, looking through the windows, had occupants. He snuck in and hid until he heard one of them speak. He then snuck behind another and used his voice changer to sound like the one he heard before. Repeating this strategy got him an easy victory that most of the building's occupants didn't even notice. Denki and Ijiro ran around for some time, but it wasn't until there were few spots left that the enemy groups were small enough for a brute force attack to be effective. The moment they found a group of 4, Denki shot conductive discs around them, paralyzing them before Ijiro punched them all out. Eventually every UA student passed the test and were gathered with the other successful hero hopefuls in a room. Yakumaru announced, "All right. For the 100 of you who passed the first test, please turn your attention to the screen." The screen showed the various sites from the first test right before they blew up. There's only one more round to the exam. Your goal is simple. Undertake rescue exercises and save the bystanders who are trapped in these disaster sites. Use this to show how you will carry out successful rescue procedures once you receive your provisional licenses. Treat this as though it were the real thing. After some time, a bell rang around them. Villains have performed a large-scale terrorist attack spanning all of insert city name here. Since most buildings collapsed, there are many injured. The room around them opened up like the last one. Due to heavily damaged road, the first responders have unfortunately been delayed for the time being. Until emergency services arrive, the heroes in the area will lead the rescue efforts. Your task is to save as many people as you can and help the injured. And with that, begin. Let's start by heading to the closest urban area. Tenya ordered. We'll work as a team as much as possible. Right. Class 1A agreed. Izuku heard a cry in the middle of a destroyed building. He ran over. Help me please. The actor, who looked like a young boy, cried. My grandpa's been crushed. I think he's hurt. Don't worry, I'll save you, Izuku said. I sound so lame. Can you walk? I think so, the boy said. Izuku touched the slab the boy was gesturing towards, revealing an old man beneath. Izuku quickly checked the man's injuries before floating the man and pulling him along with telekinesis. One of you help his grandson. Not technically something I can't do, but it will help others get points. Hitoshi remained at the main first aid site to use his quirk as anesthetic. Technically, if they had real injuries, a sudden twitch from a broken bone or something could wake them up. But then that would mean whoever my quirk didn't work on would be the highest priority for treatment. Himiko stayed by Jiro, who was searching for injured and would go after any who were more difficult to get to, using her athleticism to get to them easily. A wall at the side of the facility suddenly exploded near the main first aid site, then more explosions sounded throughout the city. A villain has completed another large-scale attack. Yakumaru announced. Kugo and his sidekicks walked into the faux city. Tell me, wannabe heroes. Can you rescue people? And fight at the same time? The terrorists have appeared and are beginning to sweep the area, Yakumaru continued. Hero candidates at the scene should continue their rescue efforts while also suppressing the newly arrived villains. Now, how will you react? Kugo asked. Will you fight or protect? Help or run away? What would a hero do? Get everyone to safety. Yo commanded. Get them as far away from the villains as possible. I'll start hammering away at the henchmen at 1-second intervals. He touched the ground and it shattered, knocking the sidekicks back. Kugo appeared in front of Yo. Nice try. He hit Yo with a point-blank ultrasonic attack. Shindo fell paralyzed. A single rear guard to hold us back? You've underestimated me. Kugo quickly turned into an incoming ice wave which he shattered with another ultrasonic wave. Several UA students arrived to help evacuation of the main site. Shoto froze Kugo's sidekicks in place. Your power is nothing. Kugo yelled, shattering another ice wave. Guess I know why he's number 10, Shoto said. Shoto felt wind around him and looked up to see Inasa flying above him. I'm going to blow you evildoers away. Inasa yelled, shooting sidekicks away while powerful winds. A second villain attack. Man, they really pulled out all the stops for us, didn't they? Izuku walked up to the fight with Kugo. Todoroki, lend me your fire. You villains not only attacked a city, but you came back to try and kill the survivors. For that crime, the Reaper will decide your fate. Black enveloped his body as he began to levitate. Shoto blasted fire at him, which seemed to turn green before spinning around Izuku into a fire tornado. Kugo sent an ultrasonic wave at Izuku which Izuku responded to with a fiery, yeah, countering the attack. Midoriya's keeping Gang Orca distracted, Shoto said. I'll take out the remaining lackeys. You should go to the first aid station, your quirk would be good for that. Inasa glared at Shoto before flying over to the remaining sidekicks, followed by Shoto. Izuku split his body into many pieces, leaving his mouth for Kugo. The other pieces flew out to create a semicircle of ice around the villains, blocking them off. This was followed by the pieces moving inwards and creating fire tornadoes of their own until they merged into a fire cyclone that surrounded the villains. Some of the sidekicks shot at Izuku, but they couldn't seem to get past the black substance surrounding him. Suddenly, Izuku's shouting stopped and his mouth was blown back by Kugo. Damn it, need to heal my vocal cords? Gang Orca's free. Inasa yelled. My turn. He shot a blast of wind at Kugo as Shoto shot fire at him. The two attacks seemed to have completely missed. Why'd you use your flames? The heat makes the air rise up. Because he didn't fall to my ice earlier, Shoto answered. You ruined my shot on purpose, didn't you? Using your wind to blow away my fire. You blocked me so you'd get all the glory. Why would I do something like that? Why wouldn't you? Hatred's in your blood. You are Endeavor's son. A hand slapped each of them before pointing at the cyclone around them. I can't tell them explicitly, but they should get the idea of making a combined attack like my initial fire tornado. The two looked at the cyclone. Shoto shot his fire up and Inasa focused on redirecting the fire around Kugo, restringing him. This heat is drying me out, Kugo thought. Some of the sidekicks pointed their guns at the two heroes, but Shoto made an ice wall. The ground under the minor villains collapsed. I'll take out these guys. Yo said. You guys beat him. A siren blared. Yeah, so, at this time, all of the civilians who were deployed have been rescued from the disaster zone. It may seem anticlimactic, but with this, the provisional licensing exam has officially been completed, Yakumaru announced. After we tally the scores, we'll announce the results here in the area. Any injured should go to the infirmary. The rest of you are free to change clothes and wait wherever you like. Okay, everyone, Yakumaru greeted. Thank you for your hard work in today's exam. Now, before I announce the results, I should probably explain the way we evaluated you. Between the civilians and those of us at the Heroes Public Safety Commission, we had a twofold demerit system that we used to determine your total scores. In other words, we were evaluating based on how few mistakes you made in a crisis situation anyway. The names of those who passed are listed here in alphabetical order. Keep my words in mind as you search the screen for your name. The board behind him lit up with 91 names on it, including all of the UA students and Inasa. So, next we'll give you the printout of your results. They include a breakdown of your scores, so you'll know exactly what areas you need to improve moving forward. We lopped off points when you did something wrong. Fall below 50, and you were done. These demerits are itemized on your result forms, as you'll see, so I'd look at them. Izuku got 90 points. Shoto and Inasa both got 51 points. Himiko got 71 points and Hitoshi got 65 points. Anyway, moving forward, those of you who passed can exercise the same authority as pro-heroes, but only during emergency situations. In other words, fighting villains, saving the victims of criminal acts or accidents. You may act using your best judgment, with no direct orders. Keep in mind that your every action from now on carries with it a deep responsibility toward bettering our society and that the world is watching you. I'm sure you're aware that All Might, our incredible hero, no longer has his incredible power. We may have heroes like Lemillion and Endeavor, but we are not anywhere near the same level when it comes to how the general public views heroes. One of the reasons crime in this country was so low was due to his presence. With that deterrent gone, criminals have become bolder and more widespread. The balance is shifting quickly. You young people will be the hope for our future. Rikia looked up from Tomoyasu's laptop. I was unconvinced of you merely being Flatline's brother, but seeing him and Lifeline together and then you killed a police officer to get us such a powerful meta-ability user. I am quite happy to have you join us properly, Lantern. Thank you, Redestro, Izuku responded. I simply could not allow such a powerful Quirk user to rot in jail, especially since I know that he agrees with the great Destro. Rikia laughed. I'm well aware, sadly we couldn't bring him under our wing until after he decided to break the law. He looked to Chitose. Prepare a special report, make sure it can't be connected back to us. Of course, sir, Chitose bowed and left. Shota glared at his screen. What the hell are the HPSC thinking? Why would they have Midoriya attack Bakugu's transport vehicle? Is the guard all right? I'd better ask Midoriya about it. I haven't had enough sleep for this sheet. He then left for UA's main building. When he got to class, he smirks seeing everybody sitting and silent. Morning. Today we'll talk about work studies. He looked to the classroom door. Go ahead and come in. The door slid open. Mirio, Nijire and Tamaki walked into the room and stood in front of the class. I'll have people who've experienced them firsthand explain. I suggest you listen carefully as they point out how work studies differ from internships. These three are third years from UA. They rank at the very top of our student body. You may know them as the Big Three. I'm sure you at least know Mirio Togata, but I'll have them introduce themselves anyway. Let's start with Amajiki. Tamaki looked up at the class. His expression terrified the class. It's no good. You two go, I just can't. Even if I try to imagine them as potatoes, I can see their human bodies. I know they're still people. No words are coming out. My mind's blank and my mouth's dry. I can't say anything. I want to dash. He turned around. Go home. Okay, so, are you really one of UA's top heroes? Mashireo asked. Nijire laughed. Come on, Tamajiki. You need to have the heart of a lion, not a kitten. You know, even though you're human. Get what I mean? She looked to the class and gestured towards him. This is our kitten, Tamaki Amajiki. And hi, I'm Nijire Hado. I'm supposed to talk about work studies. You first years have a really exciting time ahead of you. Hey wait, hold on dash, she floated over to Mizo. Why you wearing a mask? Is it 'cause you're feeling sick? Or just trying to look cool? Mizo started. Oh you dash. Oh whoa dash, she got up. And you must be Todoroki, am I right? Yeah, how'd you get that big burn on your face? That's none of your dash, Shoto responded. And Ashido, if your horns break off, you think you'll grow new ones? Oh, and can you wiggle them? She looked at Achiko. Uraraka, you only need one hand to activate your quirk, but both to deactivate it, right? So what if you lost a hand? Would it just stay there until somebody like Eraserhead deactivates your quirk? Achiko almost threw up at the thought. Nijire turned to Tsu. Oh, Azui, you're a tree frog, not a gross toad, right? Oh my goodness. There's so much I want to know about every one of you. Let's have a Q&A. She looked to Mashireo. Hey Ojiro, can you support your entire body weight with that tail of yours? Well you see dash. Come on, tell me, I really want to know dash. Shota glared at the Big Three who were yet to explain what the work studies are or even introduce Mirio. His eyes glowed red and his hair stood up as he activated his quirk. This is completely irrational. Oh, there's no need for you to worry, Eraserhead. Mirio stated. I'm up next and I'll get the audience refocused, that he turned to the class, holding his ear out. The future's gonna be? Everybody stared at him. Gonna be what? Denki asked. Awful. That's your part, guys. Mirio stood straight. Oh crap. My call and response was a total fail. Is it just me, or does each one of them seem like a complete weirdo? Rikido asked his nearby classmates. Is this some kind of joke? What's the deal? Okay, you guys look like you have no idea what's going on, Mirio stated. I guess we are third years who just showed up in your classroom to explain a program that's completely voluntary. I can see how you'd be confused by that. You guys got your provisional licenses as first years, right? This batch of new students has proven to be pretty darn energetic. So the problem is, you must not have a sense of humor. That's why my joke didn't land. Don't do it, Tamaki pleaded. Heads up, the rad new plan is all you first years fight me at once. If you want them to experience our experience, this is rational way of doing it. Right, Eraserhead? Rational. Do whatever you want, Midoriya's already fought you, so he'll sit out. I wanted to discuss something with him anyway. Wait, didn't Izuku barely win against Lemillion, who was wearing weights at the time, by using an ultimate move? Achiko asked. How many quirks did you use? Shota asked Izuku. 15, I think, Izuku responded. That's less than 18, Shota said. The Big Three, 1A and Shota went to Gym Gamma. Mirio stood in front of the class, minus Izuku. Mirio, you're impossible, Tamaki said, facing the wall. It would have been simple enough for us to just tell them, this is what it's like, here's what we learned from it. Not everyone has your level of drive. Plus, think about how bad it will look if some of them can't recover after fighting you. No one wants to spend the next 2 years in a hospital bed. Nijire, playing with Mina's horns, said, Hey, listen up. It's story time. Long ago, a student got frustrated in class and quit being a hero, and it was terrible for everyone. Did you know that? So Togata, I know our job is tough, but you better make sure you know what you're doing. Be careful, okay? Alright, now who's gonna start this party? Mirio asked. I've got this, Ijiro hardened. Everybody else took position as he dashed forward. Right before he landed a punch, Mirio's clothes fell off of him. Oops, my quirk's kinda tricky, Mirio said, trying to put his pants on. Ijiro tried to punch him, but his fist went through Mirio. Went for the face, huh? Mirio asked as acid, light and tape shot through him. Meanwhile, Shota and Izuku were off to the side, watching. So, problem child, Shota started. What is the commission thinking? Have you heard of the Meta Liberation Army? Izuku replied. The quirkiest organization led by Destro that sought for the abolishment of quirk laws. They were stopped generations ago. They're back, Izuku said. They're being led by Rikiya Yatsubashi, Kyo of Detnerat, or as he's now going by Redestro. The HPSC are using Hawks, Lantern and now Bakugu as triple agents. You have to be kidding me. Hey look, they're done. Izuku said, looking at the gym covered in unconscious students with a naked man standing in the middle. Power! Mirio yelled. Izuku waded through Mirio explaining permeation until Mirio got to how it pertained to the work studies. In our work studies, we're not treated as guests like in our internships. We're regarded as one of our sidekicks, or even as a pro. That can be super scary, pros can get hurt. And sometimes they end up watching people die. But every scary and painful thing you go through is an important experience you can't get inside a classroom, even at UA. I transformed the experience I got at my work study into power. That's how I got to the top spot. It's why I think they're worth it, even if you're scared. You with me, first years? By the way, we decided that you could only choose agencies with a good track record for work studies, Shota said to the class before dismissing them. Good track record? Izuku thought. He then looked at Mirio. Lemillion started working at Might Tower, but then when All Might closed his agency. The other heroes went with Sir Night Eye, so that must be who Lemillion is under now. Night Eye, that guy's quirk is way too dangerous. Jack cried, fear in his words. Wait, are you afraid of Sir Night Eye? Izuku asked. Of course, he can see the future. So he can prevent our deaths. That's worse than Eraserhead. Izuku grinned. I think I know who I want to study under. Consider this payback for my arm. Hey, Tagata. Izuku called out. Jack floating out of him and trying to drag him back, green sparks flashed around him as he strode forward against Jack's efforts. HM? What's up? Mirio asked. You're doing your work studies at Nitai's agency, right? Do you think he'd allow me to work under him, too? Could you introduce me? Mirio looked back at the black blob desperately trying to escape the situation and snickered. Yeah, with slapstick like that. I think he'll let you. Plus, from what I've already seen, you don't seem like that bad a hero. Slapstick? Well, this is it, Sir Nitai's agency, Mirio said. Listen, if you want to be acknowledged by him, here's a tip. You need to do one important thing at this meeting. You gotta make him laugh. Then he'll totally approve of you. Make him laugh? Like just tell a joke? Izuku asked as they walked in, the pavement showing grip marks from Jack. If that's what it takes. He seems stern, but he really values humor, for some reason. It's like irony, or something I think. The most I can do is introduce you to him. Sir's the one who'll see if he can use you. I wish I could help more, but that's all I got. From here on, you'll have to figure out how to make Sir acknowledge you by yourself. They got to the top of a spiral staircase as Mirio pointed to a door. Here we are, he's just beyond this door. If you want to get stronger, then walk on through. Izuku opened the door to Karakoko strapped a machine that was tickling her, Mirai standing in front of her. What the F is going on? Mirai glared at Izuku. He then noticed the path of destruction and the quivering blackness behind Izuku. What is this? Confused, Izuku turned around and in his surprise at the destruction, Jack managed to overcome him and pulled him back out of the office before Izuku grabbed onto the doorframe, making it crack. My apologies, sir. My quirk's afraid of yours. Mirai chuckled. Mirio, who's that? Karakoko asked as Mirio untied her. An underclassman at my school. Alright, you want to do a work study here because you believe it will make you stronger, and as a punishment for your quirk. Yes, sir, Izuku confirmed. We'd need to draw up a contract. Izuku handed Mirai a contract, which he took by hand. Once I stamp this document, you'll officially be contracted with my agency for a work study. You have to understand that this will be nothing like the week-long internships that you students take on so casually. You must work here for a minimum of 4 months and will be paid wages. However, your academic responsibilities will likely suffer due to absences you rack up, which means your classmates will pull ahead of you. Pretty sure they would just see it as them catching up. Mirai slammed a seal down next to the document. I am not approving this. I understand how working here would be beneficial to you. But what benefit would you bring to my agency? How would it outweigh the destruction your Quirk has caused and would further cause? This office currently runs smoothly with 2 sidekicks and 1 work-study student already under my employ. So why would I add you on? How can you contribute to society? How can you be useful to others? In order to be acknowledged, you must be able to answer those questions unequivocally. All Might showed his worth using power and humor. He gave hope to those who lived in fear of criminals. That's why the people were happy to acknowledge him. But you, boy, were a vigilante who inspired fear. It's time to show me what you would bring to the table. Using actions, not words. 3 minutes, you have 3 minutes to take the seal from me, and you may only use 1 power to do so. If you want to work as a hero under my guidance, then stamp that contract yourself. You two wait outside. He gestured for Mirio and Karakoko to leave. Yes, sir, they said. With feeling. Sir, yes, sir. They repeated before leaving. I'll take no offensive measures during this time, and you're welcome to attack me in any manner you desire. Don't concern yourself with what happens to the room, it's destroyed enough. Just come and get it. The most obvious choice would be telekinesis, but his grip on it would be tight, and boosting telekinesis with 1 for all would count as using multiple abilities. Jack might be able to, but he's not cooperating. He would be used to fighting all for 1, so how about? Yeah. Izuku screamed at Mirai, breaking his concentration and forcing him to cover his ears. In the split second where Mirai was unfocused, Izuku grabbed the seal and ripped it out of Mirai's grasp and slammed it onto the contract. When he lifted it, there was no print. What? Mirai held an ink pot in his other hand. I had not inked that seal yet. I had high expectations for you until now. You had the power to beat me, but you lost it. Your borrowed powers are wasted with you as you rely on stacking them rather than making each one as strong as it can be. You think you have time to stand there, frozen? Or did you only have 1 idea for how to use that quirk? Perhaps it's a one-time use? A pity. Izuku rushed forward and left at Mirai, who dodged. Izuku tried multiple directions of attack, but each one was predicted. Izuku threw a bookshelf at Mirai. Time is almost up. Izuku felt that his vocal cords were almost fully healed and took a deep breath. It's over, 3 minutes have passed. Izuku breathed back out in shock. You devised only a single plan and it failed spectacularly, rendering you unable to continue. You're a failure. Then why did you save me? What are you talking about? 14 years ago, you went out of your way to save me and my mother from my quirk. 14 years ago? Mirai sat down at his computer and searched for files on Izuku Midoriya. This boy, I saved his mother. He died that day. I did die, but my quirk is the power to come back to life, more powerful after dying. I remember, you were afraid to touch my hand that day. So that was your quirk's doing. Jack's afraid that you can stop their plans for obtaining more quirks. I would have used him to take the seal, but he's too afraid. Midoriya, your quirk allows you to push past my foresight. In a way, you can change the future. I will allow you to stamp your contract, and also, I will promise to not use my quirk on you. That should save me an office and make your quirk more cooperative, correct? He threw the ink pot at Izuku. What do you think, Jack? Izuku asked the blackness which was currently hiding inside him. I think that would be all right. As Izuku and Mirio were patrolling, Eri suddenly ran out of an alley and into Izuku, falling to the ground. You okay? Izuku asked. He knelt down and held out his hand for her, making her cower. Is something wrong? Why is she trembling? You should be more careful, Kai said, walking out of the alley. We don't want to cause trouble for the heroes. Overhaul. I hope you'll forgive my daughter. Hero, right? I don't know what to do with her. Always playing rough, bumping into things. I'm so sorry about that, Mirio said. It was our fault too. I know that mask. You must be from the Hasaikai, right? You guys are famous around here. Yeah, please don't mind the mask. It keeps out the filth. All right, on your feet, partner. Can't do much heroing from down there. We need to finish patrolling this area by lunch. Come on, let's go. Right. Izuku said before Eri grabbed onto him tightly. Please. Please don't go. She cried. Your daughter seems scared, Izuku said to Kai. A reaction to being scolded, Kai responded. And what about these bandages? Those are just from playing rough? Eri's an exceptionally clumsy girl. She's terrified of going with you. Does that seem normal to you? It's dangerous to make assumptions about what's normal for other people. Yeah, everybody's different, am I right? Mirio asked. The more we push, the more likely he is to go into hiding. Leaving now would raise more suspicion. A hero wouldn't abandon a frightened child, Izuku thought. What are you doing to this girl? You heroes really pick up on the subtlest things, don't you? Kai asked. Very well. This situation is embarrassing. So I'd prefer to discuss it where we won't be overheard. He turned and walked into the alley. Izuku and Mirio followed with Eri. Hard to admit you can't control your own child, but lately Eri defies me no matter what I try. Parenting man, sounds rough, Mirio said. That can't be easy. Yes, children are tricky. So determined to do whatever they want. Kai grabbed his left glove, slowly taking it off. That sometimes they just don't listen. Seeing this, Eri quickly left off of Izuku and walked over to Kai. Oh good. Done with your temper tantrum? The two walked away. Don't go after them, Mirio said. Did you notice? He was ready to get violent. That's why she went back. If we keep pushing him, he's going to be even harder to catch. For now, let's report to Sir. A week later, Izuku, Eijiro, Achiko, and Tsu eerily took the same path to their work studies, eventually meeting the big three at the door to their destination. Something big is definitely happening, Izuku thought. Could it be about Overhaul? His thoughts were further confirmed when they entered to see a room full of pro heroes, including the current number 8 hero, Ryuko Tatsuma, as well as Shota. We're all here, Night Eye, Ryuko Tatsuma said. Let's get started. Mirai addressed the heroes and sidekicks. Thanks to the information provided by all of you, our investigation has progressed substantially. We've invited you all here for a joint conference to share the intel we've acquired regarding the Yakuza group, Shai Hasaikai, and what we believe they might be planning. All right, let's begin at the beginning, Karakoko said. For the past couple of weeks now, those of us at Night Eye Agency have been conducting an investigation into Shai Hasaikai, a small but organized group of criminals. What prompted this? A hero asked. An accident involving a gang of thieves called the Reservoir Dogs, Karakoko responded. The police thought the whole thing was an accident, but there were a number of details which didn't add up. So we began tailing them. Juzo continued. In my capacity as a Night Eye Agency sidekick, I began following leads to see what I could uncover. I found that in the past year, the members of Shai Hasaikai have increased contact with those outside of their organization, including others whose business dealings are less than reputable. Their aim seems to be expanding their organization and enriching its coffers. Shortly after our investigation began, they made contact with a member of the League of Villains. Jean Bubagara, villain name, twice. They were wary of being tailed, so I was unable to follow them. But with the help of the police, I was able to confirm that an altercation had occurred between the two groups. That be about when they decided to reach out to Tsukachi and me, Sorahiko said. Figured we'd be able to assist given the League's involvement. Go on, Bubble Girl, Mirai said. So, after all that went down, we posted a notice on the HN requesting assistance dash, Karakoko continued. I think we can skip that part, Juzo interrupted. Sorry, Karakoko apologized. What's the HN? Achiko asked. Stands for Hero Network, Nijire answered. It's an online service that can only be accessed by pros. You can see what all the heroes in the country are up to, and you can ask for help from pros whose quirks you think might come in handy. Does anybody want to tell me why a bunch of high school kids were invited to this conference? Ken asked. I don't care if they are from UA. If we have to keep stopping to explain this stuff, we'll never get to the actual plan. Also, wasn't this one a villain? He pointed to Izuku. Don't say that. Taishiro objected, standing up and gesturing to Tamaki and Ijiro. These two have important information to pass along. Anyway, I can see a bunch of new faces, so let me introduce myself. Nice to meet ya, I'm Fat Gum. Izuku was a vigilante, not a villain, and has made up for it. Hisaikai's movements are hard to trace, Mirai said. But we suspect one of their main sources of income is illegal drag sales. So I requested heroes who had expertise in that area. Yup, I brought in my fair share of drag dealers back in the day, Taishiro said. And at Red Riot's debut fight, he proved he could too. Tamaki was shot, and the bullet contained some sort of drag I've never heard of before, one that destroys quirks. It doesn't seem to function exactly like my erasure does, since I'm not actually attacking the quirk directly. What we call a quirk is an extraordinary addition to an ordinary human body. Those additions are collectively referred to as quirk genes. I can shield those genes and temporarily block their expression, but I don't actually damage them. But after Tamaki here was shot, we brought him to the hospital and they found that his quirk genes had sustained damage. Taishiro said. Fortunately, they've seemed to have healed on their own and he's back to normal now. What do we know about the substance he was shot with? Mirai asked. Whatever it was didn't harm the rest of his body, Taishiro explained. Nothing but his quirk was harmed in any way. The guy who shot him clammed up, he won't say a word. And the round that hit Tamaki was totally spent. However, Kirishima bravely defended Tamaki from a bullet which then bounced off his own body and should now provide us with a viable sample. And when we analyzed the substance from the bullet, we discovered something that made me sick to my stomach. It contained human blood and cells. In other words, that effect came from a person from someone's power, Ryuko Tatsuma said. A quirk that can destroy quirks. The man who shot Tamaki used an illegal drag to boost his quirk during his fight with Kirishima, Taishiro said. The distribution channels for something like that are complex, although things have shrunk since the old days. Drags still pass through various individuals and organizations before they reach the end user. There's no concrete evidence that Hisaikai handled the drag, but we know for a fact that they interacted with one of the middlemen responsible for moving it. The other day, Ryukyu's team broke up a fight between two villain groups. One of those groups was controlled by the intermediary organization that Fat Gum just mentioned, Mirai said. A picture of Kai Chisaki appeared behind him. Their young head, Chisaki, Quirk, Overhaul. With this power he can disassemble things and then reassemble them, a quirk that allows him to completely break down matter, and a bullet that can break down quirks. Chisaki has a daughter named Eri. There are no records or details about her birth, but when Mirio and Murderia encountered her, they noticed there were bandages wrapped around her arms and legs. At this point their efficacy seems to questionable. It's possible they're still in the testing phase, and he's giving them out as samples to rally more people to his cause. We have no hard evidence. But we do know he's gathering allies and funds from across the nation. If the completed drag allows him to annihilate a person's quirk entirely, imagine the devastation he could cause. All the talk about making Eraserhead's quirk permanent. What the F dash? Izuku thought. I'm going to beat the shit out of Overhaul. I should have killed him on the spot. Would have saved us a lot of trouble if these two amateurs had just gotten the girl out of trouble, Ken said, looking at Izuku and Mirio. I take full responsibility, Mirai said. The blame should not fall on them. Even without knowing the full story, they acted to save the child, each in their own way. Midoriya was willing to take the risk of saving her then, while Mirio chose to wait for another opportunity when success would be more likely. Another week later, the work-study students were awoken to messages from their agencies. She's keeping Eri at their stronghold, Mirai said. The headquarters of the Hisaikai, Ryuko Tatsuma said. It's their leader's residence. So you're telling me all of that investigating we were doing was for nothing then? Ken asked. Not at all, We gained plenty of new information as well, Mirai said. How'd you confirm she was there? Taishiro asked. Mirai placed a large box displaying magical girls on his desk. A member of the Shy Hisaikai visited a nearby department store the other day. He purchased a toy favored by young girls. What? Taishiro asked. That's pretty sparkly, Ken said. Listen, maybe the guy just likes cutesy stuff. Taishiro objected. Different strokes for different folks, night at. Do you want to tell us what you're doing with one, though? Yes, Mirai confirmed. I was there when he made the purchase and overheard his conversation with the store clerk. Hey, what's that show little girls are into these days? The henchman asked. Glitter, something or other. Oh, sure, the cashier said. I wonder if you are talking about Glitter Squad, maybe? Yeah, that's the one, I remember now, it's Squad Action Glitter Squad. So you got any of those? Oh, I'm very sorry, sir. The Squad Action Glitter Squad from several years ago. The current series is Gun-Ho Glitter Squad 10-inch. Really? Okay, where are those then? Mirai grabbed the man's shoulder. They're right over here, he said, holding the box the man was looking for. Whoa, where'd you come from? The henchman asked. You were asking about Glitter Squad? I'm a fan too. After everybody suited up, Mirai addressed them again. Now then, let's begin.